If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description. Additionally, if you would like to request novels and access my Google Drive where I have 200 plus audiobooks, then you can join my Patreon. Link is also provided in the description.
Chapter 41, Villain Simulator. Lucas naturally understood what Barbara meant. After her deal with him, she felt she had become a tainted girl, no longer worthy of being loved. "You're doing that Versailles thing again," Lucas chuckled as he patted Barbara's head. "Over the past few days, your fan base has grown exponentially, almost catching up to..." "Catching up to who?" Barbara frowned. "Oops, almost let it slip. Catching up to the one I intended to promote the most right in my..." Lucas quickly corrected himself. "To be honest, you might just be the most popular girl in Mondstadt right now." Despite her complicated feelings toward Lucas, hearing such praise brought a hint of pride to Barbara's face. Yes, her hard work had finally paid off. Her sister's condition was improving, and even though the cost had been great, it all seemed worth it. "It seems your sister is recovering well," Lucas said, glancing at Jean lying in the bed. He smiled. "Her complexion looks much better than before. She really is a beauty." "Get lost." Barbara quickly stepped between Lucas and Jean, glaring at him with a wary expression. "Don't you dare have any improper thoughts about my sister." "It's just a compliment," Lucas shrugged. "Even if I wanted to do something, I prefer interactions, and an unconscious sleeping beauty doesn't really interest me." "My sister will wake up," Barbara declared firmly. "The doctor told me today that her condition is improving. As long as I keep working hard, she will recover fully." Looking into Barbara's eyes, Lucas couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity. Ever since their deal, Lucas had rarely seen Barbara show this kind of determined expression. Aside from moments like this, she only wore such a genuine, happy smile when she was on stage. "Don't worry. Your sister will recover," Lucas said softly. "In this world, there's nothing more I can't buy." In the past, Barbara would have immediately argued back with the moral lessons she had learned. But after experiencing her family's decline and the coldness of the world, Barbara had come to realize that maybe that statement was true. Money had paid for her sister's treatment. Money could control people's fates. Money had even bought her. "Can I ask you a question?" Lucas's voice broke through Barbara's wandering thoughts. "If your sister wakes up and recovers, will you continue being an idol?" I don't know," Barbara sighed. "I feel genuinely happy when I'm performing on stage, but I don't want to be controlled by you anymore." "You're right. Not just you, but all the idols under me are in my control," Lucas said, surprisingly calm. "But don't worry. As long as you can pay the contract's penalty fees, you're free to leave anytime." Lucas didn't deny being a ruthless businessman. But, on the other hand, everything was clearly written in the contracts. The girls, lost in their dreams of fame and success, rarely paid attention to the fine print. "I will pay back everything I owe you," Barbara said, her voice firm. "And after that, I will cut all ties with you." "Speaking of what you owe me..." Lucas narrowed his eyes, a mischievous smile forming. "You still haven't paid me for the last private lesson, have you?" The last time." Barbara's face flushed as she recalled something. "I was too exhausted that time. You can set a date, and I'll make it up to you. How about right now?" Without waiting for an answer, Lucas reached out and placed his hand on Barbara's shoulder. "What?" Barbara's eyes widened in shock. How can you do it here? How can you do this in front of my sister?" "Relax. When I came in earlier, there wasn't a soul around," Lucas said, stepping closer. "And as for your sister, she won't know a thing." But... Barbara weakly protested, still trying to resist. She pleaded, "Can we do it somewhere else? Anywhere but here." "You don't have the right to bargain with me," Lucas whispered in her ear. "Keep your voice down, my little nun. This is part of the deal." In the end, Barbara gave in. For the first time, she was grateful her sister was completely unconscious. Avoiding looking at her sister, Barbara failed to notice the smile creeping across Lucas's face. He glanced at the unconscious Jean and then at the prominent portraits of the Gunhilder family heads that adorned the wall. It felt as though they were watching him, but Lucas knew that what he was doing was trampling on the last remnants of this family's dignity. The image of his father had long faded from his memory, but the desire for revenge only grew stronger with each passing day. Kent was from the small village of Springvale, just outside Mondstadt. Most of the villagers worked as hunters, but Kent lacked the talent. While his peers could hunt boars, Kent couldn't even catch a rabbit. On the recommendation of the hunter leader, Duluth, Kent first worked at Diluc's stables before being sent to work at the Gunhilder estate, where he found a job tending the gardens. Even though the work was simple, Kent was more than satisfied. The pay was good, and most importantly, he occasionally got to see the angelic second daughter of the family, Barbara. Barbara wasn't just beautiful, she was kind and approachable, the only family member who ever greeted him. No matter how hard the day's work was, seeing her smile made Kent feel like all the fatigue had vanished. So when he learned that Barbara's idol group was hosting a live concert, Kent didn't hesitate to spend all his savings on a ticket. Watching Barbara shine on stage, Kent made up his mind. No matter how hard he had to work for the rest of his life, he would stay with the Gunhilder family just to catch glimpses of her smile. Now, lunch was ready, and Kent stood outside Jean's room, lightly knocking on the door. "Miss Barbara, Mr. Lucas, lunch is ready. You can come eat now." There was no reply, only a faint sound of movement inside. Must be the wind blowing through the window, Kent thought to himself. I should fix that loose window later. "Miss Barbara." Kent called again. "I heard you." Barbara's voice came from inside. "You go ahead. I'll be right there." "But..." Kent hesitated, concerned. "If we wait too long, the food might get cold." "Whatever you're discussing, it can wait until after you eat." Barbara's stomach had always been sensitive. It wouldn't be good for her to eat cold food. "It's fine," Lucas's voice replied from inside. "We'll be there together, right, Barbara?" Barbara's voice sounded soft and faint. "I'll be right there." A long silence followed. Kent felt a bit uneasy. Something seemed off about the way Barbara had spoken, but he couldn't quite pinpoint why. He knew the door wasn't locked, but as a servant, he didn't dare to open it without permission. Finally, the door slowly opened, and Barbara stepped out, her face slightly flushed for some reason. Naive Kent didn't realize what had just transpired in the room. Concerned, he asked, "Miss Barbara, are you feeling unwell? You look a little flushed. Do you have a fever or something?" "Don't worry," Lucas appeared behind Barbara, smiling. "I know Barbara's body very well. She's fine, perfectly fine." Lucas's acting was undeniably top-notch. Although his special ability was called "You're Too Beautiful, Chicken," his acting skills far surpassed a certain Kun. To Kent, Lucas seemed like a considerate, graceful, and charismatic producer. But Barbara knew all too well that it was just a facade. If she were to describe him with the harshest words she could think of, they still wouldn't do him justice. "Let's go eat," Lucas patted his stomach with a smile. "After some intense exercise, I always get hungry." "Intense exercise?" Kent asked innocently. "Did you exercise earlier, Mr. Lucas?" As soon as Kent asked, Barbara's face turned a few shades redder. She struggled to think of an explanation, but Lucas casually nodded and replied, "Before I came here, I went horse riding for a bit at Mr. Diluc's stables." "Mr. Diluc's stables?" Kent's face lit up with excitement. "I used to work there." "Which horse did you ride?" "Let me think." Lucas made a show of stroking his chin thoughtfully. It was a beautiful little white horse with golden hair and the most mesmerizing blue eyes. "Golden hair and blue eyes?" Kent tilted his head, confused. "I don't remember any horse like that." "It must have been a recent arrival," Lucas said, smoothly running his hand down Barbara's back. "She looked quite tame, but in reality, she's quite wild. I've tried for a while, but I still haven't fully broken her in." Barbara caught the hidden meaning behind Lucas's words but couldn't find the right way to respond. She could only bite her lip in frustration as her face grew redder, like she was about to burst. "Breaking in a horse takes skill," Kent continued, seemingly unaware of the subtext. "You need to get close to the horse, give her regular baths, take her for walks, and make sure to keep a leash on her, of course. Bathing and walking her, hey." Lucas looked at Barbara with a mischievous grin. "Sounds like a good plan." "Ugh, this guy, he's talking about horses, but in his mind, it's clearly about..." Barbara puffed her cheeks in frustration, though Kent remained oblivious. He continued on, "But being too gentle isn't always good. If the horse misbehaves, you've got to use the whip to get her in line. Can't. Barbara shouted suddenly. Enough about horses. I'm hungry, let's eat. Sure. Kent jumped, surprised by Barbara's outburst. It was the first time he'd ever seen her so upset. Strange, he thought. Did I say something wrong to anger her? Lucas followed the two out of the room, but before closing the door, he cast a meaningful glance at the still unconscious Jean. Keep sleeping, my sleeping beauty, he murmured. It's not yet time for you to wake up. Lunch was a far cry from anything lavish, yet Lucas didn't utter a word of complaint. In fact, he seemed to relish the simple meal. Barbara had likely spent all her earnings on her sister's treatment, leaving little to cover household expenses. After the meal, Lucas didn't linger. He left the estate, but instead of heading home, he rounded a corner. Waiting for him there was a woman dressed in white, as if she had been expecting him. If Barbara had seen this woman, she would have been shocked because standing there was none other than Florence, the renowned doctor treating her sister. Thank you for your hard work, Dr. Florence, Lucas said, bowing slightly. What's the current status of Captain Jean's condition? To be honest, it's not good, Florence sighed. With my skills alone, it'll be very difficult to save her. Lucas's brow furrowed. So, she's going to die? Not necessarily. While there are very few ways to save her, there are plenty of methods to keep her from dying, Florence replied, narrowing her eyes. That's all I need, Lucas exhaled in relief. No matter what method, make sure to keep Jean alive. Mr. Lucas, if I may speak frankly, from a medical perspective, this is pointless, Florence said. Even if we keep her alive, she won't regain consciousness. She'll be no different from the dead. Maintaining her life will also require a large amount of mora. Given the Gunhilder family's current financial state, I doubt they'll be able to afford it. Just charge a symbolic fee for the treatment, not too much, but not too little either, Lucas said as he handed Florence a check. I'll cover the rest of the expenses. I don't know why you're doing this, but money is money, after all, Florence accepted the check. If you're willing to pay, then why not? Lucas wasn't acting out of kindness. He knew Jean was Barbara's only emotional support. If Jean were to die, Barbara's resolve would crumble, and she wouldn't be able to continue as an idol. Age 26, the popularity of the Dandelion Song idol group exploded, surpassing previous idols and solidifying their place in the industry. There was little left that Lucas could teach Barbara, but he had many ways to keep her by his side. He realized he was starting to feel dependent on the little nun. Whether it was in his villa, the Gunhilder estate, the quiet dance studio late at night, or even the dressing room before a show, any place could become their battleground. One minute, Barbara might be exhausted from backstage battles, the next, she would be on stage, full of energy, giving a powerful performance. Watching her energetically sing and dance on stage, while carefully hiding the knowledge he had taught her, gave Lucas an unprecedented thrill. Barbara had become the face of Mondstadt's idol scene, and her infectious voice was rekindling the spirit of a city once left in despair by the dragon disaster. But if her fans knew about her little secrets, what would they think? Yes, it was time to reel in the net. Barbara's popularity had reached its peak. If her scandals were exposed now, it would be the final blow to both her and the Gunhilder family. But Lucas hesitated. It wasn't because he had grown soft. No, the truth was that Barbara's career had brought enormous profits to his agency. On top of that, after experiencing Barbara, other women began to lose their appeal. There was something strange about the male desire for conquest. Barbara's beauty, body, and abilities weren't the best Lucas had ever encountered, but seeing this once innocent idol, adored by millions, submit to him gave him unparalleled satisfaction. So, he decided to let Barbara grow a little longer. When the time was right, he would destroy her completely. For now, he maintained his vigilance. By using the identity of Raiden Mai, he stayed close to Barbara, both to observe her and to extract her innermost thoughts. Age 27, maybe it was because Raiden Mai was slightly older than Barbara, or maybe it was their time spent together, but Barbara began to see Raiden as a trusted confidant, like a sister. Initially, their interactions were limited to things like shopping and eating together. But gradually, their closeness deepened, to the point where Barbara would now bathe with Raiden and even sleep in the same bed. Lucas didn't think much of it. After all, as long as he and Raiden Mai didn't appear together, there was no issue. Whether it was Barbara clinging to one body or the other, it made no difference to him. That evening, after their rehearsal, Barbara used the excuse of it's too late to once again stay in Raiden Mai's room. Entering immersive mode. Hey! Chapter 42, Villain Simulator. Before Lucas could even process what was happening, the scene shifted, and he found himself in Raiden Mai's bedroom. He was lying on the bed, and Barbara, fresh out of the bath and wrapped in a towel, slowly walked into the room. In the 2 years that had passed, though Barbara's public persona had remained unchanged, her appearance and figure had matured considerably. Her golden hair cascaded down, and her once childish features had become much more refined. He had to admit Barbara and Jean were indeed sisters. In the game, the difference in their ages and outfits made the two seem quite distinct. But now, as Barbara stood before him, Lucas could clearly see the resemblance to Jean, especially in a certain, striking feature they shared, emblematic of the Gunhilder family. Lucas was confident that when their mother gave birth to the two sisters, both were certainly delivered naturally. "My," Barbara smiled softly as her towel slipped down. "What do you think of my new outfit?" Raiden Mai was taken aback. Beneath the towel was a mature ensemble, a stark contrast to Barbara's usual innocent idol image, yet it exuded a strange allure. "It looks pretty good, Barbara," Raiden Mai responded awkwardly, nodding. "Why the sudden change in style?" "This is for the president," Barbara said without hesitation. "Do you think he'll like it?" "For me?" Lucas thought, surprised. "Barbara's trying to please me?" He had always assumed that Barbara's compliance up until now was merely an act. "The president already likes you a lot," Raiden Mai smiled uneasily. "Whether it's as an idol or something else, you're his number one." "That's not enough," Barbara said, sitting gracefully on the bed, her eyes dark and serious. "I want to be the only one in his eyes." "So, Mai, will you help me practice?" "Practice? Practice what?" Raiden Mai had a sinking feeling about this. "Practice making sure the president can't leave me," Barbara said earnestly. "Mai, you're experienced, aren't you?" "Well, as a man, yes, that's true," Lucas thought. "For a girl, that's not exactly a compliment," Raiden Mai replied helplessly. "Even if you say that, I'm still a girl. How could I help you practice?" "It's okay. I bought some things in private," Barbara gestured to a bulging bag in the corner of the room. "Mai, only you can help me." Raiden Mai hesitated for a moment, but then, thinking that Barbara's training would ultimately benefit him, he reluctantly agreed. "All right, since we're best friends." And so, Raiden Mai had no choice but to become Barbara's practice dummy. Technically, as a doll, Raiden Mai shouldn't have felt anything at all, but the sensations were surprisingly real throughout the process. As a doll, Raiden Mai experienced sensation through the feedback of his consciousness. In essence, because the doll had fingers, his mind generated a sense of touch. Because the doll had eyes, his mind produced sight. So, when additional attachments were added to the doll, the consciousness automatically installed drivers that adapted and created corresponding sensations. Hours later. "Thank you so much, Mai," Barbara lay beside Raiden Mai, full of gratitude. "You were so cooperative, it was real." "No kidding, it was real." "Right." Raiden Mai sighed, exhausted. "After all, an idol's primary job is to perform. And besides, we're best friends." "Good thing you've cut ties with the president," Barbara said with a serene, angelic smile, her eyes narrowing. "Otherwise, even if you were Mai, I wouldn't let you off." For some reason, Barbara's angelic smile sent a shiver down Raiden Mai's spine. Over the past 2 years, Barbara had changed in ways that even she might not have noticed. On stage, she was still the bright, innocent 18-year-old nun idol. But in reality, her once pure soul had long since been stained with colors that Lucas had painted upon her. The popularity of Dandelion Song continued to soar. Not only that, but Raiden Mai, who had initially held the center position, now shared that spotlight with Barbara. Oddly enough, Venti, who never cared about fame, was also rapidly gaining popularity, especially among female fans, which was quite different from Barbara and Raiden Mai, whose fanbases were predominantly male. Meanwhile, Lilana's popularity remained lukewarm. Though her clumsy cat girl persona attracted some attention, many felt her performance was too rehearsed. Additionally, some old scandals had resurfaced, and compared to the other 3 members, any small advantage she once had completely disappeared. In an effort to further expand the influence of Dandelion Song, Lucas announced plans for a major idol festival in Mondstadt in 2 months. The festival would invite several high-profile idol groups and donate all proceeds to the city's reconstruction efforts. Lilina approached you afterward, pleading for a chance to shine during the festival. I know you're pushing Barbara right now, she said, but considering the time we've spent together, please, give me a shot. To you, Lilina was already a pawn that had outlived its usefulness. Faced with her desperate request, your response was 1. Sorry, the company doesn't have any extra resources to waste. 2. We? Who's we? If you want something, fight for it. 3. You? Compete with Barbara? You must be joking. In the past, the choices always left some room for negotiation. But this time, none of the options offered Lilina a way out. Let's go with the second one. You sneered and said, we? Who's we? If you want something, go fight for it. You noticed the hatred in Lilina's eyes, but it didn't bother you in the least. You had dealt with countless women in similar situations, and you had never left behind any evidence. You thought Lilina's issue had been settled, but one day, after you finished your daily rehearsal as Raiden Mai, Barbara approached you with a recording device in hand, asking you to help her record something. Enter immersive mode. Lucas, suspicious of what was happening, immediately activated immersive mode. Entered immersive mode. As Raiden Mai, you now held a delicate recording device, hidden behind a wall, watching Barbara in the practice room. It seemed like she was waiting for someone. Sure enough, after a while, the door opened, and Lilina entered. You were shocked Barbara had been waiting for Lilina? Though they were in the same group, their relationship was distant at best. Even though they acted friendly on stage, the two rarely interacted in real life. Hello, Lilina, Barbara greeted her warmly, as she always did. What did you want to talk about? Humph. Lilina scoffed. There's no need to pretend here. No one else is around. Barbara shook her head, looking hurt. I don't understand what you mean. Let me make this clear, I know everything about you and Lucas, Lilina said, her cute face now twisted with anger. If you don't want me to spill your secrets, you'll obey your every word, right? Unexpectedly, Barbara remained calm. It was as if she had taken off a mask. She smiled and said, Lilina, it seems you still don't understand why you've fallen so far out of favor. No, no one cares. Lilina trembled with anger, muttering, you're just a bit more popular than me. It's not just a little, it's at least 50 to 60 times more, Barbara continued her mocking, a woman as talentless, ugly, and old as you can't compare to the cute and lovely Barbara. Hidden nearby, Raiden Mai couldn't help but feel shocked. Since when had Barbara become so harsh? Not only that, but she said those cruel words with the same gentle smile, as if she were just having a casual conversation with a teammate. You little. Lilina, enraged, couldn't hold back anymore and slapped Barbara across the face. If that's the case, I'll ruin that pretty face of yours. Barbara's delicate body crumpled to the ground, and in her fury, Lilina's nails left a faint scratch on Barbara's smooth cheek. Raiden Mai momentarily forgot about the recording still running and immediately rushed out to help Barbara up, asking, Barbara, are you all right? Damn. An idol's face was one of their most important assets. Luckily, the injury wasn't too severe. Otherwise, it might have affected the upcoming idol festival in 2 months. The sudden appearance of Raiden Mai shocked Lilina, who exclaimed, You, what are you doing here? I asked Mai to be here, Barbara calmly wiped the scratch on her face and smiled. You recorded everything, right? Yes. Raiden Mai pulled out the recording device. Every bit of it. Realizing what had happened, Lilina's face twisted in disbelief. Barbara, you set me up. How could she have known that the seemingly innocent and naive Barbara, who always appeared to lack any scheming nature, had laid a trap for her? I'm just protecting myself, Barbara said coldly. Lilina dear, ready to say goodbye to your idol career. Barbara's transformation was so unbelievable that even Raiden Mai, watching from the side, felt conflicted. Was she still the Barbara he once knew? A few days later, photos of Lilina slapping Barbara and injuring her face were plastered across various newspapers and magazines. Lilina quickly lost a massive number of fans. If Tivat had social media, she would have been torn apart by online trolls. Although you knew the truth, you didn't defend Lilina. Instead, you took advantage of the situation to officially kick her out of the group, citing damaging the company's image and fining her a hefty breach of contract fee. Over the past 2 years, aside from Dandelion Song, your agency had successfully launched several other idol groups. Of course, their success was built on the corpses of countless dream-chasing girls. Those who hadn't yet gained fame barely survived on small stipends. And if they tried to break their contracts, they would face massive penalties. Even the more well-known idols weren't much better off. Despite their glamorous appearances, their share of the profits was pitiful. To you, the idols dazzling on stage were merely tools for accumulating wealth. You had become the king of the industry, your fortune rivaling even Ning Guang, the Tianquan of Liu. Achievement, billionaire. Talent unlocked, capitalist. Effect, you can purchase any commercial establishment and turn it into your asset. The system will automatically estimate the value, and you only need to pay 80% of the price. However, any purchased establishment cannot be resold for 1 year. Well, it seems I've really become a capitalist. Being able to buy properties at an 80% price is tempting, though since they can't be resold for a year, flipping them for profit might not work. It seems like it's best to focus on profitable businesses first. Maybe I should buy Wanman Restaurant in Liu or the Good Hunter in Mondstadt. Or, just like in the simulation, I could start an idol agency? The idea was good, but even with the discount, Lucas didn't have enough money for such big purchases yet. For now, earning more money would be a priority. Age 28, the Idol Festival was held as scheduled on New Year's Day, attracting countless high-profile idol groups to Mondstadt. You knew that if this festival concluded successfully, your career would reach its peak. Perhaps due to your excitement, just before Dandelion Song was set to perform, you summoned Barbara backstage for a last-minute coaching session. Enter Immersive Mode. Immersive Mode activated. For some reason, during this session, Barbara seemed more serious and driven than ever before. In her eyes, you could see a mix of emotions: hatred, regret, reluctance. After it ended, you lit a cigarette as usual. In reality, you couldn't stand the smell of smoke, but in the simulation, you had become quite the smoker. Do your best during the performance, you smiled. Honestly, you're the real star of today's Idol Festival. Unfortunately. Barbara said softly, this will be the last time. What? Lucas hadn't grasped the meaning behind her words. I know about the deal between you and Dr. Florence, Barbara said coldly, her eyes like ice. You've been keeping my sister alive just so you could keep me as your captive bird, isn't that right? And no. That's not it. Lucas hastily explained. I did make a deal with her, but only to keep your sister alive. I never told her not to heal Jean. Her condition is simply incurable. I figured as much. Barbara's expression turned bitter. Jean's never going to wake up. Rather than letting her live without dignity, it's better if she's gone. So, I stopped her medication. She passed away this morning. Lucas's heart jolted. Before he could respond, the announcement for their performance echoed from outside. Don't worry, Barbara said as she walked out without looking back, today's performance will be perfect. Lucas had many things he wanted to say to Barbara, but the performance was the priority now. So, he shifted his consciousness back into Raiden Mai's body. But something was different this time. Barbara, who usually performed in her signature white attire, had instead donned a black stage outfit, contrasting sharply with her pure white angel persona. Her makeup had also changed, shifting from cute and innocent to a dark, gothic style. Surprisingly, this sudden transformation didn't stir any complaints. In fact, it only seemed to heighten the audience's excitement. Perhaps they weren't just in love with the persona Barbara had created, they loved her. Because the audience was so large, the stage had been specially built, towering at least 7 or 8 meters high to give everyone a clear view of the idols. The performance went smoothly. Barbara, almost as if pouring all her life force into this final show, gave it everything she had. And Raiden Mai, dancing beside her, was the only one who truly understood just how deeply Barbara was putting her all into this. Chapter 43, Villain Simulator. As the final lyric ended, the energy of the entire venue reached its absolute peak once more. Barbara! 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 Countless glow sticks and neon signs lit up the night, making it as bright as day. Thank you, everyone, for coming to my performance. Over the years, I've only been able to keep going because of your support. But... Barbara bowed deeply to the audience, tears in her eyes, and smiled as she said, today might be my last performance." With those words, the previously loud and lively venue suddenly fell into complete silence. After all, Barbara was the most popular idol in all of Tibet. Not only that, she had become the face of Mondstadt, and her singing had inspired countless people. It's fair to say that Barbara played a key role in helping Mondstadt emerge from its dark times in just a few years. "I'm sorry, I've been lying to all of you," Barbara said, carefully enunciating each word. "I'm not as perfect as everyone thinks." Raiden Mai sensed that something bad was about to happen, but it was already too late for her to stop it. "The truth is, I've been in an improper relationship with the president of my agency. Lucas," Barbara revealed without hesitation. "And not just that, many other girls in the agency have been exploited by him as tools for profit." Barbara's voice, carried through the microphone, reached far into the crowd. Every single word was heard clearly by the audience. "Damn it! Where's the sound engineer? Why isn't the sound being cut off right now?" Lucas wanted to rush back to his own body, but it was already too late. Barbara's speech continued. She pulled out a stack of photos from her clothing, saying, "These are all the evidence I've collected over the years while staying by Lucas's side. They document all of his unspeakable crimes." As soon as she finished speaking, she tossed the photos into the air, sending them fluttering down onto the audience like snowflakes, landing in the hands of countless fans. "In addition to these photos, I've also collected evidence of Lucas bribing officials and forcing idols under his agency into underground deals. All of this has already been submitted," Barbara continued. "I know I alone may not be able to take on the capital behind Lucas, but I hope that you all will stand up and join me, on the side of justice." "So, I underestimated this little rabbit, didn't I?" Raiden Mai finally realized why Barbara had been trying so hard to please her all this time. It had all been to gather evidence of her crimes. After spending her whole life scheming and taking calculated steps, Raiden Mai never expected to be brought down by Barbara. "For the past 3 years, I've been in immense pain, but I've also been very happy. Standing on stage as an idol and bringing joy to all of you has been the greatest fortune of my life," Barbara said as she walked step by step toward the edge of the stage. "However, someone as dirty as me no longer deserves to stand on stage in a pure white image. Everyone, thank you, and goodbye." With those final words, Barbara leapt off the stage. Indeed, she no longer had any reason to keep living. Her sister, the pillar of her life, had passed away, and her shameful past had been exposed to everyone. "Sister, I'm coming to join you." "Barbara." In that moment, Raiden Mai seemed to forget her hatred for Barbara. She rushed forward, trying to save her, but it was too late. Barbara's body fell like a puppet with its strings cut, plummeting toward the hard concrete ground below the stage. "You have entered text mode. Due to the evidence provided by Barbara, you are being charged with multiple crimes, and many of the trainees and idols you once oppressed have bravely stepped forward as witnesses, inspired by Barbara." As for Barbara, her suicide attempt did not succeed. Just as she was about to fall, a sudden gust of wind caused the nearby filming set to collapse, cushioning her fall. Though she lost consciousness, she survived. Overnight, your reputation was completely destroyed. Over the years, Barbara had been by your side, quietly gathering evidence, leaving you no chance of redemption. More severe than any legal punishment, your reputation, your connections, and everything you had built would be obliterated by the media's negative portrayal. It's true that capital isn't easy to overthrow, and Barbara's actions won't shake the foundations of it, but you know full well that your name is ruined beyond repair. Even if you escape legal consequences, you will be condemned for the rest of your life. Your lawyer tells you he can try to reduce your sentence, but your company will take a massive hit due to the damage to your reputation. You decide. 1. Show no remorse. 2. Commit suicide to atone. 3. Pull off an escape. As for the 3 options, the first 2 are easy to understand. The third, pull off an escape, means. I choose the third one. Lucas answered. After a night of deep contemplation, you finally make up your mind. The next day, people find your hanging body and a suicide note. The note expresses your guilt toward Barbara, and you declare that you are leaving your company and all remaining assets to her. Of course, this is not an act of kindness. It's all part of your plan. However, this is merely a diversion. Someone as cunning as you would never leave yourself without an escape route. News of your death spreads quickly across Tibet, and your body is hastily buried. No one notices that your coffin is filled with nothing but stones. The world believes the corrupt businessman Lucas is dead, but you've already hidden away enough wealth in various countries to live in luxury for several lifetimes. You are well prepared to make a comeback. Of course, you're not planning to let Barbara off that easily. You've come up with the perfect plan for revenge. As you leave Mondstadt, you once again enter Raiden Mai's body, preparing for a final goodbye to Barbara. You have successfully entered immersive mode. Barbara! Raiden Mai cried out in excitement. You're finally awake. Indeed, it was Lucas now inhabiting Raiden Mai's body. While the simulator had exposed his crimes, in reality, Lucas harbored no real hatred toward Barbara. To him, the events of the simulator were still just virtual. Is this heaven? No, someone like me doesn't deserve to be in heaven. Barbara muttered as she noticed Raiden Mai by her bedside. Surprised, she asked, Mai? You're here too, does that mean you're also dead? You're not dead. You're very much alive. Raiden Mai, with a face full of relief, said. It must have been the Enmo Archon who saved you. Really? A glimmer of hope appeared in Barbara's eyes, but it quickly dimmed again. But even if I lived, what's the point? Her sister was gone, and her idol image was shattered beyond repair. Of course there's a point. Raiden Mai reached out a hand toward Barbara, smiling. There are still many people in this world who support you. But, Barbara said emotionally, after everything that happened, no one could possibly love an idol like me anymore. Are you kidding? Raiden Mai opened the curtains, letting the sunlight pour in. Look. Barbara supported herself and walked over to the window, and the sight before her filled her eyes with tears. Outside the window, a large crowd of fans had gathered on the open ground without anyone noticing. They were all holding up signs filled with words of encouragement. Barbara, get well soon. We'll always be with you, Barbara. No matter what happens, Barbara will always be our pure white angel. The dandelion song will never end. Everyone. Barbara covered her mouth at the sight, tears streaming down her cheeks in large drops. So, take good care of yourself and recover. Raiden Mai gently patted Barbara on the shoulder, her expression soft. I believe that after you take over the agency, you'll be able to create a whole new future. Entering text mode. 3 months later, Barbara was successfully discharged from the hospital and inherited Lucas's company. Although the stock price plummeted, Barbara decided to take over. She aimed to prove that idols could be successful without relying on dirty rules and oppressive contracts. Barbara disbanded the Dandelion Song group and focused on running the idol agency, implementing major reforms. Thanks to the popularity she had built up, the company's early development went quite well. However, she quickly realized that while her ideals were beautiful, putting them into practice was incredibly difficult. Without the binding power of contracts, those so-called idols had no motivation to train. Naturally, idols without talent were not accepted by fans. Barbara finally understood that while your methods were cruel, they had stood the test of the market. In the end, her dream shattered along with the company's financial collapse. Not only did the company go bankrupt, but she also fell into significant debt. Age 30, after several years of silence, you rebranded yourself and made a comeback, once again entering the idol agency business. This time, you were much more cautious, and with your past experience, your agency quickly gained traction, launching several popular idol groups. You knew that the rules of this world had never changed. Barbara's dreams were beautiful, but in the end, they were just dreams. Age 31, one day, your agency welcomed a new batch of trainees. Among them, you noticed a familiar figure, Barbara. Due to the massive debt she had incurred, she had no choice but to return to the idol industry. She sought out the most popular agency at the time, your newly established company. In just a few short years, you had regained everything you had lost. Now came your favorite part, the interviews. Facing Barbara's beautiful but weary face, you smiled a smile you hadn't worn in a long time. Hello there, my little nun. Do you remember what I asked you to do during your first interview? Although you had changed your appearance, Barbara recognized your voice and smile. Her face showed utter shock, which eventually turned into a bitter smile. Everything seemed to come full circle, and your little toy had returned to your hands. Age 32, although Barbara had passed the prime age for an idol, her talent, looks, and the fan base she had accumulated over the years quickly earned her popularity once again. Of course, as punishment for her betrayal, you would send her little gifts every time she performed. While playing with a remote control, you would watch her struggle to keep up with the choreography. Age 33, the Gunhilder family, after losing both Jean and Barbara, finally met its demise. You bought their estate and land, converting it into a cemetery, as if to declare the family's final fate. Of course, you didn't forget Kent. He wasn't left jobless but instead was given the role of caretaker for the cemetery. Age 87, Barbara passed away. You buried her in the Gunhilder family cemetery, right next to her sister, fulfilling her final wish. Age 91, sustained by massive medical bills, you managed to prolong your life. One ordinary morning, you quietly passed away. This life simulation has ended. Cause of death, natural causes. Comprehensive evaluation, capital never changes. So, this is how it ends, hey? Your reward has been sent and is available for viewing at any time. Please choose one of the following talents as your innate ability: Puppet Master, blue; Chicken, you're too beautiful, blue; or Idol Master, green. There didn't seem to be much of a choice, the other two were too niche, and only Puppet Master had practical use. Puppet Master, blue, you are naturally gifted with a fully realistic puppet and can transfer your soul into it, temporarily acting through the puppet. Due to completing 4 simulations, you have earned an additional reward, Pocket Waypoint. Effect: you can set an anchor at a specified location and instantly teleport there. Activation requires 1 minute of preparation, and the cooldown time is 24 hours. The system had kept its promise and granted the Pocket Waypoint as a reward. However, based on the description of the item, it takes a minute to prepare, meaning it's not very useful in emergency escape situations. Still, with this tool, Lucas no longer had to worry about being stranded far away in case of an emergency back in Liu. Upon exiting the simulator, Lucas slowly opened his eyes. Unlike the previous simulation, this one wasn't very long, and the story was far less dramatic. Although he still played the role of the villain, his hands were free of blood. Yawn. Lucas yawned contentedly and was about to turn over and go back to sleep when he was startled to find someone lying next to him. It wasn't moving, but it was soft and warm. Lucas jumped up in fright, hurriedly turning on the light, only to see a tall, purple-haired young woman lying next to him. It was none other than Raiden Mai. Due to the activation of Puppet Master, the system has delivered the puppet to your side. Please check. Check, my foot. Does your delivery service drop things off directly in bed? Though initially startled, Lucas quickly regained his composure. Sure enough, the woman in front of him lay completely still, her eyes wide open yet devoid of any color, truly like a doll. But the more he looked at it, the more familiar the doll seemed. It felt strangely similar to Raiden Shogun. Wait a minute, both are dolls, both carry the surname Raiden, and they look so alike. Could Raiden Mai and Raiden Shogun have been made by the same creator? After all, the process of creating puppets likely involved many failed attempts, so having flawed versions like Raiden Mai wouldn't be unusual. So, could this doll not actually be from the system? The system never said that the doll was made by the system. Chapter 44, Villain Simulator. Where did this doll come from? Lucas asked, feeling a bit frantic. Could it have been stolen from Raiden Shogun's stash? I figured she wasn't using it anyway. So it was stolen. This system is too sneaky. System rewards that are stolen? Did you pickpocket or something? Relax, Raiden Shogun's storage is filled with abandoned dolls. It probably won't be noticed. Probably won't be noticed. Lucas mumbled, suddenly realizing something. He quickly started inspecting Raiden Mai's body. As expected of you, not even sparing a doll. I knew it. Lucas pushed aside Raiden Mai's long hair, pointing to a serial number on the back of her neck. Look, this doll is numbered. If Raiden Shogun ever decides to clean out her inventory, she's definitely going to notice one is missing. System, what should I do? Oh, hey, isn't that our neighbor Duoshin? He's gotten so tall since I last saw him. Come here, let me hug you. You're just a system. Don't try to act like you've bumped into an old friend. Just send this thing back before Raiden Shogun notices. Lucas smacked his forehead in frustration and squinted at the number on the back of Raiden Mai's neck. The serial number is LD0413. The moment Lucas finished speaking, the doll suddenly sprang to life, flipping off the bed like a fish leaping out of water. In a mechanical voice, it spoke, serial number LD0413, officially activated. Voice source confirmed. Owner recognition progress, 1%. 50%. 100%, ownership confirmed. After saying this, Raiden Mai turned her gaze to Lucas and said, "Pleased to meet you, my master." A cold sweat began to trickle down Lucas's forehead. He had thought that if the system returned the doll quickly enough, maybe it wouldn't be a big deal. But now, it seemed this doll had already recognized him as its master. Ownership confirmed. It seems there's no going back now. Lucas awkwardly said to Raiden Mai, "Can you, please do a factory reset?" "This command is not understood," Raiden Mai replied, expressionless. "Please give a more specific command, master." "Looks like she can't be reset." "Of course, this is a doll, not a smartphone." "Never mind." Lucas sighed. "Can you power down?" After all, suddenly having a living doll around wasn't easy to manage. Now that the situation was set, the best option was to hide her somewhere no one would find. "Power down." Raiden Mai tried to process the request. "Does Master wish for LD0413 to initiate the self-destruct sequence?" "No, no, no." Lucas quickly shook his head. "That's not what I meant. Tisk tisk, if she self-destructs, all your problems would be solved. You're too soft-hearted." It was true. If Raiden Mai self-destructed, there wouldn't be any evidence left behind. But Lucas just couldn't treat this doll, which looked so much like a real person, as a mere emotionless machine. Wait. An idea popped into Lucas's mind. He stretched out his hand, and in his palm appeared a delicate teapot, which quickly grew larger as it spun in his hand. It was the Sarin Idea Pot, a reward he had received from a loot box earlier. The Sarin Idea Pot's effect was that it provided an independent space outside of Tivat. If Raiden Mai were stored here, she would have no chance of being discovered. This was the first time Lucas had used the Sarin Idea Pot since receiving it. "Enter the Sarin Idea Pot." With Lucas's command, both he and Raiden Mai were sucked into the pot together. The sensation was similar to entering immersive mode. Before him was a beautiful landscape, complete with grasslands, forests, mountains, hills, and streams, everything you could think of. In the game, the Sarin Idea Pot realm was just a platform surrounded by unreachable boundaries. But here, it felt like a true miniature world. The sight brought back memories for Lucas of his time grinding to craft furniture and buildings in the game. Lucas instructed, "You can live here for now." "Understood," Raiden Mai responded mechanically, "Please give me a task, master." "A task?" Lucas scratched his cheek. "There's nothing I really need you to do." At those words, a hint of disappointment seemed to flicker in Raiden Mai's eyes. Unlike Raiden Shogun, she didn't have much of her own consciousness. But for a machine like her, being idle for too long was a cruel fate. "Ahem," Lucas thought for a moment and then said, "Why don't you build some houses here?" He wasn't particularly keen on creating a vacation resort inside the pot, he just wanted to give Raiden Mai something to do so she wouldn't get bored. "Understood." Raiden Mai's spirits seemed to lift at the new task. She turned around and approached a large tree. A blade shot out from her smooth arm, and with a swift slash, she cut the tree clean in half. Then, she retracted the blade, and from her other arm, a chainsaw emerged with a buzzing sound, and she began sawing the wood into pieces. Her movements were so fluid and skilled that Lucas couldn't help but think of a master craftsman. "Wow, this isn't a doll, it's a full-on Swiss Army knife." Raiden Shogun really knows how to make advanced stuff, and Ajuma's tech is definitely the best in Tivat. Meanwhile, over in Mondstadt, the Knights of Favonius had their own little incident. Though it was late at night, the light in the acting Grand Master's office was still on. For Jean, working through the night was nothing unusual. Knock knock knock. Suddenly, there was a light knock at the door. "Come in," Jean said, rubbing her tired eyes. "The door isn't locked." The door opened softly, and standing there, looking a bit distraught, was Barbara. "Barbara." Jean was surprised. "What brings you here so late?" I had a strange dream," Barbara said, wiping away the tears still lingering in the corners of her eyes. "Tonight, can I sleep with you, sister?" Unlike the storyline in the simulator, in reality, Jean and Barbara were still sisters. However, due to their parents' differing views, they parted ways at a young age. Jean remained with the Gunhilder family, receiving a traditional knight's education. She exhibited impressive talent from an early age and was blessed with a vision. Now, at a young age, she had already become the acting Grand Master of the Knights of Favonius. Meanwhile, Barbara followed their father, Seamus Peg, and became a nun at the Church of Favonius. Despite being separated from a young age, the bond between the two sisters remained strong. Still, for various reasons, they usually refrained from calling each other sisters in public. Jean wanted to remind Barbara of this, but seeing her pitiful expression, she softened and gently asked, "Is it another nightmare about the storm terror attacking Mondstadt?" No, that wasn't it at all. Barbara wasn't as fragile as she seemed. In the dream where she became an idol, her sister had been severely injured and lay in a coma. In the end, Barbara had to help her sister end her life. So, upon waking from the dream, the first thing Barbara thought of was rushing to see her sister. Only after confirming that Jean was safe and sound did Barbara finally feel relieved. However, the content of the dream was far too shameful to share, so she nodded and said, "Why yes, it was about the storm terror." "Don't worry," Jean comforted her. "Miss Keqing from Liu Harbor just sent a letter saying they are preparing to send weapons and equipment. When the time comes, I will lead the Knights of Favonius, along with the warriors of the family, to defeat Storm Terror and restore peace to Mondstadt." Recalling the events of her dream, where Jean was gravely injured in the battle against Storm Terror, Barbara blurted out, "No, you can't." "Why not?" Jean was surprised. Barbara was usually calm and gentle, and it was rare for her to react so emotionally. "It's nothing," Barbara said, trying to calm herself. "I'm just afraid you might get hurt." "Don't worry. I'll be fine, and so will everyone else," Jean reassured her. Then, as if remembering something, she added, "By the way, I might be a bit busy over the next couple of days. Could you help receive the representative coming from Liu?" "Of course." Barbara nodded and smiled. "I'd be happy to help ease your workload, sister." "A representative from Liu, hey?" Barbara looked out at the bright moon shining through the window, curious. What kind of person would it be? The next morning, at dawn, Lucas set out with a convoy carrying the equipment from Liu Harbor. If traveling alone on horseback at top speed, one could reach Mondstadt in a day. However, with the convoy, the journey would take much longer, at least 2 days. The trade route between Liu and Mondstadt was generally safe, though occasionally there were attacks by monsters or treasure hoarders. Recently, there had even been rumors of mutated monsters becoming more aggressive. Some people claimed to have encountered slimes 10 times their usual size or whopper flowers capable of extending vines to ensnare targets. Both the Millilith and the Adventurers Guild had dispatched people to investigate, but no significant discoveries had been made. Some even speculated that these rumors were spread by convoy companies to inflate their prices. Indeed, Liu had dedicated convoy companies responsible for transporting goods or protecting merchants. However, this time, Keqing hadn't hired any mercenaries. First, she trusted Lucas's abilities. Second, she had already planted several skilled individuals within the convoy, and on top of that, Zhang Luo, the man who had introduced Lucas to Keqing, was also accompanying them. He had extensive experience in commerce and was more than capable of handling any emergencies that might arise. By noon, the convoy had already traveled dozens of miles. "Brother Lucas, I knew I wasn't wrong about you," Zhang Luo said, riding beside him with a look of admiration. "You've gained Miss Keqing's trust so quickly." "I've just been lucky," Lucas replied modestly with a smile. "Besides, if I hadn't met you, I probably wouldn't have this opportunity." "Well, brother Lucas, when you make it big, don't forget about me," Zhang Luo laughed heartily. "At this pace, we should reach Mondstadt by tomorrow afternoon. When we get there, I'll treat you to drinks at the Cat's Tail." "Isn't Angel's Share the more famous tavern in Mondstadt?" Lucas asked curiously. "Master Diluc's tavern does have excellent wine," Zhang Luo nodded, "but if you haven't tried Miss Diona's special cocktails, you'd regret it for the rest of your life." "Oh, by the way," Lucas suddenly asked, "what do you think of the recent rumors about monster mutations in the area?" "I haven't seen anything like that myself," Zhang Luo stroked his chin, "but according to my sources, there have been reports of strange hilly churls in the area." "Strange hilly churls?" Lucas frowned. "Aren't all hilly churls strange?" "No, I mean like female hilly churls who look almost human," Zhang Luo said with a mysterious grin. "It's said they knock out strong men with wooden clubs and carry them away. There have been more than a dozen cases of men disappearing around here." "Seriously?" Lucas felt a chill down his spine. "Why would they kidnap men?" "No one knows for sure. Some say it's to kill them for food," Zhang Luo shook his head. Others say they're taken as slaves. Who knows? Lucas nodded thoughtfully, but he still couldn't picture what a hilly churl that looked like a human woman would be like. Let's take a break and grab a bite to eat here. The convoy halted beside a lake, and Lucas ordered the group to rest for a while. However, just as he took a sip of water, a faint cry for help came from the nearby forest. Help! Help! Someone's calling for help. Lucas was startled. Zhongluo, did you hear that? Brother Lucas, it's best not to get involved, Zhongluo replied calmly, waving his hand. In a place like this, hearing someone suddenly cry for help is very suspicious, don't you think? Lucas was kind-hearted but not foolish. He quickly realized that Zhongluo had a point. As the saying goes, don't enter the forest, and don't cross water, Zhongluo continued. There could be a trap set up in there. Lucas nodded, but the cries for help continued, growing weaker and more pitiful. Eventually, Lucas couldn't suppress his instincts any longer. He stood up and said, Brother Zhang, you stay here and rest. I'll go check it out. Don't worry, with my skills, even if I run into danger, I can handle myself. Lucas wasn't bragging. Even though he lacked combat experience, the rewards he had accumulated were more than enough to handle strong enemies. Sigh. Zhongluo shook his head with a wry smile. Brother Lucas, you're too kind-hearted for your own good. You'll suffer for it one day. But fine, I can't stop you. Just remember, if anything goes wrong, call for help immediately. Zhongluo had faith in Lucas's abilities. Besides, there were plenty of skilled fighters in the convoy, so even if Lucas left for a while, they could still fend off any threats. Thanks. With that, Lucas quickly headed into the forest. Though the cries were faint now, he followed the sound deeper into the woods. There, hanging upside down from the branch of a large tree, was a blonde girl. Chapter 45, Villain Simulator. However, the girl's attire seemed quite peculiar, almost like an overly elaborate cosplay outfit. Not only that, she wore a black eye patch, leaving only one emerald green eye visible, gleaming like jade. Of course, since she was hanging upside down, her dress wasn't defying gravity like those you see in anime. As a result, her delicate and beautiful figure was fully exposed in front of Lucas. Where are you looking? The blonde girl, realizing her embarrassing situation, started to wriggle and blushed as she said, Hurry up and release me, your princess commands it. Oh, right. Snapping back to reality, Lucas reached out toward the thick branch she was hanging from. With a snap, the branch about as thick as a bowl broke off, causing the girl to immediately fall. This was thanks to the Dendro God gene ability within Lucas, which allowed him to control plants to a certain extent. A mere branch like this was no challenge. Ah! The girl screamed as she fell, but Lucas quickly leaped forward and caught her safely in his arms. You've gained 1000 virtue points. It seemed this trip wasn't in vain after all. Don't worry, Lucas said gently. You're safe now. The girl cautiously opened her eyes, muttering, that was terrifying. But halfway through her sentence, she suddenly cleared her throat and, with a deeper, more dramatic voice, continued, I, who descended from another realm, fell from the heavens unscathed. This height is nothing to someone like me. Is that so? Lucas responded with a slightly awkward smile. However, drib. Golden droplets fell from her clothes onto the ground, shattering into sparkling fragments. The girl stiffened and looked down at the small puddle forming beneath her. Her already flushed cheeks from hanging upside down grew even redder. Don't misunderstand. The girl's face was now hot enough to fry an egg. That's just my sweat. It seems you have quite the, active sweat glands, Lucas said, trying to ease her embarrassment. There's a spring over there. Why don't you wash up? The girl had now immersed herself in the cool spring water. Separated by a large rock, she began to explain her situation to Lucas. I, Fiscal, am the Princess Inderverartialung, sovereign of Imernachtriak. The girl introduced herself, her teeth slightly chattering as she spoke. After descending into this realm, I've disguised myself as an investigator for the Adventurers Guild. As expected. Lucas had already guessed her identity. After all, with her eccentric outfit, eye patch, and the way she referred to herself as Prinzessin, it was hard not to think of Fiscal from the game. Strangely, though, Fiscal's familiar, ounce, wasn't with her. In the game, Fiscal was a full-fledged Chiyunibu, delusional teenager. She was deeply immersed in her own fantasy world, firmly believing herself to be the heroine from the fictional novel The Chronicles of the Princess Fiskal. "So, you're the princessin?" Lucas said, playing along. "It's an honor to meet you. My name is Lucas, and I'm from Liu." What did you call me?" Fiskal's voice wavered, though it was unclear whether it was from the cold or excitement. "Prinsessin, der Verartielung," Lucas repeated. "Why yes. It seems you're not like the ordinary fools," Fiskal said, clearly pleased. Then, suddenly, she seemed to realize something. "Ounce, look. Someone who recognizes my identity. Wait. Where's my familiar?" It was only then that Fiskal realized her familiar, Ounce, was nowhere to be found. She jumped out of the spring in a panic, shouting, "Ounce! Where are you? Your princess summons you." However, instead of Ounce, what greeted her was Lucas, standing there awkwardly. Lucas quickly averted his gaze. "Princessin, perhaps you should put on some clothes first. I've prepared clean ones there right by the spring." "Oh no." The princessin had just been seen completely exposed. In her panic, Fiskal had completely forgotten there was a strange man nearby. But no, this wouldn't do. If she screamed like any ordinary girl, he might think less of her. After all, he was one of the rare people who genuinely believed she was the Princessin der Verartielung. "Don't worry," Lucas reassured her. "I didn't see anything." "Ahem, it wouldn't matter even if you did," Fiskal said, trying to suppress her embarrassment. She crossed her arms and added, "After all, it's just a mere mortal body." "I get it," Lucas said, laughing awkwardly. "Please, just put on your clothes." Since her original outfit was soaked with sweat, Fiskal couldn't wear it anymore. Lucas had exchanged some women's clothes from the Virtue Points shop. Fiskal's comment on the new clothes was direct: "My royal attire is woven from the feathers of 1,000 black swans. This mundane fabric will only stifle my power." "Well, you'll just have to make do for now, Princessin," Lucas shrugged, then asked, "By the way, the Ounce you mentioned, is that your companion?" "Yes, he's my most loyal familiar," Fiskal replied, clenching her fists. "He must have been captured by those hilly churls who drank the blood of demons." "Hilly churls who drank demon blood?" Lucas asked, puzzled. "Is that a new kind of hilly churl? They're a devious lot." Fiskal fumed. "Not only do they look like humans, but they also use underhanded tactics. They ambushed me while I was meditating." "Meditating?" It seemed more like she'd been sleeping when they attacked. "But why didn't those hilly churls capture or hurt you? Why just tie you up here?" Lucas rubbed his chin. Then, realizing something, he exclaimed, "Oh no! It's a diversion." With that, he quickly bolted back toward the convoy. "Wait for me." Fiskal frowned and hurried after him. What happened?" Lucas was stunned by what he saw when they returned to the convoy. The reason was simple. All the weapons and equipment were still there, untouched. But the people guarding the convoy had vanished without a trace. Although the cargo wasn't gold or silver, the high-quality weapons could still fetch a hefty price. This indicated that the attackers' true goal had been to capture people from the start. Lucas couldn't help but remember the conversation he'd had with Zhang Luo earlier. Several adult men had gone missing in the area recently. Could this really be the work of hilly churls? But could simple-minded hilly churls really come up with a plan to lure them away using a fake distress call? "It looks like those hilly churls were behind this," Fiskal said, pointing at the footprints on the ground. "The tracks are fresh. These hilly churls, although their bodies have changed, still don't wear shoes." "Can you track them?" Lucas asked. "Of course. I'm Mondstadt's best investigator." Fiskal puffed out her chest proudly. "Lucas, would you be willing to form a contract with me?" "A contract?" Lucas asked, confused. "What kind of contract?" "Temporarily become my familiar and follow my orders," Fiskal said, striking a somewhat embarrassing pose. "I can help you find the hilly churls' hideout, and you'll help me defeat them. Not that I need help, but those filthy creatures aren't worthy of my power." Her words weren't entirely boastful. Though she had a vision, Fiskal's combat abilities weren't particularly strong. However, thanks to her ability to share vision with Ounce, she had a distinct advantage as an investigator. Many of the key intelligence reports for both the Adventurers Guild and the Knights of Favonius came from Fiskal and Ounce. Her mission at the Mondstadt border was to investigate the rumored mutated hilly churls, but she hadn't expected to be ambushed and used as bait nor to lose her familiar. Even without ounce, Fiskal's experience as an investigator had equipped her with excellent tracking skills. Very well, Lucas agreed without hesitation. Prinzessin, I will gladly serve as your ally, for now. I'm looking forward to your performance, Fiskal replied, her cheeks flushing slightly as she looked at Lucas's gentle smile. If you do well, I might even consider promoting you to a permanent position. As for the convoy's equipment, Lucas considered storing it in the Serenidia pot, but it wouldn't go in. The Serenidia pot followed its own set of rules. For non-living items, only things that belonged to the owner could be stored inside. The convoy's cargo clearly wasn't Lucas's property. The Serenidia pot, being an artifact crafted by an adeptus, had rules in place to prevent anyone from using it for malicious purposes. Fiskal's investigative skills were impressive. Using the traces left by the hilly churls, they soon spotted a camp in the distance. The uniquely shaped watchtower was unmistakably a hilly churl outpost. Strange, Fiskal murmured, peering through binoculars. I've investigated dozens of hilly churl camps, but this one seems different. It's much larger, and the buildings aren't as crude. Damn, when did these creatures learn to build with stone? Before she could finish speaking, Lucas covered her mouth and pulled her into the bushes. Someone's coming. Sure enough, 2 hilly churls, armed with wooden clubs, were patrolling around the camp. But when Lucas saw them, his eyes widened in disbelief. From their masks and weapons to their gait, everything resembled typical hilly churls. But the odd part was that their bodies were not like the usual emaciated hilly churls. Instead, they had the figures of normal human women. The only difference was their slightly tanned skin, which gave them a healthy bronze hue. Moreover, their well-toned, athletic bodies had very defined curves, slim where they should be and, rather well endowed in other areas. Picture here. Simply put, these 2 hilly churls had surprisingly attractive figures. Tisk, tisk, Fiskal whispered, clicking her tongue. Where exactly are you looking? Your eyes are practically falling out. And nothing. Lucas stammered, embarrassed. But, are you sure these are really hilly churls? Lucas had encountered hilly churls in this world before. Compared to the 2 in front of him, there was no real resemblance, not even close. In theory, there were tribal differences among hilly churls, but those differences were usually minor. Some had darker skin, and some were more muscular. But these 2 hilly churls? If someone told Lucas they were humans in cosplay, he might believe them. To be honest, I also found it unbelievable when I first saw them, Fiskal nodded. But considering that some hilly churl tribes have unique individuals like hilly churl berserkers, it's not impossible for other special forms to exist, right? That was true. In hilly churl tribes, stronger hilly churls would grow in size, eventually becoming the more powerful hilly churl berserkers. It was a form of natural selection, survival of the fittest. But what was the point of evolving into something like this? Just to be easier on the eyes? In any case, saving the people and of course, the bird is the priority, Lucas said, his eyes lighting up with an idea. We don't know the situation inside the camp yet, so why don't we disguise ourselves and sneak in? Disguise? Fiskal asked, puzzled. How do we do that? Wait here, Lucas said, cracking his knuckles. I'll go remove their helmets first. Without waiting for a response, Lucas silently slipped out of the bushes. Taking advantage of the hilly churl's lack of awareness, he swiftly struck the neck of one with a chop. The hilly churl didn't even make a sound before collapsing unconscious. The other hilly churl quickly noticed something was wrong. She raised her wooden club and swung it at Lucas with all her might. Wooden clubs were the most common weapons among hilly churls, requiring little to no craftsmanship. But the club in this hilly churl's hand had a dozen iron spikes embedded in it, turning it into a spiked mace. Although hilly churls were generally shorter than adult humans, they possessed surprising strength. Despite the female form, this hilly churl wielded the heavy mace with ease. Lucas deftly stepped back a few paces, dodging the blow. The mace slammed into the ground with a loud thud, leaving a large crater. However, instead of getting frustrated after missing, the hilly churl's eyes hidden behind her mask seemed to glimmer with excitement. She muttered, "Man, strong, chief likes, give to her, reward, a lot." To Lucas's surprise, the hilly churl spoke human language. Though her speech was awkward and stilted, he understood the gist of it. She wanted to capture him for her chief. Before he could react, the excited Hilly Churl swung her spiked mace at him again, charging forward with reckless abandon. Her attacks lacked any form or technique, but her immense strength and speed made her a formidable opponent. Unfortunately for her, that was only against ordinary humans. This time, instead of dodging, Lucas raised his arm and blocked her attack head-on. The spikes pierced his skin, and he felt a sharp pain, but thanks to the ability charging first, the pain transformed into something else, a sense of power, a surge of heroic intent. Chapter 46, Villain Simulator. Charging Fist. Lucas raised his glowing fist and smashed it into the spiked mace. The sheer force shattered the mace instantly, and the energy from his punch surged like a wild beast, sending the Hilly Churl flying. With a thud, the Hilly Churl crashed into a tree and fainted, muttering something barely audible that sounded like, "So good. Wait, was this some kind of masochist Hilly Churl tribe? Amazing." Fiscal suddenly emerged from the bushes, exclaiming before quickly regaining her composure. She tried to act nonchalant and said, "And no surprise, given that you're the familiar I've chosen." "Well, let's borrow their outfits for now," Lucas said, hesitating slightly as he removed one of the Hilly Churl's masks. He had hesitated because he feared that such a well-proportioned body might be paired with a grotesque face, which would be a real shock. But to his surprise, the face beneath the mask looked almost entirely human, except for two long, rabbit-like ears on top of her head. Curious, Lucas tugged gently at one of the ears. The unconscious Hilly Churl flinched slightly, indicating it was real. So, these weren't fake. But why had Hilly Churls transformed into this? "What are you doing, standing there?" Fiscal's voice broke his train of thought. "Didn't you say we'd disguise ourselves as Hilly Churls?" When Lucas turned around, he saw that Fiscal had already changed into one of the Hilly Churl outfits. However, the oversized spiked mace seemed too heavy for her to carry, and more awkwardly, the chest wraps worn by the Hilly Churls were far too loose on Fiscal, whose figure wasn't as well endowed. As expected, she couldn't fill it out. "Hey!" Fiscal suddenly squinted her eyes. "You're not thinking something rude, are you?" "And no, nothing like that." Lucas quickly changed the subject. "But, Prinzessin, your skin tone doesn't quite match these Hilly Churls. Couldn't that be a problem?" Indeed, while the Hilly Churls had a tanned complexion, Fiscal's skin was fair and pale, making the contrast rather obvious. "Don't underestimate an investigator's preparations," Fiscal said, pulling out a bottle that resembled foundation from her belt. "This is camouflage paint. It can temporarily change the color of my skin." As she spoke, she applied some of the paint to her arm, instantly turning her snow-white skin into a shade of light brown. It made sense that an investigator like Fiscal would carry such tools for disguise. "My familiar, accept the first command from your Prinzessin," Fiscal said with a slightly embarrassed expression. "Help me, apply it to my back." The camouflage paint was only applied to exposed skin, and since Hilly Churl outfits consisted of a chest wrap and skirt, Fiscal's back was mostly exposed. With no way to reach her own back, and without ounce to assist, she had no choice but to ask Lucas for help. Lucas didn't overthink it. He grabbed the paint and began applying it to Fiscal's smooth, pale back. Gently." Fiscal blushed. "Though I'm powerful, my mortal body is still quite sensitive." Despite her strong words, the rough sensation of his fingers brushing against her skin sent shivers through her, like an electric current running down her spine. Not that ordinary electricity would affect someone like Fiscal, who had an electrovision. Lucas asked suddenly. "Do I need to apply it under the chest wrap as well? Don't even think about it." Fiscal stammered. "It's fine, nothing will show through the wrap." Lucas agreed, besides, it felt inappropriate to even ask something like that. And so, the two of them finished their odd Hilly Churl disguises, one with a strong, muscular build, and the other much more slender. Fortunately, both wore the Hilly Churl's oversized masks, making their appearance less conspicuous. Now, they could only hope the Hilly Churls weren't clever enough to see through their poor disguise. Mimicking the Hilly Churl's unique, clumsy walking pattern, the two made their way to the entrance of the camp. Just as Fiscal had said, the camp was well hidden but much larger than most Hilly Churl camps. The two female Hilly Churls guarding the entrance didn't seem to notice anything odd about the unusual pair in front of them and nodded, allowing them in. Inside, the camp didn't look much different from a typical Hilly Churl camp, aside from being cleaner. Not far away, animals like boars were enclosed in a pen, and if it weren't for the large hilly churl totem in the center, the place might have been mistaken for a peaceful, remote village. This place is strange. Fiscal whispered, scanning the area. Why are there only female hilly churls here? Generally, hilly churls didn't have obvious gender distinctions, and some scholars even believed they didn't have genders at all, as no one had ever observed them reproducing. Fiscal thought that even if these hilly churls had mutated into humanoid forms, there should still be both males and females. Yet, so far, they hadn't seen a single male. As a transmigrator, Lucas knew that most hilly churls were originally the cursed remnants of Kenria, an ancient civilization destroyed 500 years ago. These cursed people had been transformed into the hilly churl-like creatures wandering Tivat. Hilly churls didn't truly die in the conventional sense. If killed, they would return to the ley lines and eventually revive through them. In other words, the hilly churls wandering Tivat today were all over 500 years old. So, the transformation of these hilly churls into humanoid forms wasn't exactly a mutation. It was more like a form of atavism. Atavism equals reappearance of a characteristic in an organism after several generations of absence. Suddenly, a loud horn echoed through the camp. One of the hilly churls lowered the horn and shouted, "The chief, come out! The men, newly caught, bring them up!" At this, all the hilly churls in the camp immediately stopped what they were doing and lined up in 2 rows, bowing their heads respectfully. Seeing this, Lucas and Fiscal quickly blended in with the others. From the largest building in the camp emerged a tall female hilly churl, easily over 175 centimeters, 5'9". Her feminine features were even more pronounced, and even the smallest of her movements as she walked caused quite a distracting sight for Lucas. So, this was the chief? Could it be that this tribe chose its chief based on size? The bigger, the higher the rank? That would fit the simple-minded nature of hilly churls, after all. The chief raised her arm and shouted, "Bring the men up." Lucas, glancing over, couldn't help but notice nice armpits. Although hilly churls had thick hair on their heads, their bodies were mostly hairless. Moments later, several men with their hands and feet bound were pushed forward by other hilly churls. Among them were Zhang Luo and the rest of the convoy members. So, they really were captured by these hilly churls. However, Lucas knew that these men, though lacking visions, were skilled fighters. They shouldn't have been overpowered so easily by hilly churls. Could it be that these hilly churls had not only changed in appearance but also gained strength? But what was the purpose of capturing these men? Were they to be used as food? That seemed unlikely. There had never been any reports of hilly churls eating human flesh. Were they going to be used as slaves? Also doubtful, as there had been no signs of human enslavement in the camp. Could they be meant for some kind of sacrifice? The female chief walked among the captured men, much like someone inspecting watermelons at a fruit stall. She even patted a few of them before shaking her head in disappointment. "These men, not strong enough," she said in broken human speech. "Give you chance. All of you fight me. Win, and go free." The men exchanged glances. The reason they had lost earlier was due to being vastly outnumbered. Now, it was a one-on-one fight, and their opponent was just one hilly churl. Naturally, they all agreed. After the men were untied, the chief pointed to a weapons rack nearby and said, "Pick what you want. Don't disappoint me." Her words were dripping with provocation. The 7 or 8 men, except for Zhang Luo, who didn't know how to fight, grabbed spiked maces, axes, and other weapons, then surrounded the chief. Luckily, the chief had darker skin while the human men were fair-skinned. Otherwise, Lucas might have been reminded of a certain visual contrast best left unexplored. These men had been trained in Keqing's martial arts school and had plenty of combat experience. They exchanged glances and then moved in unison. Attack! As soon as the command was given, the 7 or 8 skilled men launched a coordinated attack on the female chieftain. Their timing and angles were perfect, moving in unison with impressive synchronization. The chieftain had no room to evade. Humph! Without hesitation, the chieftain raised her enormous spiked club and swung it around in a wide arc. "Taste my big spiked club!" The sheer force of her swing created a shockwave, blasting all her attackers backward with a loud thud. Though the men were trained fighters, they were still ordinary humans and couldn't withstand such monstrous strength. Before they could react, they were thrown back and knocked unconscious. Indeed, as the saying goes, overwhelming strength can defeat even the most skilled techniques. In the face of absolute power, no amount of skill mattered. Disappointing, Utterly disappointing, the chieftain muttered, shaking her head as she swung her giant club. Take them away. The other hilly churls immediately jumped into action, dragging the defeated men away. Zhang Luo, who hadn't participated in the fight, shouted, Chief! Please spare us. Our master will pay a hefty ransom, I thud. One of the hilly churls, irritated by his shouting, knocked him out with a club. Well, that escalated quickly. Lucas began calculating his chances of defeating these hilly churls and escaping unharmed. While the ordinary hilly churls didn't seem too threatening, the chieftain was a different story. Her strength was on par with some of the higher-level Genshin characters. It seemed he needed a different approach. Perhaps poisoning them, knocking them all unconscious, and then escaping with the captives. For someone like Lucas, who preferred to avoid unnecessary conflict, this was the most straightforward plan. He opened the shop's poison section, and a list of strange names appeared: Smiling Half-Step Death, 7-Day Certain Death Pill, Yin Yang Harmony Powder, I Love a Little Stick. Wait, what the heck are these? Lucas hesitated, wondering what kind of strange effects the last two might have if given to the hilly churls. After some thought, he decided to purchase a large bag of Menghan medicine, a knockout powder. His plan was to drug the hilly churls, knock them out, and then call in the Millilith to handle the situation. Although the hilly churls hadn't shown any intention to kill, their habit of kidnapping humans was still a serious problem. Start the fire. With a command from the chieftain, a large cauldron was placed in the center of the camp. This was part of the hilly churl tribe's unique cuisine, similar to a hot pot. Simply put, the hilly churls would take turns throwing ingredients they had gathered into the pot to be cooked together. As for how it tasted, given the randomness of the ingredients, it probably wasn't anything special. One by one, the hilly churls lined up, tossing their ingredients into the pot. There were some relatively normal ingredients like pork legs, pigeon meat, tomatoes, corn, and potatoes. Then there were the odd ones like apples, raspberries, and crystallized cores. One even threw a rock into the pot. When it was Lucas's turn, he hesitated for a moment, then discreetly tossed in a packet of powder, hidden among some lettuce leaves. However, the sharp-eyed chieftain noticed and asked in her deep, rumbling voice, "What did you throw in there?" "Seasoning. Human seasoning. Tastes good." Lucas mimicked the hilly churl's broken speech. To his surprise, the chieftain didn't seem suspicious. In fact, she nodded approvingly and said, "You have good ideas. I like." "Too bad, you are female." Lucas broke into a cold sweat. You don't have any men in this camp anyway." Soon, the peculiar hilly churl hot pot was ready. Even without the knockout powder, the sight of the purple foaming stew was enough to make Lucas lose his appetite. As the hilly churls gathered to eat, they took off their masks. This allowed Lucas to finally see their faces. Just like the two hilly churls he had knocked out earlier, these hilly churls all had human-like female faces. However, their features weren't as sharp as those of Mondstadt residents or as delicate as those from Liu. Instead, their appearance had an exotic touch, and their tan skin didn't seem to have evolved from the original dark hilly churl skin but looked more like their natural complexion. Their grasp of the human language didn't seem to be something they had learned recently. It felt like they already knew it but had become rusty from not using it for so long. The hilly churls devoured the overcooked meat and washed it down with rough, homemade liquor, seeming entirely unbothered by their mutated bodies. In fact, they appeared quite content. It was said that hilly churls wore masks because they feared seeing their distorted, ugly reflections in water. But now, they seemed to have no such concerns. If not for the fact that they kidnapped humans, Lucas would have been reluctant to disturb the peaceful life they had here, far away from civilization. However, perhaps because of their strong physiques, the effects of the knockout powder hadn't kicked in yet. Chapter 47, Villain Simulator. After eating and drinking her fill, the female chieftain suddenly stood up, clapped her hands, and shouted, "Everyone! Let's dance!" Dance? Right after eating? Aren't they worried about indigestion? All the hilly churls immediately stood up and began dancing along with the chieftain in a series of strange, rhythmic movements. It seemed that even after transforming into humanoid forms, they retained many of their hilly churl habits. What should we do?" Fiscal asked nervously. I don't know how to dance." "It's fine. Just jump around randomly," Lucas said, pulling her to her feet. "If we don't join in, they'll definitely suspect something. Hang in there, the medicine should kick in soon. Ugh, this is so embarrassing. Fiscal groaned as she reluctantly followed the strange dance moves of the hilly churls. If anyone ever dares to record this in the chronicles of the Princess der Verartialung, I swear I'll personally smite them. Meanwhile, the chieftain continued dancing while chanting strange lyrics in rhythm. I am a hilly churl. We need to reproduce. Reproduction needs men. Weak men won't do. Our offspring won't be strong. Where are the strong men? Where? For some reason, as the chieftain sang, Lucas couldn't help but think of the tune of a folk song about Yunnan province. But from the lyrics, it became clear the reason they were capturing men was for reproduction. Survival and reproduction are basic instincts for nearly all living creatures, and monsters are no exception. After transforming into humanoid forms, these hilly churls naturally developed a reproductive instinct. However, since there were no males in their tribe, they resorted to kidnapping human men. But even in choosing mates, the hilly churls maintained their monstrous instincts of natural selection. They sought strong mates, believing that only strong fathers could pass on strong genes, which explained why they had no interest in weaker men. Of course, for these powerful hilly churls, ordinary humans likely wouldn't meet their standards. I can't take this anymore. Fiscal panted, struggling to keep up with the bizarre dance. I can't keep dancing. Perhaps because of her petite figure, or maybe due to the reduced friction from her sweat, there was a sudden snap, and the chest wrap that had been barely holding on slipped from her body and fell to the ground. Normally, such a thing wouldn't matter much to the free-spirited hilly churls. Many of them had already discarded their clothes in the heat of the dance. But because Fiscal had only applied camouflage paint to the skin outside her chest wrap, the stark contrast between her pale and painted skin immediately caught everyone's attention. Luckily, there were no males in the tribe, or else Fiscal might have faced a different kind of embarrassment. You! The chieftain pointed at Fiscal and shouted angrily, "You're not one of us." Wait! Fiscal hastily covered herself and stammered, I just have lighter skin." "It's not about your skin color," the chieftain said, shaking her head and pointing at Fiscal's chest. "In our tribe, no one is that small." Lucas could almost hear the sound of something shattering. It was probably Fiscal's pride. Thankfully, she was still wearing a mask, so no one could see her likely mortified expression. "You're a human. A liar. A bad person." The chieftain growled, clearly hating deception. "Take her away and punish her." Things were falling apart just when the knockout powder was about to take effect. As the hilly churls approached to grab Fiscal, Lucas could no longer stand by. He stepped in front of her, removed his mask, and shouted, "Stop! Don't move!" The moment the chieftain saw Lucas, her eyes lit up with interest. She clenched her fists excitedly and said, "A man, not like the others." "That's right, I am a man," Lucas said, trying to buy time. "You said earlier that if we defeat you, we can leave, correct?" "Correct." The chieftain nodded. "Hilly churls don't lie. Unlike humans, who are deceitful." "Hey!" Fiscal whispered urgently from behind him. "Are you really going to fight this monster?" Fiscal had initially thought little of the hilly churls, but after witnessing the strength of the chieftain who was far stronger than a hilly churl berserker, she was concerned. The group of men who had fought her together couldn't win, so what chance did Lucas have alone? "Don't worry," Lucas said, turning slightly to give her a reassuring smile. "I'll protect you." "Protect me?" Fiscal's face turned red as she bit her lip. "Who asked you to protect me?" "I am the Princess der Verartialung, ruler of the Immernachtreich." Yes, Lucas chuckled softly. "But protecting you is the duty of a familiar, isn't it?" "Familiar's duty." Watching Lucas walk toward the chieftain, Fiscal steadied her breath, muttering to herself, saying such unfair things. "I guess I have no choice but to promote you." "Choose your weapon," the chieftain said confidently, gesturing to the weapon rack like she had done before. There was something different about this man. He had an unusual aura, unlike any of the other captured men. But the chieftain was confident in her strength and had no intention of holding back. She wanted to meet a man strong enough to defeat her, but she would never go easy on anyone. "No need, I have my own." Lucas reached into the void and pulled out the sword Keqing had gifted him, the lion's roar. As he drew the blade, it let out a clear, ringing sound. "Don't disappoint me." The chieftain charged forward with her spiked club, moving with the force of a tank. Though she was tall and well-built, her speed and power were overwhelming. Vine snare. Lucas extended his hand toward the ground, and suddenly, a thick vine shot up from the earth, tripping the chieftain. This was a move Lucas had developed by mastering his ability to control plants using vines to trip up enemies. Of course, this technique had its limitations. It only worked on plant-filled terrain, and it wasn't effective against agile opponents. However, the straightforward chieftain had no idea how to counter such a tactic. With a loud crash, she tripped over the vine and fell flat on her face. Fortunately for her, she was naturally well padded, so the fall didn't cause much harm. Seeing his opportunity, Lucas didn't hesitate. He gripped the lion's roar and slashed at the chieftain. The swordsmanship he used was the Favonius swordmanship, Wolf's Fang, a skill he had learned in the simulator. Though he had only mastered its form and not its true essence, even the form alone was enough to rank him among the top swordsmen. The chieftain, who relied solely on brute strength and reckless charges, had never encountered such refined and elusive swordplay. She found herself unable to land a single blow, being forced back step by Lucas's precise strikes. Yet, instead of feeling frustrated, a glimmer of excitement appeared in her eyes. Finally, after so long, she had found a male who could fight her. How could she not be thrilled? Her plan for reproduction would begin today. For some reason, when Lucas looked into the fiery eyes of the female chieftain, he felt less like her opponent and more like a piece of meat on a chopping block. To be fair, the chieftain's exotic features held a certain allure, but the savage, crazed grin on her face made her seem ferociously dangerous. "My blood is burning." Like a character straight out of JoJo, the chieftain reached her peak of excitement, her body emanating a crimson aura akin to battle energy. The veins on her skin bulged, and her strength and speed skyrocketed. Each time Lucas blocked the spiked club, the impact sent painful shocks through his arms. "Come on! Show me just how strong you really are." The chieftain, now in a frenzied state, attacked Lucas with a relentless storm of strikes, yelling wildly, "Don't stop! I need more!" Not only was the chieftain getting hyped, but the surrounding hilly churls were also growing increasingly excited. In truth, many of them had been waiting for someone to defeat their leader. If the chieftain fell, they might get a piece of the rewards themselves. The chieftain had long enforced a rule that only strong men could be used for reproduction, not weaklings. Lucas found himself on the defensive, forced back by the chieftain's fierce barrage of attacks. Nearby, Fiscal, growing concerned, shouted, "If you can't win, just give up. After all, once the drug kicked in, the hilly churls would all pass out." Of course, even Fiscal knew better than to shout out this plan. Lucas had no desire to prolong the fight, but the relentless attacks from the raging chieftain left him no chance to catch his breath. The chieftain swung her spiked club high, and when she slammed it down, though Lucas blocked the attack with his sword, the immense force drove his feet deep into the ground. "You're not strong enough," the chieftain said, shaking her head. "It's a shame. Surrender. Watch closely, I've still got." Lucas suddenly raised his left hand, revealing the giant's gauntlet. All the damage he had blocked earlier had been absorbed into the gauntlet's power through charging fist. Another hand. His fist rapidly swelled in size like an inflated balloon. Before the chieftain could react, Lucas unleashed all the stored-up energy in a devastating blow. Thud. The thick spiked club shattered on impact, and the chieftain herself was launched backward, crashing to the ground. The power of charging fist was simple: the more damage the user took, the more devastating the counterattack. Lucas had just returned all the accumulated damage to the chieftain in a single hit. Ugh! The chieftain coughed up blood, using the broken club as a crutch to help herself up. But instead of anger, she smiled. "I lost. You're big. I like that." Of course, she was talking about his fist. But according to the straightforward logic of the hilly churls, a big fist meant everything else was big too. "I apologize," Lucas said, massaging his sore hand. "I trust you'll keep your word and let us go. Also, I'm taking the others with me." "Of course," the chieftain replied, nodding. "Hilly churls don't lie. With you here, the others don't matter." She then stepped forward and grabbed Lucas's wrist, laughing heartily. "The ceremony is complete. You may leave." "Ceremony?" Lucas asked, puzzled. "What ceremony?" "The ceremony for reproduction. You're strong, so your offspring will be strong too," the chieftain said, pulling Lucas toward her tent. Come into the hut with me. Wait. This wasn't part of the deal. Lucas exclaimed, half laughing, half panicking. Is it really necessary to go this far for reproduction? Around them, the other hilly churls began chanting in unison, let us have a child. Let us have a child. Let us have a child. Patience. The chieftain declared righteously. Everyone will get a child. One by one. One by one. In the simulator, this might have been doable. But in real life? Not a chance. Lucas glanced desperately at Fiscal, hoping for help, but her expression was filled with amusement. Her eyes practically said it all. Why not just sacrifice yourself for the greater good? Just as Lucas was torn between self-sacrifice and survival, the chieftain suddenly staggered and collapsed, falling asleep on the ground. The effects of the knockout powder had finally kicked in. The other hilly churls also began swaying, eventually dropping to the ground, one after another. They're down. They're down. With Lucas's call, the once rowdy hilly churl camp instantly fell silent. It was undeniable that these hilly churls had incredible endurance. If an ordinary human had consumed that amount of Munghan medicine, they would have been unconscious in minutes, but these hilly churls had managed to hold out much longer. Finally, it's over, Fiscal said, letting out a sigh of relief. As the Princess Inder Verartialung, I sentence you all to wait. What exactly is the crime? Attempted something, Lucas replied casually. Anyway, let's free the captives and find your bird. Oh right, my bird. Fiscal suddenly corrected herself, looking flustered. It's not a bird. It's my familiar. At that moment, the sound of footsteps approached from the camp's entrance. Lucas turned to see a group of about 10 people, all dressed as adventurers, entering the camp. The man at the front, who appeared to be their leader, was a brown-haired man in his 30s. His face showed a brief flash of surprise upon seeing the scene, but he quickly composed himself. Looking at Lucas, he said, "We're from the Adventurers Guild, here to deal with the mutated hilly churls. Leave these hilly churls to us." Just as Lucas was about to respond, the system notification appeared suddenly. Liar's Bane activated. Target statement detected as false. You guys arrived pretty late. Fiscal remarked, unaware of the lie, and asked, which guild are you with, anyway? I don't seem to recall seeing you before. Though Fiscal was young, she had worked with the Adventurers Guild for quite some time. Despite her eccentric behavior, she was well acquainted with many adventurers, even though she only had a few friends. Chapter 48, Villain Simulator. As an investigator, Fiscal was familiar with almost every adventuring team, from the well-established Windborne Adventurers Guild and Dandelion Adventurers Guild to the one-man Bennett adventuring team. Yet, she had no recollection of the adventurer group before her. Her suspicion confirmed that this so-called adventuring team was indeed suspicious. The man, however, didn't seem fazed. He calmly replied, "We are the Pale Adventuring Team. We travel across many nations and aren't based in any one city. It's normal that you haven't heard of us. My name is..." "Your name is Afriel. You're a retired captain from Sneznia, fond of strong spirits and archery. You enjoy dark rye bread and have 2 sons and a daughter," Lucas interrupted. "If I'm not mistaken, your team also includes Nukeg, a thief from Fontaine, and Tanakajiro, a samurai from Inajima. Am I right?" The group's faces filled with shock, and the man named Afriel frowned. How do you know that? These backstories are common false identities used by Fatui operatives during covered missions, Lucas said casually. "Which division are you from, and who's your superior?" Lucas knew this because, in the simulator, he had once served as the Fatui Harbinger, the doctor. He had learned much about the Fatui's tactics and methods. To his surprise, the real Fatui operated with the same template as in the simulator. While these hilly churls had kidnapped humans, they meant no harm. However, if the Fatui got hold of them, who knew what experiments or horrors would ensue? No one knew the Fatui's methods better than the doctor himself. The Fatui members exchanged uneasy glances. They didn't recognize the man in front of them, but the internal hierarchy of the Fatui was incredibly convoluted. Who knew if he was some hidden higher-up? There was even a story about a clueless Fatui recruit who mocked the Harbinger Scaramouche for being short and was punished with 3 years of latrine duty. Afriel narrowed his eyes and asked, "Who are you?" Lucas, not wanting to escalate things further, smirked coldly. You don't seem like rookies. How can you not recognize a harbinger? When you return to Snezhnaya, you'd better be ready to run laps around Red Square while shouting, I'm sorry, Lord Tartaglia, I'll keep saying it until you can hear me. Channeling the commanding aura he had mastered as a harbinger in the simulator, Lucas radiated an intimidating presence. Liar's Bane activated, intelligence check required. Check successful, the target is deceived. An intelligence check? This felt more like a tabletop RPG. But, luckily for Lucas, these Fatui operatives had never seen Tartaglia in person. They only knew he was young, handsome, temperamental, and extraordinarily powerful qualities that seemed to match the man before them. Coupled with the dark, calculating aura Lucas was exuding, they were convinced he wasn't bluffing. Collecting these hilly churls was an order from the doctor. Afriel quickly bowed. We didn't mean to offend you, Lord Tartaglia. Once the mission is complete, we'll be sure to put in a good word for you with the doctor. So, these were the doctor's underlings? This felt like a classic case of mistaken identity. Though Lucas didn't know much about the doctor in this world, if he was even remotely similar to the one in the simulator, it was clear these transformed hilly churls were likely the result of his experiments. Trying to use the doctor's name against me. Lucas scoffed, fully embracing the role. These hilly churls are my prey. If you think you can take them from me, you're welcome to try. The tension in the air grew thick with a subtle hint of danger. The Fatui operatives stood frozen in silence. I understand, Afriel finally sighed. Lord Tartaglia, forgive us. We'll leave now. Afriel knew that if he reported back to the doctor, the worst he'd face was some punishment. But if he angered Tartaglia, he might lose his life. As the group began to depart, Lucas let out a sigh of relief. However, at that moment, footsteps came from a nearby tent, and Zhang Luo emerged, holding a short knife. It appeared he had cut himself free. Brother Lucas. Zhang Luo called out with a smile. I knew you'd come to rescue me. When we get back, I'll make sure to sing your praises to Lady Keqing. Lucas face-palmed. Zhang, my man, thank you, but you just ruined everything. The departing Fatui operatives froze, their expressions growing dark. Damn it! Afriel snarled through clenched teeth. You dare deceive the Fatui? You must be courting death. What's going on? Zhang Luo asked, still oblivious to the situation. Before he could finish speaking, a sharp crossbow bolt pierced his abdomen. Afriel, holding a small crossbow, sneered coldly. These people know too much. Kill them all. Leave no survivors. Brother Zhang. Lucas's pupils dilated with shock. Though he hadn't known Zhang Luo for long, the man had always been kind and helpful. Even though Zhang had accidentally exposed their cover, Lucas felt no anger toward him. Now, seeing Zhang cut down in cold blood, even the normally calm Lucas felt a surge of fury. His dark irises began to glow faintly with a red hue. Kill the liar first. Afriel barked, gesturing toward Fiscal with a cruel smile. As for the girl, she's pretty enough. We can have some fun with her before we're done. The other Fatui members grinned lecherously at his suggestion. Boom! A deafening bang echoed in the air, startling Afriel. A strange coldness swept over him, and he looked down to see a bloodied chunk of flesh, a severed ear on the ground by his feet. After a brief moment of shock, Afriel finally registered the excruciating pain and let out a scream. I may not be Tartaglia. Lucas's eyes were cold. But Tartaglia might have spared you. I won't. It's a firearm. Afriel gritted his teeth through the pain, commanding, find cover. Firearm troops, prepare to counterattack. The Fatui soldiers, well trained as they were, reacted quickly. But before they could find shelter, two sharp pops rang out. Two Fatui soldiers were shot directly between the eyes, falling to the ground instantly. This time, Lucas wasn't using rubber bullets. This was his first time killing someone in the real world, but strangely, he felt no turmoil. It was as though he had just performed a mundane task. Perhaps it was because, in the simulator, he had already taken countless lives. Redeem skill gun kata. Skill redeemed. Gun kata beta. Effect, a combat technique that combines close quarters combat with firearms. Must be equipped with at least one firearm to use. Fire. At Afriel's order, two riflemen raised their firearms and shot at Lucas. Guns weren't uncommon in Tivat. Although powerful, they were cumbersome to reload and maintain. As a result, only Shenhe deployed them on a large scale. The rifleman's shots weren't bullets but pellets. One grazed Lucas's cheek, while the other hit him square in the forehead. Got him. Afriel grinned wickedly. Not so tough after all, hey. Tough after all, hey. Lucas's voice echoed. The pellet hadn't pierced Lucas's skull but had dropped harmlessly to the ground, as if hitting steel. Only a shallow mark was left on his forehead. Effect of Diamond Body activated, 90% of damage blocked, remaining uses for the day, 0. True, Lucas didn't have the monstrous body of the doctor from the simulator, but his Diamond Body skill had helped absorb much of the damage. The riflemen were low tier, unable to wield elemental powers, but their ammunition was still potent enough to pierce boar hide. Yet to this man, it was nothing more than a scratch. He's a monster. One of the riflemen trembled violently, dropping his weapon and trying to flee. He didn't get far before a shot to the back of his head ended his escape. 3 bullets left. 7 targets remaining, Lucas said as he charged forward, wielding both a gun and a sword. Damn it! Seeing Lucas charging, Afriel discarded his crossbow and drew a short sword. He swung at Lucas, but his strength were not even close to the hilly churl chieftain that Lucas had already bested earlier. With one swing, Lucas's sword shattered Afriel's blade. At that moment, a rifleman behind Lucas finished reloading and fired at him again. Lucas, as if he had eyes on the back of his head, grabbed Afriel by the collar and used him as a shield. The shot hit Afriel in the chest, leaving a bloody hole. These 3 bullets. Lucas pressed his M1911 to Afriel's lower back and fired 3 shots. 3 more holes appeared in Afriel's body. Are for Zhongluo. Lucas casually discarded Afriel's corpse like a broken toy. He brought the smoking gun to his nose, inhaling the scent of gunpowder deeply. His body trembled ever so slightly. Rather than feeling anxious or uncomfortable from taking his first life, Lucas felt a long-lost thrill. After reloading the magazine with expert precision, Lucas fired 2 shots into the air before turning to the remaining 6 Fachui soldiers. He smiled. There are 5 bullets left in the magazine. One of you might survive. The 6 soldiers, already terrified by Lucas's monstrous prowess, dropped their weapons and fled, hoping to outrun the others. They weren't fighting Lucas now, they were racing against each other to live. Former comrades were now their greatest threat. Boom! A loud crash followed by a scream. One of the soldiers tripped over a vine and desperately grabbed the leg of the person in front of him. Help! Help me! Get off me! His plea was answered with a vicious kick. Dazed, the soldier looked up, only to see the barrel of Lucas's gun pointed at him. One down. Clapping his hands, Lucas called out to the fleeing soldiers with a famous movie quote, "Run, Forrest, run." The sound of gunfire cracked through the air like a whip. The soldiers ran faster, feeling as if the Grim Reaper himself was chasing them. In Lucas's mind, the fleeing soldiers began to morph, turning into the Mondstadt citizens who had once thrown garbage at him, the soldiers of Shenhe who had tried to stop him, even the Fachui Harbinger Capitano and the Tsaritsa herself. Second down. A bullet pierced through a soldier's throat, sending a fountain of blood spraying several meters into the air. Third down. The 3rd soldier was shot in the lung. He wouldn't die instantly, but the blood and air leaking from his chest would soon suffocate him. 4th and 5th. Thanks to his doctor talent, Lucas's knowledge of the human body allowed him to target precisely where his bullets would be most lethal. 5 shots, 5 corpses. The final surviving soldier, now several hundred meters away, screamed with joy. I'm alive! I survived! But at that moment, the ground trembled. A massive shadow loomed over him. The surviving soldier slowly turned, only to find himself facing a colossal creature with black armor plating and blue stripes across its body. Its sharp horns and clawed limbs gleamed under the sunlight. The beast opened its maw wide, and within it, a large fireball began to form. No! Before he could finish his plea, the fireball engulfed him, reducing him to a charred corpse. Return, Greymon. Far in the distance, Lucas held a pokeball between his fingers, and the massive creature dissolved into light, returning to the pokeball in his hand. This was one of the rewards he had obtained from the loot box, Greymon. I only said I wouldn't shoot, Lucas said softly. Of course, no one was left to hear him. As the battle ended, Lucas finally realized he had just killed 10 people. More precisely, it wasn't a fight, it was a massacre. And yet, his heart remained unsettlingly calm. Chapter 49, Villain Simulator. He knew perfectly well that this was reality, not the simulator. Yet, the coldness and killing instinct honed in the simulator wouldn't just disappear because he was back in the real world. If forced to choose between killing and being killed, Lucas would always choose the former without hesitation. Well done. The system's praise sounded more like a mockery. No big deal. This time, Lucas didn't argue with the system, almost as if he was mocking himself. However, upon returning to the camp, he found something unbelievable. Zhang Luo, who had taken an arrow to the abdomen earlier, was now waving at Lucas as if nothing had happened. Brother Zhang, you're okay? Lucas asked, bewildered. Ha, when you're out in the world, you have to be prepared, Zhang Luo replied, lifting his shirt to reveal an iron pot hidden beneath. The arrow had only pierced through the pot's bottom and hadn't harmed him. I secretly hid it when I slipped away. Lucas had to admit, while Zhang Luo's combat skills were average, his shrewd awareness of how to survive in an often hostile environment were impressive. It's my fault. Lucas sighed. If I hadn't fallen for the trap, you wouldn't have been captured. No worries. And didn't you save that little girl, anyway? Zhang Luo seemed unfazed and chuckled. Besides, these hilly churls didn't harm us. It was just a close call. This was more than just a close call. Fiscal, who had been silent until now, spoke with a complex expression. I didn't expect this matter to involve the Fatui. You didn't leave any survivors, did you? No, Lucas replied calmly. Good, Fiscal sighed in relief. If the Fatui found out what you did, it would have caused serious trouble. Surprisingly, Fiscal didn't seem to have any moral qualms about his recent killings. If anything, she appeared to approve. What is it? Fiscal seemed to notice Lucas's confusion and frowned. Don't tell me you thought I, the Prinzessin, would be scared of a few corpses. Lucas didn't answer but nodded slightly. Don't think the job of an investigator is just traveling around, observing the movement of monsters. Fiscal's eyes showed a hint of complexity. Investigating missing adventurers is also part of the job. I've seen my share of bodies, whether they were smashed by hilly churl berserkers or dissolved by slime acid. At that moment, Lucas realized he had oversimplified Tivat. This wasn't some sanitized 12+ game world, and the monsters were far from cute or harmless. Every year, new adventurers eagerly filled out their registration forms, but most of them did not last more than 3 years. They either retired due to severe injuries or quit because of the mental toll. Of course, many of them never returned from their adventures at all. Wait, they were really from the Fatui. Zhang Luo's face paled with alarm. We'd better leave before we get into more trouble. Lucas searched Afriel's body and found a Fatui insignia hidden close to his skin. Frowning, he said, he was a Fatui sergeant. Their mission records will be logged, and these insignias usually have tracking functions. It won't be long before someone comes looking for them. So, what do we do now? Even the experienced Zhang Luo was momentarily at a loss. First, we need to get rid of these bodies. Dispose of the bodies. Lucas's eyes lit up. Why didn't I think of that earlier? He summoned the Serenidia pot. We'll toss the bodies in here. That way, no one will ever find them. Throw the bodies into a teapot. Fiscal looked puzzled. Wait, is this the Serenidia pot? Zhang Luo's eyes gleamed with excitement. This is an incredibly rare treasure. Was this something the young lady gave you? Yeah, sort of, Lucas nodded, playing it off casually. He couldn't exactly tell them it was something he had exchanged from the system's store. Zhang Luo, ever the shrewd observer, began to suspect that Lady Keqing saw Lucas as more than an ordinary servant. She had assigned him missions, given him precious items, and the sword in his hand must have been from her as well. This whole escort mission seemed like an opportunity to polish up a future husband. With that thought in mind, Zhang Luo's respect for Lucas deepened. In no time, the three of them tossed the 10 bodies into the Serenidia pot. Afterward, Lucas noticed that Fiscal was staring at him with an odd expression. Is there something wrong? Lucas asked, perplexed. I've had a strange feeling ever since earlier. Fiscal narrowed her eyes suspiciously. Why are you so familiar with the Fatui? You even managed to fool actual members of the Fatui. Who are you really? Despite her eccentric, Chnabi persona, Fiscal was Mondstadt's top investigator. Her sharp observational skills were unparalleled. She once organized a fanfiction contest called Fiscal, Princess of Judgment, Tales of the Abyssal Knight using her own money. She rejected every single submission that didn't strictly adhere to the original lore. Any slight deviation in character or background settings was immediately spotted and disqualified. The winner, a work by Little Amy, was criticized for being too focused on rigidly sticking to the lore, making it boring. While technically accurate, it was lifeless. The lesson? No matter how detailed the lore is, what truly makes a story engaging is its ability to entertain. Overemphasizing accuracy at the expense of storytelling turns even the most detailed work into dull reading. Faced with Fiscal's question, Lucas suddenly realized that his behavior had indeed been suspicious. Though the events in the simulator were virtual, he had grown so used to living as the Doctor that it had become second nature. When he deceived the Fatui soldiers earlier, it wasn't just acting, it felt like he was drawing from his real experience. As Lucas was considering how to craft a believable lie, Fiscal suddenly smirked. Even if you don't admit it, I've already figured it out. You're really a Fatui harbinger, aren't you? Lucas froze. How could she have known about his identity from the simulator? You were originally the undead king of a necromantic kingdom. Your queen was the Empress of Flames. But one day, you were betrayed by your subjects, and during the rebellion, your queen sacrificed herself to protect you. Fiscal pulled out a notebook and began writing feverishly. Your grief turned into a burning rage, and you destroyed your entire kingdom. After losing your beloved queen, you wandered through countless realms like a walking corpse, eventually arriving in Tivat just like me. Wait. Lucas interrupted, realizing where this was going. You're making all of this up, aren't you? Don't interrupt me. Clearly inspired, Fiscal continued her fantastical tale. After 500 years of wandering, you finally found someone in Snezhnia who looked exactly like your lost queen. She was a Fatui harbinger. To be close to her, you joined the Fatui and rose to become a harbinger yourself. Lucas knew that this was just Fiscal's snobby imagination at work, but he couldn't help feeling a bit startled. Her fictional story seemed to align oddly with the simulator's events. But eventually, you realized she wasn't your true love. Heartbroken, you left the Fatui, assumed a new identity, and settled in Liu Harbor. Fiscal snapped her notebook shut, pointing dramatically at Lucas. But fate has decreed that you and I would meet. The undead king from the necromantic realm is destined to become my vassal. For a moment, Lucas was speechless. Just then, a loud screech echoed from the sky, and a black raven swooped down, circling a few times before landing on Fiscal's shoulder. Ounce! Fiscal exclaimed in surprise. Weren't you captured? Miss, you're safe, thank goodness, the raven spoke in a surprisingly gentlemanly voice. Those hilly churls couldn't possibly catch me. After you were knocked unconscious and strung up, I couldn't use my power, so I went to find help. When I returned, you were gone, so I figured you'd escape to rescue me. I followed your trail and found you here. Thank the heavens you're all right. Those lowly hilly churls could never pose a threat to me. Fiscal replied, clearly trying to save face. Of course, my other vassal helped a little. Ounce, meet the undead king from the necromantic realm. He's already sworn allegiance to me. To avoid arousing Fiscal's suspicion further, Lucas reluctantly said, yes, I am the undead king. Ounce gave Lucas a sympathetic look. A pleasure to meet you, undead king. I am Ounce, Miss Fiscal's loyal retainer. Ugh, this is mortifying. If a 5-year-old said they were Ultraman, people might think it was cute. But a 20-year-old saying something like this? People would think they are delusional. Ounce fluttered onto Lucas's shoulder, whispering, I'm terribly sorry. By now, you've probably realized that our miss isn't quite like other people. It's fine, Lucas smiled. Actually, I think she's quite charming. Thank you for indulging her. As for this undead king business, please don't take it to heart. Ounce paused for a moment before continuing. A young astrologer told Miss Fiscal not long ago that she would meet an undead king from another world. I assume it was just meant to be a joke, but Miss Fiscal took it seriously and even wrote an elaborate backstory. A young astrologer? Lucas could only think of Mona. But if Mona had said it, there might be something to it. Her astrology was known to be quite accurate, and she never softened her predictions. The undead king, that was just an identity from the simulator. It had to be a coincidence. Oh, right, Fiscal said, pointing to the unconscious hilly churls. What are you going to do with them? If we just leave, the Fatui will come back and capture them. From the information he had gathered, Lucas had already deduced that these hilly Shural's transformation was linked to the Fatui, likely the result of one of the doctor's experiments. I don't have much choice, Lucas sighed. Looks like I'll have to take responsibility for this. Half an hour later. Yawn. The hilly Chural chieftain stretched and opened her eyes, only to find herself in unfamiliar surroundings. The environment was pleasant, with several wooden huts standing around her. Though simple, they were sturdy. This was, of course, the world inside the Serenidia pot, and the huts had been constructed by Raiden Mai. Lucas had given her the task of building houses just to keep her occupied, but to his surprise, she had built an entire village. As the chieftain woke, the other hilly churls began to stir as well, all of them astonished by their new surroundings. You're all finally awake, Lucas said as he stepped forward. Everyone, look at me. I've got an announcement. I'm, your new chieftain. Hilly churls had a simple social structure, and in most tribes, the strongest individual became the leader. Lucas didn't particularly care about being their chieftain, just as humans wouldn't aspire to become a king of monkeys. Instead of explaining the complicated situation, it was easier to have them submit and follow orders. The hilly churls were confused and turned to their original chieftain. Surprisingly, she removed her mask, the symbol of leadership, and handed it to Lucas. Smiling, she said, "You are strong, stronger than me. You be chieftain." With their former leader's approval, the other hilly churls didn't hesitate and all began chanting chieftain. Since I'm now your chieftain, you'll all have to follow my orders, Lucas nodded. From today, you'll live here. There are no humans here, so you can roam freely. Hearing this, the hilly churls were overjoyed. After all, while they were stronger than humans, their numbers were small, which forced them to hide their camps in remote, hidden locations to avoid human detection. Living without the threat of humans meant they could live freely. So, when do we start reproducing? The hilly churl chieftain grabbed Lucas's arm again. I've been waiting. Not yet. Lucas had anticipated this and already had a plan in mind. You're not strong enough yet. You don't have the right to bear my offspring. You make a good point, the chieftain nodded seriously. So what do we need to do to earn the right? Simple, Lucas pointed to Raiden Mai, who was busy with carpentry nearby. Just defeat her. The chieftain hadn't expected that earning the right to reproduce would be so simple. Without a second thought, she grabbed a wooden club and charged at Raiden Mai, shouting enthusiastically, "Long live reproduction!" However, despite the chieftain's aggressive approach, Raiden Mai remained perfectly calm. Like a machine, she muttered to herself, "Hostile target detected. Estimated threat level, low. Adjusting combat mode to suppression. Additional directive, do not cause fatal harm." In an instant, Raiden Mai extended a sharp blade from her arm, slicing the chieftain's wooden club in half. She then delivered a seemingly effortless palm strike to the chieftain's chest, sending her flying several meters through the air. Raiden Mai, after all, was created by Raiden Ei as a backup puppet to take her place, even though she wasn't ultimately chosen. Among all the backups, her quality was exceptional. Even without specific training from Raiden Ei, Raiden Mai possessed high-level strength. Dealing with a mutated hilly churl was an easy task for her. Of course, the non-lethal directive had been set by Lucas in advance. Without it, Raiden Mai, with her lack of restraint, might have easily killed the chieftain. These hilly churls, being simple-minded and revering strength, now gazed at Raiden Mai with newfound respect. "I'll leave the management of these hilly churls to you," Lucas said, patting Raiden Mai on the shoulder. "But they'll need something to do." In the Serenidia pot realm, the hilly churls no longer needed to worry about survival, which would leave them with a lot of free time. Rather than letting them grow lazy and idle, it was better to find something productive for them to do. They couldn't keep building houses forever. At Raiden Mai's current rate, they'd have an entire neighborhood constructed in a few days, but it would be useless. No one was going to come here to buy homes anyway. Lucas didn't seem to realize why he was thinking this way. Perhaps it was a lingering influence from the last simulation, where he had lived the mindset of a capitalist. He had to extract every bit of value from these hilly churls. Raiden Mai appeared to understand Lucas's intent. She scanned him up and down before her gaze settled on the sword at his waist. "Master, may I borrow your sword for a moment?" "My sword?" Lucas didn't think much of it and handed over the lion's roar at his waist. "If you like it, I'll get you one someday. This one was a gift from Keqing, so I can't give it to you. Raiden Mai carefully held the sword, and from her eyes, beams of light emerged to scan the lion's roar. She muttered to herself, authentic craftsmanship, quality verified. Material analysis complete. Replication and forging possible. Chapter 50, Villain Simulator. Lucas, half understanding, asked, so you're saying, you can forge this sword? Yes, Raiden Mai nodded. Once I scan a weapon, I can analyze its materials and forging process. This made Lucas recall that Raiden Mai's creator, Raiden Ei, was a renowned master blacksmith. It wasn't surprising that her automaton would inherit her knowledge and craftsmanship. In that case, you can spend your free time forging weapons, Lucas said with a nod. When I find other rare items in the future, I'll bring them for you to examine too. On the continent of Teyvat, where monsters roamed and adventurers abounded, the weapons industry was highly profitable. However, the methods of forging quality weapons were often monopolized by major blacksmith shops, and acquiring raw materials from mines like Liu's famous The Chasm required extensive financial resources and proper documentation. For most people, entering this lucrative industry was next to impossible. But for Lucas, neither of these obstacles posed a problem. In terms of blacksmithing, Raiden Mai inherited the expertise of Raiden Ei. As for raw material extraction, all of the mines and quarries within the Serenidiapot realm were his private property. At that moment, Lucas had no idea that his offhand comment would eventually have a massive impact on Teyvat's blacksmithing industry. After assigning tasks, Lucas exited the Serenidiapot. Naturally, they couldn't stay in the hilly Churl camp, so they resumed their journey toward Mondstadt, driving the caravan onward. As for the people who had been kidnapped, Lucas simply instructed his subordinates to untie them and let them go, ensuring they didn't reveal any information. Fiskal, of course, tagged along with Lucas's group. In her eyes, Lucas had already become the prophesied immortal king of the undead. While this situation gave Lucas a headache, the other members of the caravan had no complaints. The strange young girl actually brought some amusement to the group. Plus, without scouting ahead, their safety was significantly increased. Not that safety was much of an issue anymore with Lucas's current power. Ordinary monsters or bandits posed little threat, unless they encountered a berserk Dvalin, the storm terror dragon. Night fell quickly, and the caravan set up camp. After organizing the watch shifts, everyone settled down to rest. Lucas, not one to assert his authority as the leader, took the first watch. As he stared up at the sky full of stars and the bright crescent moon, the familiar voice of the system rang out. Master, you're slacking again. How about a run on the simulator? Ugh, annoying. I've only said 2 words, and you're already annoyed. I just want you to properly enjoy the simulator. All I ever see is you lazing around. Alright, alright. Lucas sat up. I'm bored anyway, let's do it. Command received. Life simulator is now starting. Please choose 3 talents from the following options. At the end of the simulation, one will be randomly retained as a permanent talent. Born into power, blue you will be born into a very influential family. Prone to weight gain, white you will gain weight even from drinking water. First glass of red wine, purple after drinking the first glass of red wine from the opposite sex, you will gain extraordinary power. Having this talent will significantly increase certain desires. Eternal bloodline, blue after death, you will reincarnate as an infant from your own bloodline, retaining your memories. This talent can only be activated once. Foreign scholar, green your skin will become darker, but you will gain 3 opposite-sex companions while studying abroad. Very brave, green you will be braver than most people in all situations. Keen senses, green you have extraordinary hearing and sight, slightly increasing your critical hit and dodge rates. Pearl the pony, green you will own a pony named Pearl. She cannot be ridden but is excellent at writing essays. Ranged mastery, blue you are naturally skilled with all ranged weapons. Bartender, green you are exceptionally skilled at mixing drinks with shady stuff. Another bunch of weird talents. However, Eternal Bloodline caught Lucas's attention. Its effect seemed somewhat similar to Try Again, as both involved a form of resurrection, though in different ways, one being a direct revival, and the other a rebirth. Also, Born into Power sounded intriguing. Although it only altered his family background, the fact that it was rated as a blue talent suggested that the family wouldn't just be well off, they'd be truly powerful. Let's go with that, Lucas thought. I'll play the role of a rich young master this time, like Yujiro. Lucas scratched his head. Eternal bloodline, born into power, and what's this first glass of red wine? Just as he was about to ask for clarification, the system abruptly responded. Talent selection complete. Generating character profile. Wait, hold on. Lucas interrupted. I didn't mean to select that. I just wanted to ask what first glass of red wine means. Isn't it obvious? It refers to a girl's first experience of love. So, you mean, first night? Why didn't you just say that? If we said it outright, it could trigger censorship by certain unmentionable forces. Haven't you heard how sensual encounter got censored and became mischievous Shiba Inu? So even the system has to deal with content reviews now, hey. Lucas chuckled. But I didn't mean to choose that talent. Oh well, just be more careful next time. The character profile has already been generated, and it cannot be changed. Damn system. You totally tricked me into choosing that. Lucas muttered angrily. Tee hee, my foot. The life simulation is about to begin. Age 0, you are about to be born into one of Mondstadt's 3 most influential families. Rolling the dice to determine your mother. 1 to 2, Gunhilder family. 3 to 4, Ranvinder family. 5 to 6, Lawrence family. Rolling the dice to pick a mom? What the hell? Suddenly, a finely crafted 6-sided dice appeared in front of Lucas, seemingly made of some sort of bone. Didn't we usually get to choose this ourselves? Lucas asked, confused. Why are we using dice now? First, it adds an element of unpredictability to the simulation. Second, don't you think it's absurd for an unborn baby to choose which family they're born into? I think rolling a dice to pick a mom is even more absurd. Despite his frustration, Lucas knew he couldn't change the system's rules, so he rolled the dice after shaking it in his hand. The Gunhilder family was a noble house, the Ranvinder family was incredibly wealthy, and the Lawrence family, well, they were like a bunch of outcasts. Just please, anything but the Lawrence family. I'm begging you, dice gods. According to the famous Murphy's Law, if something can go wrong, no matter how unlikely, it will go wrong. Lucas didn't believe in it before. But now, looking at the dice with the number 6 face up in front of him, he couldn't help but curse under his breath. Although the Lawrence family was indeed one of Mondstadt's 3 great families, and 1,000 years ago, it had even surpassed the other 2 families in wealth and wielded enormous power over Mondstadt's life and death, that was ancient history. A millennium ago, under the leadership of the warrior woman Vanessa of Natlan, the Lawrence family's rule was overthrown. Though they weren't completely destroyed, their former influence was entirely gone, and their descendants became known as the bloodline of sinners, shunned by all. In other words, this so-called born into power talent didn't bring any benefits to Lucas. Instead, he was born into infamy. Age 0, you are born into Mondstadt's prestigious Lawrence family. Your father, Ingobert Lawrence, is the head of the family. As the second son of the family head, your birth garnered little attention. There was no celebration or blessings because you are an illegitimate child. Your mother is a simple and kind maid, responsible for feeding the horses and cleaning the stables. Your birth was merely the result of one of Ingobert's drunken whims. To the Lawrence family, still powerful in Mondstadt, this was no more than a trivial matter. Ironically, your father, Ingobert, can easily distinguish between his 13 prized horses but doesn't even know your mother's name. Nonetheless, the noble seed took root in lowly soil. Driven by maternal instinct, your mother was determined to give birth to you. However, due to her frail health and lack of nutrition, you were born prematurely at 7 months. As a premature baby, you didn't even have the strength to cry. Your birth was quickly brought to the attention of the family head, Ingobert. He actually came to see you, your frail body resembling a hairless pup, your nearly transparent skin revealing your internal organs. Perhaps out of idle curiosity, or because he didn't believe you would survive, Ingobert unusually permitted your existence. You became the only baby in the Lawrence family not to receive a family blessing. Something's off. Lucas was puzzled. According to common knowledge, the Lawrence family had long fallen from power. How could they still be described as influential? Could this be another case of the simulator's timeline diverging from reality? Age 1, against the odds, you managed to survive. Your vitality was astonishingly strong. Lacking milk, your mother fed you horse milk. Without proper clothing, you slept peacefully on a bed of straw. Age 2, you started to become aware of your surroundings and asked your mother who your father was. Each time, she told you that your father was the most powerful man in Mondstadt. You didn't fully understand what that meant at your young age, but you still held some hope for your father. Age 3, you met your father for the first time, a tall, handsome, middle-aged man with a short beard. However, he only remembered that he had a bastard child in the stables by pure coincidence. Ingobert had assumed you would have died by now, but to his surprise, you were not only alive but healthy. He didn't care much, though, as he already had a legitimate son 2 years older than you. Unlike you, your half-brother, named Parsifal, was the legitimate heir of the Lawrence family and destined to be the future head. Still, you were Ingobert's blood, and he seemed to sense some potential in you. He decided you should receive formal education. However, your mother remained nameless, and you had no right to inherit the Lawrence surname. He gave you a name, seemingly out of casual thought, Eberhard. In Old Mondstadtian, a language only the Lawrence family still used, the name means child of chance. Eberhard. The name sparked a memory in Lucas. For many Genshin Impact players, the name Eberhard might be obscure. It was the same for Lucas, as it only appeared in snippets of lore within quests and weapon descriptions. But two things vaguely stood out in his mind. First, Eberhard was a noble from Mondstadt 1,000 years ago. Second, Eberhard wasn't a member of the Lawrence family. Of course, the simulator's narrative often diverged from reality, as Lucas's previous experiences had shown there was always about a 30% chance of things being altered. For instance, in the simulator, Shenhe had lived with her family, Lucas had inexplicably become the doctor, and Jean was severely injured during the battle against Storm Terror, things that didn't align with actual events. However, the simulator's changes weren't entirely baseless. From the information gathered so far, it seemed likely that the reason the Lawrence family retained their power in this scenario was because the simulator was set 1,000 years in the past. Great! Last time, the timeline was thrown back 500 years. Now, it's a full millennium. Age 4, you began receiving aristocratic education alongside other Lawrence children. As the most powerful family in Mondstadt, the Lawrence children could never be educated alongside the common rabble. Your status as a bastard quickly became known. After all, while the other children practiced writing the Lawrence name in elegant script, you were excluded. Your clothing was less luxurious, your stationery less refined, and they mockingly called you the stable master's son. However, your half-brother Parsifal was always kind to you. Unlike the other noble children, he didn't look down on you with scorn. You admired the other children, especially your brother. Back in your quarters, you asked your mother what you had to do to become a true noble like them. With a gentle touch on your cheek, your mother comforted you, Eberhard, you only need to do one thing: endure. No matter what happens, endure, and one day, you will get everything you desire. Age 5, your mother's words remained etched in your heart. You knew that the key to restoring your noble status lay in gaining your father's recognition. So, you threw yourself into your studies and trained in martial arts with equal determination. Age 6, Mondstadt's nobles considered spears to be the weapons of slaves. Only swords symbolized their noble status. The Lawrence family was no exception. The swordsmanship taught by your instructors was less of a combat skill and more of a ceremonial dance. Compared to the other noble children, you had one great advantage: you were hardworking. For every move they practiced once, you practiced 5 or 10 times. Even the instructors who looked down on you as a bastard began to appreciate your dedication. Age 7, you were confident that your swordsmanship would finally earn your father's approval. But to your dismay, you discovered that your brother Parsifal was a natural-born genius. Despite never practicing as hard as you, his skill far surpassed yours. Time and time again, you challenged your half-brother, only to be soundly defeated every time. You began to realize that in terms of swordsmanship, you would never surpass him. Age 8, the Lawrence family was hosting a youth swordsmanship tournament. This was your perfect chance to prove yourself to your father. However, you were destined to be nothing more than Parsifal's shadow. To Parsifal, winning this tournament was a trivial matter, but for you, it was your only chance to change your fate. Therefore, you decided to 1. Enter the competition honorably. 2. Resort to trickery. In situations like this, trickery was clearly the only option. Chapter 51, Villain Simulator. Lucas was already well versed in the simulator's patterns. I'll pick the second option. Your desire for victory ultimately overcame your sense of honor. The day before the competition, you pretended to kindly offer Parsifal a piece of candy. Unaware of your trick, Parsifal accepted the gesture from his brother and ate the tampered candy without suspicion. He smiled apologetically and said, "Eberhard, I know tomorrow's competition means a lot to you. If you need me to, I can go easy on you. Winning or losing doesn't matter to me." Faced with his offer, your response was 1. "Well, I'll leave it to you, brother." 2. "No, that would tarnish the honor of the Lawrence family. Since you've already drugged him, there's no need to have him go easy on you. Furthermore, your father Ingobert, a highly skilled swordsman, might notice if Parsifal holds back. If that happens, your plan will lose all its meaning." You shook your head and said, "No, that would tarnish the honor of the Lawrence family." Parsifal blinked in surprise, but then smiled, clearly impressed. Indeed, no matter how many times Parsifal loses, he will always remain the legitimate heir of the Lawrence family. But if you lose just once, you may never have another chance to turn your life around. Parsifal's kindness, his carefree attitude, and his righteousness stem from the fact that he was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. Everything you strive for, everything you dream of, is something he simply doesn't care about. The next day, the tournament begins as scheduled. Both you and Parsifal emerge as dark horses in the competition. None of the other children are your match, and the two of you ultimately meet in the final round. Your presence in the finals surprises everyone. After all, you are a mere illegitimate child without even a family name, and standing here is an insult to the other noble children. However, no one dares to voice their objections. Even as a bastard, you are still the son of the family head. For the first time, you feel your father's eyes on you. This might be the first time he's ever looked at you seriously. The final match begins. Faced with Parsifal's aggressive attacks, you continue to retreat, just as planned. You're only waiting for the effects of the drug to kick in. Finally, the drug takes effect. Parsifal's movements become sluggish, and in that moment, you step forward and strike his hand with your wooden sword, knocking his weapon from his grasp. Racked with abdominal pain from the drug, Parsifal falls to his knees. At this moment, you 1. Defeat him outright. 2. Put down your weapon to demonstrate fairness. This is likely a trap. While it may seem best to defeat him directly, Parsifal is still the heir of the Lawrence family. If he loses, it would be a great embarrassment to Ingobert. You can't afford to lose, but you can't afford to win outright either. I'll choose the second option. Instead of seizing the opportunity to win, you lay down your weapon and announce to everyone that your opponent is feeling unwell. You offer to wait until he recovers before continuing the match. This is a risky move, but fortunately, it pays off. Your father, Ingobert, declares that both you and Parsifal will share the championship. No one could have predicted that an 8-year-old child would be so calculating. After the tournament, your father summoned you and your mother for the first time. You were thrilled, thinking that you would finally receive his recognition. But what awaited you was a choice. Your father offered to continue supporting you and, if you performed well, he might even grant you the Lawrence surname. However, in return, you would have to sever all ties with your past, especially with your lowborn mother. To become a noble, you would need to abandon everything. But as you looked at your mother, you already knew your answer: to hell with wealth and status. To hell with the Lawrence family. How could they ever compare to your mother? However, your mother didn't give you the chance to choose. Seeing your decision in your eyes, she took a step back and struck her head against the stone pillar behind her. Her fragile yet resilient life ended before you. Your father merely remarked, "She was indeed a remarkable woman. You should thank her. She gave you the chance to change your fate without the burden of being labeled unfilial." You wanted to lash out, but your mother's words echoed in your mind: "Endure. Always endure." "Thank you, father," you said, bowing your head. But the respect in your eyes had long since faded, replaced by a deep, smoldering hatred. Age 9, since your recognition by Ingobert, your status within the Lawrence family has risen quickly. Though you lack your brother Parsifal's natural talent with a sword, you are far more shrewd and mature than him. Your father seems to be growing increasingly fond of you. Were it not for your status as a bastard, which prevents you from taking the Lawrence surname, he might even reconsider who the future heir should be. Age 10, your father has two great passions: watching gladiator battles and going on adventures. The gladiator arena is one of Mondstadt's signature attractions. Nobles train their slaves to become gladiators, sending them to fight to the death for entertainment. A powerful gladiator, like a prized horse, is another way for nobles to flaunt their wealth and status. Of course, the nobles consider themselves generous. If a gladiator wins enough battles, they are granted their freedom. Your brother Parsifal detests the bloodshed of the arena and avoids it, considering it barbaric. But you often accompany your father to the gladiator battles in his place. Age 11, on your birthday, your father takes you to the arena and presents you with a special gift, a gladiator of your own. You spot a particularly striking figure in the arena. Though over 50 years old, this gladiator remains strong and agile, using brutal spear techniques to defeat one younger, stronger opponent after another. This gladiator belongs to the Lawrence family. His name has long been forgotten, and he is known simply as the gladiator slave. You call him to your side as his new master, pinning a small flower to his chest and smiling, "Will you become my gladiator?" Your father is surprised by your choice. Most people would have chosen a younger, stronger fighter, but since it's your decision, he doesn't object. In the gladiator's clouded eyes, you see a flicker of light as he kneels before you, swearing his loyalty. Achievement unlocked, Gladiator's Fondness. Reward item, Gladiator's Nostalgia. Gladiator's Finale. Type, Set, collecting 2, 3, or 4 pieces will grant additional bonuses. Effect, 1/4, increases attack by 5%. Description, no one knows why the legendary gladiator always wears this small flower on his chest. It's the only weak spot on this brutal warrior's body. A set item, similar to Genshin Impact's artifacts. Unexpectedly, you've earned a reward like this. Each artifact tells a story, and it seems this storyline is connected to the gladiator's finale artifact, which is why you received this reward. However, a single artifact's effect isn't very impressive. It looks like you'll need to collect more pieces to unlock its full potential. Age 12, the gladiator, now your loyal servant, could have long since earned his freedom, but out of gratitude for your kindness, he remains by your side. He uses his spear to win you honor and also serves as your personal guard. One night, you ask him to teach you his spear techniques. The gladiator is surprised by your request. After all, in Mondstadt, spear techniques are considered lowly skills, meant only for slaves and gladiators. Nevertheless, he agrees without hesitation. Your reason for learning spear techniques is simple: you know you will never match your father and brother in swordsmanship. Thus, you decide to secretly train with the spear. What the gladiator teaches you is less a formal technique and more a brutal style honed through countless life and death battles. Its only purpose is to find the opportunity to kill your opponent by any means necessary. Age 13, driven by the fire of revenge, you quickly master all the gladiator's spear techniques. Of course, you are still no match for him, as the techniques can only be improved through real combat experience. You name this style simply, Duelist's Spear. It's a technique meant to be used in one-on-one duels, where it reaches its peak potential. Achievement unlocked, Gladiator's Teachings. Reward, Skill Duelist's Spear. Level, B. Effect, increases attack by 50% when fighting a single enemy. Age 14, to better hide your ambitions, you start pretending to be a spoiled playboy, surrounding yourself with a group of good-for-nothing friends. Gambling, bird fighting, bug battling, horse racing, you indulge in nearly every vice. Of course, women are no exception. Your first woman is an 18-year-old girl chosen as a sacrifice for the Windbloom Festival. This once grand festival has been corrupted under the rule of the Lawrence family. During the festival, a young woman is selected to throw a ceremonial feather into the crowd. Whoever catches it receives her blessing, though the feather always ends up in the hands of the Lawrence family, and the poor girl is forced to offer her first glass of wine to the nobleman who catches it. Virginity. This year, the chosen girl throws the feather to you. That night, the girl is delivered to your room. You don't refuse her, knowing that even if you did, she would never leave the Lawrence estate untouched. The girl, chosen for her beauty, blushes shyly as she avoids eye contact. Out of curiosity, you ask, "Why did you pick me?" The girl hesitates nervously before replying, "Because you're the youngest, and you reminded me of my little brother." Indeed, the girl knows her fate is sealed. She would rather choose the least threatening of her captors than be defiled by one of the more grotesque noblemen. Her answer makes you smile. You decide. 1. Do nothing. 2. Show her that you're not as small as she thinks. 3. Secretly help her escape. Of course, I'll choose the second option. Lucas wasn't naive enough to rebel against his family for the sake of a stranger. I'm not small at all. After saying this, you proved that the Lawrence family's second son was quite honest through your actions. Though you're only 14 years old, years of training have already given you the physical strength of an adult. Your spear was stained with blood, a scene that had often appeared in your dreams, but today, it became reality in this manner. You couldn't help but find it a bit ironic. To the nobles of the Lawrence family, women were never in short supply. Unless someone had a particular fondness for purity, the opportunity to claim the Windbloom Festival's sacrifice was of little importance to most members of the Lawrence family. They had far too many pleasures and privileges to enjoy in Mondstadt, with women merely being a small part of that. However, what mattered most was that this sacrifice had to be claimed by a Lawrence family member. This symbolized the absolute privilege of the Lawrence family in Mondstadt and their unshakable status. Your first glass of red wine talent activates. Depending on the element you absorb from your target, you gain a permanent attribute boost. Element detected, Electro. Attribute gained, Strength. Your strength has permanently increased by 10%. So this was the effect of the first glass of red wine talent. The activation conditions weren't simple, but the rewards were permanent attribute boosts. Though people without a vision couldn't use elemental powers, everyone still had their own element within them. The talent's effect was to absorb a target's element and convert it into a corresponding attribute boost. It seems Electro represents strength. As for the other elements and their corresponding attributes, it looks like I'll need to learn through personal experience. Perhaps due to nervousness, the girl softly murmured the word brother, and in return, you granted her the only kindness you had left, calling her sister. After it was over, you enjoyed the brief calm after the storm. The girl would leave before dawn, and you told her she could take anything she wanted from the room. To maintain your image as a spoiled noble, you had collected many valuable antiques. Any one of them could provide this girl with a good life. However, she simply took a delicate cufflink. Then she revealed a small secret to you: she didn't actually have a brother. The reason she threw the feather to you was simply because you were the most handsome. You weren't sure whether she was telling the truth or not, nor did you care to find out. In the vast city of Mondstadt, the two of you, separated by your status, would never cross paths again. A few years from now, she would marry someone else, and the Windbloom Festival would always have a new sacrifice. When your brother Parsifal learned of this incident, he was furious, scolding you for how you could do such a thing. Though your relationship with your brother had always been good, Parsifal was something of an oddity among the Lawrence nobles. He despised the excesses of nobility and was fascinated by stories of heroic thieves. His bookshelf was filled with tales of vigilantes rather than poetry and etiquette. Faced with his scolding, you calmly countered, "The problem isn't me, it's Mondstadt's system. Even if I hadn't done it, the Windbloom Festival's sacrifice would still be violated. If you're so righteous, why not fight this rotten system instead of blaming me, someone equally forced to accept their fate?" Your retort left Parsifal momentarily speechless. While you couldn't surpass him in swordsmanship, when it came to rhetoric and debate, 10 Parsifals couldn't best you. You continued to provoke him, "My dear brother, if you're so committed to justice, why not become like the vigilantes you admire and fight back? Or are your ideals just empty words, and in the end, you can't let go of your noble status?" Your taunt had the desired effect. Parsifal declared earnestly, "Even if it's only a little, I want to use my power to change this corrupt world." As you watched Parsifal storm off, you knew that your plan had just fallen perfectly into place. Age 15, once again, you were chosen as the target during the Windbloom Festival. This was no accident. Compared to the other Lawrence nobles, whose very appearance repulsed the chosen sacrifices, your youthful, handsome face naturally made you a more appealing choice. Although some of your family members were displeased, they didn't dare voice their objections. Even though you were a bastard, it was clear to everyone that in recent years, Ingobert had been favoring you more and more. Receiving the Lawrence surname was only a matter of time. The chosen sacrifices not only had to be beautiful but also had to be pure maidens, which made your talent perfectly compatible. Target's element, Unmo. Attribute gained, Agility. Your agility has permanently increased by 17%. Not only do the attributes vary, but even the percentage of the boost differs. It seems this also depends on the individual. This time, Parsifal didn't say anything because he now had a new hobby. Throughout the year, a vigilante had been active in Mondstadt, stealing from the rich and giving to the poor. Armed with a dark longsword, this masked figure roamed the city's alleys, stealing from the nobility to help the needy or teaching bullies a lesson. People had started calling him Phantom Thief, a glimmer of hope in the corrupt, decaying city of Mondstadt. This Phantom Thief was, of course, your brother Parsifal. It was a secret only the two of you knew. His cloak, mask, and even the timing and routes of his operations were all planned with your help. In this way, you played the role of Alfred to his Batman, selflessly supporting his vigilante activities. Within a year, Phantom Thief had committed countless acts of theft and vigilante justice, yet Mondstadt's soldiers remained clueless. Your clever planning combined with Parsifal's combat prowess made them an unstoppable force. Unless captured, the identity of the Phantom Thief would forever remain a mystery. After all, who would ever suspect that Mondstadt's greatest rebel was none other than the heir to the city's most powerful noble family, the Lawrence family? Chapter 52, Villain Simulator. Age 16, as expected, during this year's Windbloom Festival, the feather once again landed in your hands. Target element, Cryo. Attribute, Defense. Your defense has permanently increased by 16%. With such a useful talent, you naturally wouldn't limit its use to just the Windbloom Festival. As the Lawrence family's playboy, each year, at least a dozen respectable young women would fall for your charm, allowing you to drink their first glass of red wine. This was inevitable. After all, in the world of indulgence, it was hard to find someone pure. If you relied on force, you could get away with it a few times due to the Lawrence family's influence, but if you did it too often, trouble would surely follow. The only workable approach was to act as a charming playboy. The girls fulfilled their vanity and other desires through you, while you gained the strength you needed from them. It was a fair exchange. Age 17, the reputation of the Phantom Thief was growing. Initially, your brother Parsifal's actions were small, but in recent months, he had become more daring, even going so far as to beat up a noble who was about to assault a commoner girl. Where there's oppression, there's resistance. The commoners of Mondstadt, long oppressed by the nobility, began to see the Phantom Thief as a symbol of rebellion. The once faint spark of defiance seemed to be igniting into a flame. The nobles of Mondstadt, led by the Lawrence family, couldn't ignore this any longer. The incompetent soldiers of Mondstadt were powerless against the thief, so the nobles issued bounties, promising great rewards to anyone who could capture the Phantom Thief. Of course, you couldn't let the thief your brother Parsifal get caught just yet. Even if he were captured now, as the next heir of the Lawrence family, he wouldn't face severe punishment. You had to wait until he committed an unforgivable crime. The bounty attracted many skilled hunters, but thanks to your meticulous planning and Parsifal's swordsmanship, none were successful. Even those who managed to find the thief were easily defeated by his skill. You thought Parsifal's Robin Hood game could continue indefinitely, until one day, a foreign woman wielding a spear tore down a bounty notice and came to the Lawrence estate. This woman possessed an exotic beauty, but her blue eyes were devoid of emotion. Her weapon was a peculiar spear, its tip thin as a needle. From your knowledge of spear techniques, you knew that only someone skilled in precise strikes could use such a weapon effectively. The person wielding this spear was either a complete novice or a master. The woman introduced herself simply as the Spear Witch and immediately began hunting. Within a month, she succeeded. She tracked down the Phantom Thief and engaged him in battle. The fight was evenly matched, and Parsifal had to retreat. The nobles criticized the Spear Witch, thinking she wasn't as competent as her reputation suggested. However, the Spear Witch revealed a shocking truth: the Phantom Thief used noble sword techniques, indicating that he was likely a noble. She couldn't risk killing him. This revelation shocked everyone, including you. Although Parsifal had concealed his sword style during his escapades, the Spear Witch had still detected the subtle signs of his noble training, proving her exceptional skill. You spoke with Parsifal about the Spear Witch, and he admitted that her power was formidable. Even he wasn't sure he could defeat her. You urged him to stop his activities temporarily to avoid further risk. Although deeply moved, Parsifal refused your advice. If I retreat at the first sign of trouble, my sense of justice would be too fragile. To ensure Parsifal wouldn't be captured by the Spear Witch, you devised even more careful plans. Meanwhile, the Spear Witch seemed determined to catch him, deciding to stay in Mondstadt for an extended time. Age 18, unlike previous Windbloom festivals, this time the chosen sacrifice was a stunning red-haired girl. Red hair was rare in Mondstadt, and her beauty far surpassed that of past sacrifices. For some reason, you developed a special fascination with her fiery red hair. Strangely, despite drinking the first glass of red wine from many sacrifices, you had never encountered pyro element. You had a feeling this girl might be the missing piece of your puzzle. However, this time, the girl didn't choose you or anyone else. Instead, clutching the feather, she jumped from the platform. You now had to decide. 1. Rush forward to save her, likely resulting in injury. 2. Do nothing. Heroism comes at a price. Since the system warned of injury, it likely wouldn't be minor. However, Lucas was curious about what attribute pyro might boost. Based on prior experiences, Electro boosted strength, Geo enhanced constitution, Enmo increased agility, Cryo strengthened defense, Hydro improved mental clarity, and Dendro boosted vitality. For some reason, Lucas had never encountered a girl with pyro before. The height of the platform ensured you'd be injured upon catching her, but you rushed forward without hesitation, holding the red-haired girl in your arms. She survived, but you felt intense pain in your right hand. It was likely a broken bone. The girl's actions were a direct challenge to the Lawrence family's authority. As the guards moved to arrest her, you held her close and declared, "If you want to convict her, I won't object. But since I caught the feather, this woman belongs to me tonight." The guards, knowing your status, didn't question your decision. That night, the red-haired girl was delivered to your room, tightly bound. Instead of hearing cries or pleas for mercy, you were met with fiery curses. Faced with the unruly red-haired girl, you had to decide. 1. Untie her. 2. Punish her immediately. Might as well punish her immediately. Frankly, Lucas wasn't interested in wasting time on an NPC with no name. After all, the only reason he saved this red-haired girl was because her element might finally be the pyro he had yet to encounter. However, after a moment of consideration, he shook his head and said, "I'll choose the first option, and activate immersive mode." This would be his first time entering immersive mode in this simulation. It wasn't that Lucas lacked desires, but he always felt awkward about experiencing the Windbloom Festival's sacrifices in this way. It felt too much like forcibly taking someone, and immersive mode would make it feel too real. Immersive mode activated. Lucas found himself in a luxurious room, filled with opulent furniture and fine artwork. The most striking item was a large portrait of himself, his face pale and slightly rebellious. On the oversized bed, which could fit at least 10 people, lay the red-haired girl, bound tightly like a gift waiting to be unwrapped. Playing the role of Eberhard, Lucas approached the girl. As described in the text, she had fiery red hair and a pale, beautiful face. "Keep staring, and I'll gouge your eyes out." She snapped at him with fiery defiance, though her current position made the threat meaningless. "You already broke one of my hands, and now you want to take my eyes?" Lucas replied with the arrogant tone of a noble. His right hand was wrapped in a bandage, a reminder of the injury he sustained saving her. "Humph!" The girl scoffed. "I wish I could crush all of you filthy nobles. Too bad. Tonight, you're going to get even filthier." Lucas smirked, gripping her chin. "Because of me? You?" Her face flushed red as she bit her lip in frustration. "You should feel lucky that you ended up with me tonight," Lucas said as he gently tapped her cheek. "Unlike some of the other Lawrences, I don't have any strange preferences. Otherwise, you'd be tied up in a dungeon right now, getting whipped." "You're no better." The red-haired girl spat back. "Isn't this kind of bondage your twisted hobby too?" "Tying up wild beasts requires strong ropes," Lucas replied casually. "Look at me, I'm not bad looking, and I'm in good shape. You're not exactly losing out." "Shameless." The red-haired girl rolled her eyes but couldn't help stealing a glance at him. Compared to the other greasy, bloated nobles, this young man was undeniably handsome. His skin was well maintained, and his lashes, damn it. How could a man have eyelashes that long? They were longer than hers. Lucas's gut instinct had been correct, the red-haired girl indeed possessed pyro. Target element, pyro. Attribute gained, elemental power. Your limit has been removed. You can now control the power of pyro. What? Pyro wasn't just boosting attributes but granting direct control over fire? Unlike the vision system, this was not an external organ that gave him the power to manipulate the elements, but rather, it directly lifted the limitations of the body. The girl who brought the fire element to Lucas was indeed like a flame that burned the entire room. In the beginning, Lucas thought that she was only trying to save her family, so she worked hard, but in the second half of the game, the red-haired girl, it seems that she has already forgotten her original intention. After everything was over, Lucas dozed off briefly. When he awoke, the red-haired girl had already tidied herself up and was preparing to leave. Even though the Lawrence family enjoyed the Windbloom Festival sacrifices at home, they never allowed commoners to spend the entire night in the mansion. They believed it would tarnish the sacred and noble grounds of their residence. Lucas had no intention of stopping her. The red-haired girl was different from the other women he had encountered before, but only just. Just like those girls, their connection would last for only this night. By the way, Lucas asked casually, as if to break the awkwardness. You have some decent skills. Have you trained in combat? I learned it from my father. Perhaps because of what had happened earlier, the red-haired girl seemed less hostile toward him, responding calmly, he was an upright knight in service, but after punching a noble, he was imprisoned. I agreed to become the Windbloom Festival sacrifice in the hopes of freeing him. Lucas knew this was just another lie of the nobility. Even if the girl offered herself as a sacrifice, her father wouldn't be released. In Mondstadt, many crimes could be negotiated, but when it involved nobles, the law was ruthlessly strict. I want to ask you something. The red-haired girl suddenly spoke. I heard that those who spend the night in your room can take any item from it. Is that true? Of course, Lucas nodded quickly, laughing. You worked so hard tonight, take a few extra things if you like. No need, the red-haired girl replied, removing a portrait of Eberhard Lucas from the wall. I'll take this painting. The painting is nice, but it's not worth much, Lucas said, puzzled. Don't tell me you've fallen for me and want to keep my portrait to look at from time to time. No, I hate you. The red-haired girl gave Lucas a complicated look. I'm going to keep this painting so that my descendants can spit on it. Lucas didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed. Being remembered that way doesn't sound too bad. Goodbye, the red-haired girl said, opening the door. She paused, then shook her head. No, I hope we never meet again. By the way, what's your father's name? Lucas asked suddenly. Maybe I can arrange something to have him released sooner. Our family name is rare in Mondstadt. His surname is. The red-haired girl spoke her last words before closing the door, Ranvinder. The red-haired girl left. Lucas was stunned. Ranvinder. Isn't that Diluc's family name? Could this girl be Diluc's ancestor? No, no. She's a woman, so her surname wouldn't be passed down. It must be her brother or something. Lucas mulled it over for a while, then slapped his thigh and laughed at himself. Who cares? It's just a simulation. Whether it's Ranvinder or Gunhilder, they can't escape. Entering text mode. Age 19, the cat and mouse game between the Spear Witch and the Phantom Thief continued. She had become your brother's most troublesome adversary. However, according to Parsifal, there were several occasions where the Spear Witch could have caught him but chose to let him go, leaving him confused. You hadn't given up on mastering the spear, but unfortunately, the gladiator had nothing more to teach you. Often, you would practice your spear techniques under the moonlit skies, the fire of revenge in your heart never extinguished by your luxurious life. One day, while practicing, you were suddenly ambushed by someone using spear techniques. Although you thought few could match your skill in Mondstadt, you were soundly defeated. It was only when your opponent stopped that you realized the one who attacked you was none other than the Spear Witch, who had been hunting the Phantom Thief. Chapter 53, Villain Simulator. The second son of the esteemed Lawrence family, practicing a form of spear technique scorned by nobles. This is quite amusing. The Spear Witch seems to be quite intrigued by you, however, your spear skills are still far too immature. You know that the Spear Witch possesses remarkable strength. Seeing such a master of spear techniques right in front of you, you decide. 1. Become her disciple. 2. Recruit her under your command. 3. Walk away. Recruiting her would undoubtedly be the fastest way to gain the Spear Witch's power. However, right now, she is busy hunting down the elusive Phantom Thief and likely won't be available to serve you. Option 1. You wish to become the disciple of the Spear Witch and learn her spear techniques. She doesn't reject your request but makes her own demand that you use your informants to provide her with information on the Phantom Thief. This is an easy task for you, and you agree to the deal, beginning your training under the Spear Witch. One day, out of curiosity, you ask her why she is so obsessed with chasing the Phantom Thief. If it's just for a reward, with her skills, she could easily take on other tasks. The spear witch lets out a soft sigh. She pulls back her long hair, revealing a sin mark engraved on her pale forehead. She then tells you a story. Once, the phantom thief infiltrated a noble's residence to steal a silver urn filled with jewelry. Just as he was about to escape after succeeding, the spear witch tracked him down. Unexpectedly, instead of fleeing, the phantom thief used a dagger to pry the blue crystal from the urn, handing it to the spear witch with a smile, saying, "I never realized that the one chasing me was such a beauty. This blue crystal, as beautiful as your blue eyes, is my gift to you." For the first time, the cold and razor-sharp spear witch showed a flustered expression, while the phantom thief seized the moment to escape. However, the story quickly spread. The noble who had been robbed learned of it, and to punish the spear witch, they branded an everlasting sin mark on her once beautiful face. The spear witch took out a necklace from under her clothes, a beautiful blue crystal. She tells you that she later bought the crystal back with her own money as a reminder to herself that no matter what, she must capture the phantom thief and avenge the shame of the sin mark. It's indeed something worthy of hatred, but in her eyes, you see no trace of resentment. After all, who keeps their enemy's gift close to their heart? Achievement unlocked, Noble Silver Urn. You have obtained a reward item, Noble Silver Urn. Noble Silver Urn. Type, Set. Effect, 1/4, elemental damage increased by 5%. Description, once belonging to an old Mondstadt noble family, its hollow interior seems to echo with the mournful sound of the wind. Another relic? This noble silver urn must be the same one stolen by the phantom thief in the spear witch's story. Just like the previous Gladiator's finale. So, as long as you experience events related to certain relics in the simulator, you can obtain rewards. Considering MiHoYo's ability to weave hidden plots in item stories, it seems you can expect to get quite a few more rewards like this in the future. Age 20, under the guidance of the spear witch, your spear skills have improved significantly, but you still can't surpass her. Your swordsmanship is no match for Parsifal, and your spear techniques pale in comparison to the spear witch. This leaves you feeling somewhat disheartened. Perhaps noticing your disappointment, the spear witch shares the secret of her invincibility. She shows you her left eye, where a mysterious symbol seems to be engraved in her beautiful blue iris. She tells you that it is a magic eye that can see the lines of death. Those who fear death will reveal their fatal weak points, which, when struck, lead to immediate death. The spear in her hand, as sharp as a needle's point, is called Flowing Moon Needle, designed specifically for this purpose. You immediately ask your master how to gain the ability to see the lines of death, but the spear witch tells you that only by killing the owner of the magic eye in battle can this power be inherited. In other words, you must kill her to gain the magic eye. You cannot kill the spear witch because she has no line of death. In her own words, only those who fear death will show their line, and she has never feared death, so she has none. You know that in order to defeat your father, Ingobert, you must gain this ability. The spear witch does not fear death because she has no attachments to this world. Only by giving her a reason not to die will she fear death. Thus, a plan that benefits both sides begins to take shape in your mind. Age 21, the phantom thief has eluded capture in Mondstadt for 5 or 6 years. Many have tried to catch him, but eventually gave up, while only the spear witch continues to pursue this elusive criminal, causing much frustration among Mondstadt's nobles. You've long noticed that when your brother Parsifal mentions the spear witch, his eyes do not reflect hatred or fear, but instead, an unintentional smile. Similarly, when the spear witch speaks of the phantom thief, her cold face reveals a trace of emotion. Their chase seems more like a lover's game. And that blue crystal the spear witch keeps close, it's practically their token of love. Tonight, as usual, you arrange a heist for the phantom thief. This time, he's to steal an antique statue purchased with ill-gotten wealth from a noble's home. It should have been a simple task, but you sneak into the noble's house as well, and while the phantom thief is picking the lock, you make a noise to wake the noble. The phantom thief's cover is blown, and the enraged noble draws his sword to defend his property. The phantom thief, left with no choice, injures the noble and quickly escapes. This should have been a minor slip-up, but after the phantom thief leaves, you appear like a phantom behind the noble and plunge your sword into his heart. The next day, the news that the phantom thief's whereabouts were exposed, and in a rage, he killed a nobleman spreads like wildfire throughout Mondstadt. In the past, the phantom thief's actions were merely stealing from the rich to help the poor or punishing corrupt nobles, never taking a life. This was why the Mondstadt nobility had tolerated his existence. But now, things have escalated beyond control. Mondstadt's major nobles unite to carry out a full-scale investigation, and whoever the killer is will be executed by hanging immediately. Even your brother Parsifal believes that he unintentionally killed the noble. Faced with the imminent punishment, he finally realizes that his thief game had no meaning and that in the end, he changed nothing. As the mastermind behind the scenes, you persuade your brother to leave Mondstadt temporarily and hide in Lihu until the situation calms down. You also tell him that this might be the perfect opportunity to confess his feelings to the Spear Witch and take her away. Parsifal takes your advice immediately. He hides in a cabin outside the city and writes a letter to the Spear Witch, using his sword, the Phantom Thief, as a token of his love, entrusting you to deliver it to her. That evening, you meet the Spear Witch at your usual training ground and hand her both the letter and the sword. After reading the letter, for the first time, you see her smile. You guess it must be filled with sweet words and hopes for the future. If you weren't Eberhard, perhaps you would wish for these fated lovers to run away together. But alas, you are. You know that now is the moment to close the trap. Without any warning, you challenge the Spear Witch to a final duel. Unlike before, this time, in her beautiful blue eyes, you see panic, hesitation, and fear. Yes, because now she has attachments, hopes for a future. For the first time, she fears death. Your skill may not surpass the Spear Witch's, but your true weapon is your scheming. In the midst of the intense battle, you suddenly speak, "My dear master, there's something I lied to you about. You'll never be able to leave with the Phantom Thief because I've already killed him." At that moment, the Spear Witch's pupils dilate, and you take advantage of her distraction to pierce her chest with your spear. Blood stains her flawless body, and for some reason, you suddenly feel a tightness in your chest, something that wasn't part of your plan. In her rapidly fading eyes, a mark suddenly flies out and shoots into your left eye. Achievement unlocked, Master Slayer. Talent reward acquired, Mystic Eye of Death Perception. Effect, you gain a chance to see the lines of death on your target. If you strike the line of death, you can kill the target instantly. The more they fear death, the higher the probability of a line appearing. Conversely, the more fearless they are, the lower the probability. Description: only those with no attachments can be fearless in the face of death. You feel a sharp pain in your eye. Although it quickly diminishes, the lingering ache brings tears to your eyes, a small price, perhaps, for the ability to see the lines of death. The Spear Witch's breathing grows weaker. After a year of being master and apprentice, you've developed some sense of affection for each other, but for the sake of your goal, she had to be sacrificed. You tear off the precious blue crystal necklace from the Spear Witch and whisper in her ear, "Actually, the Phantom Thief isn't dead, but I will kill him soon. At least you two can reunite in another world." You bury the Spear Witch's body and, with the blood-stained blue crystal in hand, return to Parsifal's hiding place. You plan to show him the blue crystal and take the opportunity to kill him when he breaks down. Now that you have the ability to see the lines of death, you're confident you can defeat your brother. However, when you open the door, the room is already empty. On the wall, Parsifal has left you a coded message: "Pursuers were nearby, so I had to leave. Tell the Spear Witch I will wait for her in Liu Harbor. Also, please look after father. I look forward to seeing you again, my dear brother." For some reason, seeing this message, you feel a sense of relief. Whether it's because you don't have to fight your brother, or because you don't have to kill him, you aren't sure. Even you don't fully understand your own feelings. All you know is that the three things Parsifal mentioned in his message will likely never come to pass. The Spear Witch, who once troubled him so much, will never chase him again. Regarding the disappearance of the family's eldest son, your father, Ingobert, seems unsurprised. When you tell him that Parsifal was the Phantom Thief, he calmly replies that he already knew. You're not surprised either. Without that level of insight, Ingobert wouldn't have become the head of the Lawrence family. Ingobert thought Parsifal's actions were just a phase, so he didn't intervene. After all, for a noble, this kind of hobby isn't that outrageous. But since Parsifal made such a grave mistake, a temporary retreat might do him some good. Let him learn his lesson, and after a few years, when things calm down, he can return. So, Ingobert announces publicly that the Phantom Thief has been secretly executed, and that his eldest son Parsifal is conveniently studying abroad during this period. Parsifal was not wrong in his realization. His role as the Phantom Thief was nothing more than a buzzing mosquito, at most making the Mondstadt nobility wrinkle their noses in irritation. But when that mosquito angered them, it was met with an iron fist. Moreover, the reason Parsifal wasn't caught all these years wasn't just because of your cooperation as brothers, but also because your father had been secretly helping him. No matter how corrupt Mondstadt's nobility may be, they're not so incompetent as to fail at catching a petty thief. When you ask your father why he helped, he simply gives a faint smile and says, "He is my son after all, just like you." You know these are just empty words. Even if you are both his sons, your standing is completely different from Parsifal's. Parsifal is the legitimate heir, and no matter how grave his mistakes, someone will always clean up after him. But you are nothing more than an illegitimate child, unworthy of a surname. Nevertheless, most of your plan is already in place. Your father, Ingobert, is the last obstacle you need to eliminate in order to take over the Lawrence family. You must kill him before Parsifal returns and claim the title of family head. To accomplish this final task, 2 conditions must be met. First, you must have the strength to defeat Ingobert, and second, you must disguise his death as an accident, ensuring that you are not exposed. Both conditions are difficult to fulfill. Not only is Ingobert far more powerful than Parsifal, but he also wields the power of a vision, bearing the family's crest of frost. Defeating him won't be easy. Age 22, finally, you get a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Dragonspine, long sealed by snow, has just opened its path for the first time. It is said that hidden within Dragonspine are the remnants of the lost nation of Sal Vindonur, buried treasures, and secrets awaiting discovery. Your father, Ingobert, is a die-hard adventurer. Now over 50, he wants to go on one last adventure before he grows too old this time, to seek the hidden treasures of Dragonspine. Although Parsifal's identity as the Phantom Thief hasn't been exposed, his disappearance along with the Lawrence family's eldest son has raised suspicion. Over the years, the Lawrence family's influence has waned, and if Ingobert can make a significant discovery in Dragonspine, it might restore the family's former glory. Many in the family oppose this venture, as it's too risky for the head of the family to take such a personal gamble. But Ingobert insists on going. To ensure his safety, he hires mercenaries and prepares a large amount of supplies. Seeing how well prepared he is, the opposition gradually subsides. Ingobert also brings along his most trusted servant, Luther, whose father was the previous butler of the Lawrence family, and who has always been fiercely loyal. Coincidentally, Luther has just gotten married. The invitation reveals that his young bride's name is Priscilla. At the lively wedding, your gaze casually sweeps over the newlyweds, and you're surprised to recognize the bride. The young and beautiful woman in the wedding dress is none other than the first sacrifice you took on the festival 8 years ago. Over the years, you've met many girls. Although you were there first, you may not remember all of them. A man may forget many women he's been with, but there are usually 2 he can't forget. The first is the one he loved the most, and the second is his first. That night of the festival when the girl called out for her brother, she wasn't the most enchanting woman you'd ever been with, and she certainly wasn't the one you loved the most. But despite the years that have passed, you recognized her at a glance. She looks much more mature than she did 8 years ago, but there's a bit less sparkle in her eyes. The newlyweds make their way around the tables offering drinks, and the table where Ingobert, the head of the family, sits naturally receives the most attention. Sitting at the same table, you are also offered a drink by the bride. Come on. Let me introduce you. A very drunk Luther pushes his wife toward you, as if she were nothing more than an object. This is the second young master. Come on, give him a toast. In that moment when your eyes meet Priscilla's, both of you show a flash of surprise, but she quickly regains her composure, drinks the wine in her cup in one gulp, and gives a slight bow. So, you're Master Eberhard? I've heard so much about you. You quietly drink your wine as well, though for some reason, the dandelion wine, aged for 10 years, tastes slightly bitter as it goes down. As the wedding drags on into the late night, most of the guests have left. The groom, Luther, has already thrown up 2 or 3 times and is completely unconscious. By some twist of fate, your father, Ingobert, asks you to help the bride carry Luther back to their room. You and Priscilla carry Luther to their newlywed chamber. Looking at the bride's flushed face, you suddenly think that perhaps she could be of use in your plan. You decide. 1. Leave immediately. 2. Ask for her help. This option requires the host to enter immersive mode for persuasion. What? I have to do the persuasion myself, hey? Lucas chuckled and said, all right, immersive mode it is. Successfully entered immersive mode. Before Lucas stands a neatly arranged room. Today's groom, Luther, is passed out drunk on the bed, completely unaware. His bride, however, gazes at you with a subtle expression. "So, your name is Priscilla?" Lucas asked casually, sitting down and pouring himself a cup of tea. "How many years has it been since we last met?" 8 years, Priscilla responded offhandedly. "I didn't expect you to still remember me." Men, Lucas nodded, tend to remember their first times. "There's no need to flatter me," Priscilla sighed softly. "I know you've ruined plenty of good girls over the years." "It was all consensual," Lucas said with a shameless grin. "But why did you marry him?" Even though Luther was a servant of the Lawrence family, it wasn't exactly a prestigious position. "Because of money," Priscilla replied frankly, showing no intention of hiding it. "My brother owed him a large sum of money from a loan shark. The interest kept piling up, and we couldn't repay it. So I married him to clear the debt." "You really do have a brother?" Lucas was momentarily surprised. "I thought you said that was just a lie." "Never believe what a woman says," Priscilla smiled. "Especially if she's beautiful, Master Eberhard." "But," Lucas muttered, "does he know about your past?" Lucas was, of course, referring to her role as a sacrifice during the Windbloom Festival. Chapter 54, Villain Simulator. Let's put other things aside for now. Even though Mondstadt is a city with a relatively open-minded populace, they still place considerable importance on the purity of a newlywed wife. You can't even remember the offerings from before, so how could these outsiders? Who would recall a mere plaything of a noble from 8 years ago? Priscilla's face suddenly showed a mocking smile. "As for my secret, he'll never know, because, well, he's impotent." Hearing this, even Lucas couldn't help but smile knowingly. He hadn't expected that this Lawrence attendant, who usually seemed so impressive, would actually be a paper tiger. "All right," Priscilla lowered her head and said, "you should leave now, Master Eberhard." "But..." Lucas suddenly stood up and grabbed Priscilla's wrist. "What if I don't want to leave?" Priscilla blushed, as if she wanted to pull away. "Please don't do this, I'm already his wife." "But you don't love him, do you?" Lucas's mystic eye, which could see the lines of death, also seemed capable of seeing through lies. "A man who's impotent, marries a beautiful wife, just to show off. Just now, when he took you to make a toast, he looked like he was parading a trophy. So what?" Priscilla gave a sorrowful smile. "Do I have any other choice?" Lucas opened his palm, revealing a delicate cufflink. Though the design was somewhat old, it was pristine, as if it had been polished frequently. "You've kept this cufflink all along, which means you haven't forgotten about me, right?" "Yes, I can't forget you." "But what does that change?" Priscilla did not deny her feelings. "Master Eberhard, are you saying you would marry me?" "What if I said yes?" Lucas pressed his hands on Priscilla's shoulders, his eyes deep and serious. "As long as you help me with one thing, I will marry you. As for everything else, I'll take care of it. I'll swear a deadly oath, if I break my word, may I forever suffer the torment of the fierce winds cutting my flesh." These were not empty words meant to deceive Priscilla. If he could really complete his plan and become the head of the family, he could marry anyone he wanted. It wouldn't matter if she were a commoner, even if he married a slave, no one would dare say a word. Perhaps it was a desire to defy the unfairness of fate, or maybe it was Lucas's oath that moved her. After a brief hesitation, Priscilla finally nodded slightly. "I agree. What do you want me to do for you?" "Simple." Lucas brushed aside the long hair by Priscilla's ear and whispered, "In a little while, the head of the Lawrence family, my father, will embark on an expedition to Dragonspine. At that time, a small accident might occur, leading to the annihilation of the entire team, leaving only me alive." Though Priscilla was just a commoner, she was no fool. She knew of Eberhard's status as an illegitimate child and was aware that his brother, Parsifal, was most likely the infamous fugitive known as the Phantom Thief. If an accident happened during the Dragonspine expedition and the Lawrence patriarch died, the right to inherit the family would fall solely to Eberhard, as he was Ingobert's only remaining blood relative. She hadn't expected that Eberhard's plan would involve such a major event. "However, I'm not sure if this accident will be successful," Lucas furrowed his brow slightly. "So, I've prepared an escape plan. If anyone survives and returns to Mondstadt to expose what I've done, I need you to light a signal fire at a designated spot to inform me. I will flee to Fontaine. I'll leave you some money, and whether you choose to elope with me or remain in Mondstadt will be your decision. You're telling me such an important thing. Priscilla's expression seemed tense. Aren't you afraid that I might betray you? I am, Lucas said frankly. Honestly, I don't fully trust anyone. But the likelihood of you betraying me is the smallest. Time is short, and I have no choice but to rely on you. In fact, Lucas had another option, the loyal gladiator slave. But since the signal fire needed to be lit outside the city, sending a slave like the gladiator would easily arouse suspicion. Seeing Priscilla's hesitation, Lucas continued, don't feel guilty. Even if you don't agree to help, I'll still proceed with my plan. You'd merely be passing along a message for me. This has nothing to do with you. I understand, Priscilla nodded. If you succeed, I'll wait for you in the city. If you fail, I'll follow you to the ends of the earth. Thank you for your trust. But... Lucas's face suddenly revealed a meaningful smile. I still hope you can give me a pledge of loyalty. A pledge of loyalty? Priscilla seemed momentarily confused. What is that? Lucas moved closer and whispered, Madam, if I have something to hold over you, wouldn't that ensure your loyalty? What? Priscilla immediately understood Lucas's implication, her face flushing. Here? But... Luther, doing something like this on the night of her wedding seemed, to say the least, a bit over the line. It doesn't matter, Lucas dismissed her concern without hesitation. I just want to draw a little green hat on his face. Priscilla was silent. She knew she had already boarded a ship from which there was no turning back. With a sweep of his arm, Lucas cleared the clutter from the table. He made sure to remain as quiet as possible, his last act of mercy toward Luther. As for Luther, who still slept soundly in his drunken stupor, in some sense, he truly had become a loser. Entering text mode. After preparing everything, you make a request to your father, Ingobert, hoping to accompany him on the Dragonspine expedition. However, Ingobert surprisingly refuses, citing that while the expedition is well prepared, there are still dangers. He believes you are too young to take such a risk. But how could you give up this only chance? After much pleading, Ingobert finally agrees to take you along, but only if you stay by his side at all times. You are naturally overjoyed by this, as it gives you more opportunities to act. Even before the team set off, you had sent someone to Dragonspine to gather intelligence. You created a map, marking all the potential accident sites, the timing of each occurrence, as well as your escape route and supply points after the assassination. Half a month later, everything was ready. The Lawrence expedition officially set out. The team comprised 80 people, including logistics, combat, and medical personnel, a well-prepared force, even the largest to ever explore Dragonspine. Finally, you arrived at Dragonspine. Along the way, you kept enticing Ingobert with tales of the ancient kingdom sealed in ice and the magic of objects fallen from the heavens. This only heightened Ingobert's excitement, so much so that he didn't allow the team to rest and reorganize at the foot of the mountain, leading them straight into the snowy peaks. For the first 2 days, the expedition proceeded smoothly. Apart from a few snow-dwelling monsters, you encountered no significant danger. But on the 3rd day, disaster struck. The group inadvertently entered the territory of a giant boar king, and the beast relentlessly pursued you. Although you narrowly escaped, over 10 lives were lost. All of this was part of your plan. You had deliberately led the group into the boar king's domain. Every event along this journey had been rehearsed in your mind countless times. You wouldn't make mistakes, you couldn't. In the days that followed, the team was beset by more disasters, landslides, avalanches, extreme cold, and cracks suddenly appearing on the surface of frozen lakes. These relentless dangers chipped away at the once well-prepared expedition team. Finally, when less than 20 people remained, someone suggested returning. Even Ingobert himself began to hesitate about continuing the journey. The mountain clearly held many secrets, and the team had made some valuable discoveries along the way, but no one knew what other dangers lay ahead. At that moment, you stepped forward with a shocking revelation: there might be a traitor among the team. You pointed out that the strange string of disasters was too coincidental, and that even if the team returned, as long as the traitor remained, no one would make it out of the mountain alive. Your discovery threw the remaining survivors into a panic. You then suggested a solution: starting now, every noon and midnight, the team would hold a vote to select the person they believed to be the traitor. And then, that person would be executed. You had already predicted the two possible outcomes. First, those dissatisfied would rebel, giving you a legitimate excuse to eliminate some of them. Second, if they follow your suggestion, you could slowly pick them off one by one. Ingobert tacitly agreed to your proposal, but everyone remained hesitant. No one immediately stepped forward in agreement. You maintained a serious expression and said, "How about this, let's conduct an anonymous vote to decide if we should use this method to identify the traitor." You tore pieces of paper from the adventure log and handed them out. Soon, everyone had cast their votes. After tallying them, you announced, "The votes are in. Earlier, I lied to all of you. In fact, I marked every piece of paper, so I know exactly who voted for what. 2 of you voted against my plan. Whether you're the traitor or not, it shows you're hiding something." As soon as you said this, everyone's faces showed surprise. 2 people in particular started shaking visibly. Without hesitation, you drew your sword and plunged it into one of their chests. The other dropped to their knees, begging, "It wasn't me. Don't kill me." But you coldly pushed your sword into his heart as well. Your actions brought a complex expression to your father's face. He muttered, "Your brother would never do such a thing." You said nothing, but a cold smile crept onto your face. Yes, your father's beloved child, the kind Parsifal, would never do something like this. In truth, you hadn't marked the votes at all, and far more than 2 people had voted against your plan. You did this just to start reducing the number of survivors. While you were confident in your abilities, to ensure your plan's success, you decided to continue being cautious. You had never forgotten your mother's words, "Endure, always endure." The next day, one of your teammates disappeared. Some thought he had fled due to the pressure, so the group pressed on. But soon, you stumbled upon his disemboweled corpse. In the snow before him, his intestines had been arranged to spell out 4 words, "Leave no one alive." 2 more team members immediately broke down, screaming as they fled the group. You didn't stop them. Without supplies, they wouldn't survive the snow mountain. This incident left the group in even greater fear. The ability to silently kill a member and move their body such a distance made them question whether the killer was truly a traitor or perhaps a ghost haunting the snow mountain. Of course, an ordinary person couldn't manage such a feat, but you could. Thanks to your mastery of the fire element, you had much greater resistance to the freezing cold than the others. At noon, the group held the first vote. The person chosen was a burly man. No one objected to the result. After all, everyone knew they weren't the traitor, so as long as they weren't the one chosen, it was likely the right choice. The burly man naturally didn't want to die. Knowing he wasn't your match, he tried to flee. Just as before, you didn't chase after him. The snow mountain would swallow him for you. But before he could run 100 meters, an icy arrow pierced through his back. The one who fired it was none other than your father, Ingobert. You had rarely seen him fight, but now it was clear, he had never neglected his training. His attack wasn't so much a pursuit of the traitor as it was a demonstration of power. You continued onward, but the atmosphere among the group grew increasingly tense. No one trusted each other, and everyone seemed like they could be the traitor. This was exactly the outcome you wanted. Unexpectedly, the expedition made some progress. You discovered a building buried beneath the snow. The grand circular door was adorned with intricate silver sculptures, suggesting that priceless treasures lay within. You entered the structure and after some searching, found an actual treasure, a chest piled high with star silver, a precious metal from legends. It was said that weapons forged from star silver were as powerful as divine artifacts. The value of star silver exceeded that of gold by far. However, the joy of discovery didn't last long. The 4th vote was about to begin. Just as you expected, the chosen individual finally snapped. Drawing his weapon, he roared, "I'm not a traitor. Even if there is one, isn't it for the sake of wealth? Let's just kill these 2 nobles and split the treasure ourselves." His words echoed the thoughts of many. They had been voting to survive, but who could say they wouldn't be next? Some even suspected that this rebel was the true traitor, but did it matter? In the face of such riches, nothing else seemed important anymore. The long-term pressure and mistrust had driven them to madness. As commoners, they first turned their weapons toward you and your father, Ingobert, whose strength they all feared. This was exactly what you had been hoping for. You needed a riot. Pure fear of death might not have been enough, but once greed was added to the mix, these fools would willingly risk their lives. As for the star silver, it was merely bait you had planted beforehand. Only the top layer was real, the rest was nothing but tin. You did not expect them to kill Ingobert, but if they could at least injure him, that would be beneficial to you. The survivors were no weaklings. 2 of them even possessed visions. The battle was fierce. You took a slash to the arm, and Luther's leg was shattered. Ingobert, though uninjured, was no longer a young man and was now slightly unable to breathe from the exertion. At that moment, you quietly stepped on a hidden stone tile. With a thunderous crash, the wall near the entrance collapsed, sealing the exit with massive stone blocks. Luther gasped in shock, but your father, Ingobert, remained calm. He glanced at the barely hidden excitement in your eyes and smiled. Luther, check the room next door for an exit. I have something I want to discuss with Eberhard alone. Though confused, Luther obeyed his master's command without hesitation. He wanted to survive. His young wife was waiting for him at home. He had no intention of becoming a corpse consumed by the snow. Pfft! Entering forced immersion mode. Cold air seeped into Lucas's clothes, making him shiver. Although the simulator reduced pain, the other sensations were extremely realistic. Sometimes, Lucas wondered if he was really playing a full-body game or if he had been transported to another world. Standing before him was a man in his 50s. Despite the streaks of grey in his hair, his body still appeared robust. The cold in the snow-covered chamber didn't seem to affect him much. This was the man Lucas's character, Eberhard, called Father Ingobert. You've done well so far, Ingobert smiled faintly, his stern face softening. As expected of my son. Lucas's heart tightened, but he maintained his composure. I don't understand what you mean. A father knows his son best. There's no need for pretense with me, Ingobert said calmly. Ever since we entered Dragonspine, I've sensed something unusual. All of this was orchestrated by you, wasn't it? Ingobert, as the head of the Lawrence family, was no fool. Unlike the mercenaries on the verge of madness, he had remained elegant and composed throughout the journey. Ha ha ha! Lucas, whose plans had been exposed, let out a cold chuckle. Since you already know, there's no point in keeping up the act. Yes, this was all my plan. Lucas raised his head. This might be the first time Eberhard had ever shown such arrogance in front of his father. I knew it, Ingobert mused. You're nothing like Parsifal. Stop mentioning him. Lucas clenched his fists. I know I've never measured up to him in your eyes. You're wrong. You're far more like a Lawrence than he is, Ingobert shook his head. Your ruthlessness, your patience, your deceit, they all prove that. So what? Lucas sneered. Even if that's true, my brother was still your chosen heir, while I wasn't even given the family name. Is that why you drove Parsifal away with your schemes? And now, here on Dragonspine, you plan to murder your father. Ingobert remained calm. All for the title of family head. No, it's more than that. Lucas's eyes burned with hatred. I'm also avenging my mother. I never intended for your mother to die, Ingobert spread his hands. You know she took her own life. She was driven to it by you. Lucas snarled through gritted teeth. Why did you force me to choose between my mother and Lawrence? That was just a test to see if you have enough ruthlessness, Ingobert replied. Parsifal is a good child, but he cannot become a good lord. I realized this when he was very young. So, I found my other heir, which is you. Gradually, I discovered that you are simply my best candidate for inheritance. Everything you are saying is nothing but a lie to save your own life. Lucas pulled out a short stick from his waist, pressed a mechanism, and the stick instantly extended into a spear. If you really wanted me to inherit your position, why I still don't have the surname Lawrence? Ingobert didn't answer that question but looked at the spear in Lucas's hand, contemplating. You've indeed been practicing with that lowly weapon. I thought you practiced spear techniques to defeat your brother. But now it seems that I was your real target. Prepare to die. The spear in Lucas's hand burst forth like a dragon breaking through the sea. My dear father. Since this was in a simulator, Lucas couldn't use the abilities he gained in reality. Now, all he could rely on was his continually honed spear technique, the mystic eye that allowed him to see the death lines obtained from the spear witch, and the power of fire elements. Of course, he also had the attribute boosts gained over the years from the first glass of red wine. However, Lucas still underestimated Ingobert's strength. He quickly drew a long sword from his waist and deftly parried his opponent's attack. Swordsmanship had once been a required skill for nobles, as it cultivated grace and intelligence among the aristocracy. In contrast, the spear originated from sharpened wooden sticks and hay forks, weapons used by rebels, and was despised by the nobility. But because of this, although nobles were skilled in swordsmanship, they had little experience dealing with spear techniques. This was also why Eberhard specifically learned spear techniques even though it was a weapon looked down upon by the nobility. But does that matter? Chapter 55, Villain Simulator. To achieve his goals, Eberhard was willing to sacrifice everything. Whether it was killing his mentor, driving away his beloved brother, learning a dishonorable skill like spear fighting, or even killing his own father. After dozens of exchanges, Ingobert had been forced into a defensive retreat by Lucas. The earlier battle had already exhausted much of Ingobert's stamina, and now, under the relentless barrage of spear strikes, he was clearly struggling. Yet Ingobert showed no fear or hesitation. Instead, he seemed excited. "Come on, defeat me, and the position of the head of the Lawrence family will be yours." Strangely, though Lucas could see Ingobert's fatigue in his movements, his mystic eye did not reveal any death lines on Ingobert's body. Could it be that he was not afraid of death? With a sudden clang, shards of ice formed along Ingobert's sword and shot toward Lucas. He barely dodged the attack, but two of the ice shards grazed his shoulder. The blood froze instantly due to the cold, yet strangely, Lucas felt not a chill but a faint warmth from the wound. "Sorry, I got a little too excited and accidentally used the power of my vision," Ingobert chuckled softly. "After all, this is just a spar between father and son, not a battle to the death." "No." Suddenly, flames erupted from Lucas's body. "This battle will decide both victory and life." Typically, when Lucas entered immersion mode, he would emotionally align with the character he was playing. It was like how intense gameplay could stir excitement, or how a touching movie could bring tears. But while channeling Eberhard's emotions, Lucas realized something surprising: he didn't feel any deep hatred for his father, Ingobert. His desire to become the head of the Lawrence family wasn't about revenge or wealth. It was about seeking recognition. More than a decade of meticulous planning, advancing step by step. All for this moment. "Do you see it now, father? The illegitimate son you've always looked down on is about to replace you." The flames surrounding Lucas's body finally elicited a look of surprise from Ingobert. But soon, that surprise turned into excitement. "So, you two are chosen by the gods." Ingobert recognized the elemental power surging from Lucas and nodded approvingly. "Well done, Eberhard. Truly excellent." On one side was the icy symbol of noble authority. On the other, the rebellious flames of resistance. The clash between them erupted into a battle of equals. They had never had a normal father-son conversation, but this fight seemed to serve as a long-overdue exchange between them. "Hey, is this the spear technique you worked so hard to learn? It's too weak." "Then how about this move, old man? That spear tip is so thin, can it even hurt anyone? Turn your back on me, and I'll use it to stab right through your old ass." "Ha ha ha, such vulgar language. Well, I am a lowly bastard child, after all." Before he knew it, a smile crept across Lucas's face. It wasn't the smile of revenge or triumph in claiming the Lawrence family's leadership. Rather, it was a smile of relief. However, in that moment, Lucas's pupils suddenly dilated. He saw the death line appear on Ingobert's body. His spear, sharp as a needle, seemed drawn toward that rift, as if by an invisible force, and instinctively, he thrust it toward the target. By the time Lucas realized what had happened, the needle-sharp tip of his spear had already pierced Ingobert's chest, lifting his body high into the air. "Anyone struck on the death line will not survive. Be very careful before making your move." These were the words the spear witch had once said to Lucas. The mystic eyes of death perception was a cursed ability. Once it locked onto death, there was no turning back. Blood flowed down the spear, bringing warmth to Lucas's nearly frozen fingers. "Eberhard." Ingobert gasped his final words. "It doesn't mean bastard child." Lucas already knew this. As part of his efforts to expand his knowledge, Eberhard had never stopped studying, and ancient Mondstadt language was part of that. Though Eberhard was often used as a mocking term for illegitimate child, its original meaning was unexpected gift. Looking at Ingobert's lifeless body, Lucas didn't feel much joy. Instead, a faint emptiness settled in. Ingobert had always been an immovable mountain in Eberhard's life. Now, the mountain had crumbled into dust. After years of planning, the goal had been achieved. But what next? Become the head of the Lawrence family and live like the other foolish nobles, draining the lifeblood of commoners while indulging in a life of luxury, is that really what I want? Yes, it is. A slight smirk appeared at the corner of Lucas's or rather, Eberhardt's mouth. Why overthink it? The deed was done. There was no need for second thoughts. Regret was the indulgence of the weak. Besides, there was still much to do to become the head of the Lawrence family. Now wasn't the time for sentimentality. Master! Master Ingobert! At that moment, a startled voice snapped Lucas out of his reverie. It was Luther, who had returned after searching for a way out. He stared at the scene in shock. What have you done? As you can see, Lucas said calmly, I killed him. Why did you do this? Luther still couldn't grasp the situation. Isn't it obvious? To become the next head of the Lawrence family, Lucas sneered. Do you plan to avenge your former master, or will you serve your new one? Luther immediately fell to his knees. I will serve the rightful head of the Lawrence family. Smart choice, Lucas nodded. I remember your new wife is quite beautiful. With a wife that lovely, I wouldn't want to die either. Are you talking about Priscilla? Luther fawned. Yes, she's very beautiful. In fact, she's still untouched. If Master Eberhard Lord Eberhard desires, I can arrange for her to serve you for a night, or even longer. Lucas's suspicion had been correct. To Luther, Priscilla was nothing more than a trophy, even a bargaining chip. No need to be so courteous, Lucas whispered in Luther's ear. I've already sampled her. On your wedding night, no less. What? Before Luther could react, a searing pain shot through his back, piercing through to his abdomen. Lucas had already driven his sword down through Luther's back. You were a good dog, Lucas said, wiping his hands. But sadly, dogs don't speak. And you do. For this plan to succeed perfectly, the most important thing was leaving no witnesses. Even Priscilla's role in lighting the signal fire was to ensure that no survivors returned to Mondstadt to expose him. Dragging his injured body, Lucas walked slowly to a wall, pressing a hidden lever. With a rumble, a secret door opened. He knew that everything that happened here would be buried by the snow. As the door closed behind him, Lucas glanced at the stiffening corpses one last time, muttering to himself. Goodbye, my dear, hated father. Successfully entered text mode. Although you succeeded in killing your father, you yourself were gravely injured in the fight. The wounds, especially the ones from the ice blades, throbbed with a searing pain. Indeed, Ingobert's ice element had the power to burn like fire. Most of your supplies were left behind in the sealed chamber, and you no longer had the strength to carry them. However, you had already made meticulous plans, placing supply caches along your escape route. Now, you could only hope that the food and water hadn't been dug up by passing boars. Your luck held. Out of the 20 supply caches you had placed, 13 remained intact. Despite nearly collapsing from exhaustion several times during your escape, it was as though an invisible force carried your body through the devouring wilderness of the snow mountain. After leaving the mountain, you didn't return to Mondstadt immediately. Instead, you waited at a location outside the city. 1 day passed, then 5, then 10. Priscilla never lit the signal fire, meaning that no possible survivors had made it back to the city to expose you. Finally, with your wounds partially healed, you returned to the Lawrence family estate. Ironically, when you arrived, your family was holding a funeral. Even more ironically, it was a funeral for Ingobert, but only his portrait was being honored. You weren't even considered worthy of being commemorated. Nevertheless, your return stirred a great deal of excitement. Before the family elders, you put on an impressive performance, weaving a lie about what had happened in the snow mountains. On your journey, many members of the group had perished in various disasters. After finally finding the treasure, the remaining mercenaries turned on you, wanting to kill you and take the treasure for themselves. Despite your best efforts, the family head, Ingobert, and the servant, Luther, died with the attackers. You were the sole survivor, barely escaping with your life. The death of the family head was a serious matter, but even more important was that the Lawrence family could not be without a leader. Although the next head should have been your elder brother, Parsifal, everyone knew that he had fled in disgrace and could not possibly inherit the family's legacy. You had already won over certain factions within the family. They stood up now, arguing that you, as the only surviving bloodline of the former family head, should inherit the position. Others opposed, stating that you, a mere illegitimate child without the Lawrence name, had no right to claim the title. As the family debated fiercely, a woman timidly entered the room, informing everyone that her husband, Luther, had told her before leaving that Ingobert had planned to officially grant Eberhard the Lawrence name after the Snow Mountain expedition. She suggested that evidence of this could be found in Ingobert's room. That woman was none other than Priscilla, dressed in mourning attire, her face filled with grief. Naturally, no one doubted her words. You all entered Ingobert's room, and after some searching, found a handwritten letter beneath a book. The contents were simple: at the conclusion of this Snow Mountain expedition, I will officially grant my second son, Eberhard, the family name of Lawrence, thereby confirming his status as the legitimate heir. Should I meet an untimely end, this decision shall remain in effect. Anyone who covets the family head position and disrupts the rightful bloodline shall be executed without mercy. The handwriting and seal were undoubtedly Ingobert's. Although many still had reservations about you becoming the family head, the letter forced them into silence. A nation cannot go without a king, and a family cannot go without a leader. After Ingobert's funeral, you were formally named the head of the Lawrence family and took control of the Crest of Frost. At last, you had achieved your goal. From a premature child born in a stable, you had risen to become the leader of the most powerful noble family in Mondstadt. Yet, oddly enough, you didn't feel the excitement you should have. Those who once looked down on you, those who mocked you, now bowed at your feet. But there was no one left with whom you could share this triumph. Your mother, your mentor, your brother, even your father had become stepping stones on your path to success. A month later, you announced that, in honor of Luther, the loyal servant who had died protecting the family head during the Snow Mountain Rebellion, you would marry his widow, Priscilla. Seeing this sentence, Lucas couldn't help but laugh. CAO's famous line, "I'll take care of your wife and child, don't worry," had taken on a new meaning in his case. The head of the Lawrence family marrying a commoner, and a widow at that, naturally met with strong opposition. But you stood firm, and the wedding was held with great fanfare. The wedding was like a slap in the face to the nobles who had opposed you. Of course, this was merely one of the many outrageous acts you would commit after becoming the head of the Lawrence family. Enter immersive mode, Lucas muttered as a thought occurred to him. Ah, because it's your wedding night, right? No, Lucas replied calmly, I just want to confirm something. Successfully entered immersive mode. Once again, you found yourself with Priscilla, just like the last time, in a wedding chamber. However, this time, it wasn't someone else's wedding night, it was yours. Truth be told, Lucas didn't have deep feelings for Priscilla. At most, he felt a certain fondness. The primary reason he married her was simply to fulfill a promise he had made. After all, noble marriages were usually just for show. Most noble couples led separate lives after marriage, which was common knowledge. Unlike the last wedding, though, Priscilla's smile now was genuine as she sat on the bed. What's wrong? Priscilla asked, noticing her husband's odd expression. Is something on your mind? Priscilla, there's something I've always wanted to ask you. Lucas hesitated for a moment before speaking. That letter we found in Ingobert's room, did you forge it? Back in the Snow Mountain, Ingobert had told Eberhard that he had decided to make him the heir. However, Lucas had assumed at the time that his father had said it merely to save his own life. That's why he was asking now. He desperately hoped the letter had been forged. Otherwise, everything he had done would have been meaningless. How could that be? Priscilla shook her head and smiled. Do you think a poor commoner like me would even know how to read or write, let alone forge Ingobert's handwriting? Hey, why are you? It's nothing, Lucas said as he wiped away a tear from his eye and smiled. I'm just, really happy. Really? Priscilla blushed. To be honest, I never thought you'd actually marry me, but I couldn't help but believe in you. Of course, I'd marry you, Lucas said as he picked her up. After all, the Lawrence bloodline needs to continue. Priscilla's face glowed with happiness. Seeing her smile brought Lucas a deep sense of comfort. He had deceived his brother, killed his mentor, murdered his father, and slaughtered countless people in the Snow Mountain. The Eberhard he had become was, without a doubt, a true villain. But now, Eberhard's revenge was over, and the life of the head of the Lawrence family had only just begun. Re-entering text mode. Chapter 56, Villain Simulator. Age 23, although you've assumed the position of the head of the Lawrence family, it isn't entirely secure. After all, you're still too young. Yet, with your swift and decisive actions, you silenced rumors and removed all obstacles. As for Mondstadt's current state, you have no intention of changing anything. Like the previous Lawrence heads, you are cunning and greedy. You thrive in the aristocratic circle, navigating it with grace, enjoying a life of luxury and comfort. Reading these words, Lucas couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. It's worth noting that in the simulator, you don't have the memories of your true self, so naturally, Eberhard is unaware that Mondstadt's decaying aristocratic class is like a candle flickering in the wind. In the near future, Vanessa, the Lion Fang Knight, will lead a revolution to overthrow Mondstadt's rule, with the Lawrence family being the first to fall. However, the plot in the simulator doesn't exactly mirror reality, and how things will unfold remains uncertain. Age 24, of course, you're not a brainless leader. You often conceal your identity, mingling among the common folk of Mondstadt to understand their living conditions and their attitudes toward the nobility. You don't expect the commoners to love or respect the aristocracy, but at the very least, you cannot allow the spark of rebellion to ignite. Interestingly, despite being hidden for years, you can still hear tales from bards about the Phantom Thief. Some say he was secretly executed by the aristocracy, others insist he escaped Mondstadt long ago. There are even rumors that his true identity is a certain bored noble. Whenever you hear these tales, you reward the bard with a few mora, as if these far-fetched stories remind you of your brother. Over the years, you've sent spies to track him down, but to no avail. Perhaps he has fled to the ends of the earth, or maybe he's already dead in some forgotten place. He no longer poses a threat to you, and your position as head of the Lawrence family is secure. But you know that if you ever find a clue to his whereabouts, you will ruthlessly eliminate him. You can't allow any unforeseen threats to arise. Age 25, your wife, Priscilla, is finally pregnant with your first child. This is, naturally, a cause for great celebration. Watching her belly swell, you feel the joy and excitement of becoming a father. Like your mother, Priscilla is a commoner. But you've made up your mind you will never be a father like Ingobert. Perhaps in your happiness, on one particular day, you did something out of the ordinary. Disguised as a commoner, you visited your favorite tavern and, for once, treated all the patrons to a drink. The tavern was instantly filled with joy. A young bard even offered to sing a song for free, to which you gladly agreed. But the lyrics of his song sent a chill down your spine. The traitor who killed his brother and father returns home, seated proudly upon the throne. But fate has already begun to stir, his wife will die in childbirth, his throne will be overthrown by a red-haired warrior, and he will meet the same fate as his father. You interrupted the bard, grabbing him by the collar and demanding to know why he was cursing you. But he simply shook his head and said, "These are the fates written in the stars. None of us can change them." You tried to catch him for further questioning, but he vanished like the wind. Yet the three prophecies in his song remained deeply etched in your mind. You consoled yourself, thinking it was just a cruel joke or a drunken hallucination. Age 26, unfortunately, your worst fears came true. Even though you had already summoned the best doctors in all of Mondstadt, your wife died of excessive bleeding after giving birth to a son. As she lay dying, she held your hand and gave her final words, "Take care of our child." Her death left you devastated, but it also filled you with dread. Since the first prophecy had come true, could the next two also unfold in time? No, you've fought against fate since birth, and you won't be defeated so easily by some supposed destiny. Now that you know of the prophecies, you'll break them, no matter what. The second prophecy foretells that you will be overthrown by a red-haired warrior. So, you decide to implement sweeping reforms to ensure that all of Mondstadt is under your control, so no one would dare rise against you. Of course, that's not enough. You also issue an order to register and investigate every red-haired person in Mondstadt. The third prophecy leaves you somewhat hesitant, because only you know your father's fate. He was killed by his own son. As you look at your infant son, your feelings are conflicted. Could it be true? Will you really die by his hand, just as the prophecy says? You shake off the thought. After all, you promised Priscilla you would take care of him. First, you decide to give him a name. 1 Kratos. 2 Arthas. 3 Tyrion. Looking at these names, Lucas fell into silence. Good grief, these choices are just screaming bad luck. The god of war who killed his father Zeus. The foolish prince who slew his father with a sword of filial piety. And the little imp who shot his father dead in a toilet with a crossbow. No matter which one you pick, it seems like a dangerous choice. Are you messing with me, system? Lucas muttered helplessly. Is there really no other option besides these three? You can also choose a random name, but if it's weird, the system holds no responsibility. Random. Random. Lucas quickly replied. Even if it turned out to be something like nutmeg or cornstarch, it would still be better than these three. You chose a random name, Cruise Lied. Cruise Lied? Lucas found the name vaguely familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before, but couldn't quite recall. After all, he wasn't the type of gamer who obsessively studied every detail. It wasn't possible to remember everything perfectly. You named your son Cruise Lied Lawrence, and you've resolved to raise him as an excellent heir. Age 27, to prevent the aristocratic class, represented by the Lawrence family, from being overthrown, you began a series of reforms to reduce tensions between nobles and commoners. These reforms inevitably affected the interests and power of the nobility, but as the head of the Lawrence family, you firmly implemented your decisions. However, even as the aristocracy compromised, there were two things they refused to yield on. First, the gladiatorial arena must remain open, and slavery must not be abolished. Second, the tradition of the Windbloom Festival sacrifices must be upheld. The reason was simple: both practices symbolize the privileges of Mondstadt's nobility. The aristocrats were willing to make small concessions, but they demanded their high status remain untouchable. You understood that reform wasn't something that could be accomplished overnight, and you couldn't afford to openly clash with the noble class. So, you preserved the institution of slavery and the traditions of the Windbloom Festival. Naturally, you no longer took part in the Windbloom Festival to receive the sacrificial feather in the past, you accepted the feathers largely to gain the power from the first cup of red wine, but now, you no longer needed that strength. Age 28, your son Cruise Lied is in excellent health. Age 29, Kreutzli Ed shows a natural talent and interest in music and swordsmanship, which delights you. Age 30, after years of eliminating rivals, the Lawrence family's position in Mondstadt is more secure than ever. Although you're only the head of the Lawrence family, many secretly believe you're the true king of Mondstadt. Of course, you're not foolish enough to declare yourself king. Mondstadt's last king was branded a tyrant and overthrown by his people. Age 31, thanks to your continued reforms, Mondstadt's national strength is increasing, and the standard of living for its citizens is gradually improving. Age 32, despite granting more power to the commoners, they still aren't satisfied, especially when it comes to the issues of slavery and the Windbloom Festival traditions. Age 33, extremist groups formed among the populace, organizing into resistance movements. They even kidnapped your son Cruise Lied as a bargaining chip. Your son is your greatest weakness. You went alone to negotiate with the rebels. They didn't think much of a noble coming to them alone, and some even saw it as an opportunity to kill you, the scourge of Mondstadt. However, underestimating you was their fatal mistake. Grabbing a nearby stick, you quickly sharpened one end. Despite not having fought in years, your skills hadn't dulled at all. And the rebels' resolve wasn't as strong as you thought. Through your mystic eyes, you could clearly see the death lines on their bodies. In front of your son, you killed every rebel with a single blow, the sharpened stick becoming a reaper's scythe, mercilessly harvesting their fragile lives. Although Cruise Lied was rescued, he seemed deeply traumatized. To avoid such an incident from happening again, and to prevent the prophecy from coming true, you disguised your son's identity and sent him to study in Sumeru. You planned to bring him back once Mondstadt was fully secured. Age 34, the kidnapping left a lasting impact. You began to rule with an iron fist, hunting down anyone who opposed you. This included intense interrogations and torture, especially targeting red-haired individuals, whom you gave special attention. Age 35, the dragon Ursa, which once attacked Mondstadt, returned. Despite the soldiers' best efforts, they barely managed to repel it, but not before the dragon caused immense destruction, killing hundreds. Age 36, Ursa's attacks became more frequent, and to protect Mondstadt, you began training the army to prepare for an all-out campaign against the dragon. Age 37, the heavy military expenses forced you to raise taxes. While this was a minor inconvenience for the nobility, it became a significant burden on the commoners. Age 38, you personally led the army to battle Ursa, but to your despair, the troops you trained with so much effort crumbled before the dragon's might. Even your spear skills were useless against the massive beast. The campaign ended in disaster, with fewer than 1/10 of the troops returning. The citizens' outcry against you surged like a flood. Age 39, you found yourself lost in thought. Everything you had done, wasn't it to protect this city and its people? Both the nobles and the commoners. You nearly died leading the army yourself, so why were you met with such condemnation? Have I truly made a mistake? No. The only mistake, the sole error, was my own weakness. If I were strong enough, if I could defeat the dragon Ursa, none of this would have happened. That's right, power. I need more power. But how can I quickly obtain such immense power? Suddenly, you glance at the portrait of your deceased wife, Priscilla, hanging on the wall. Memories flood back to your first encounter and, the first sip of the first cup of red wine you drank from her, which granted you a power that felt like a divine gift. Yes, this is the only way to increase your strength in a short time. You must destroy the dragon Ursa to protect this city, even if this method will make you a target of scorn, or even forever reviled. A few days later, you announce a new law, the First Cup of Wine Act. According to the law, all pure maidens in Mondstadt must spend the night before their wedding atop the city's high tower, offering the first cup of wine to Barbatos, the Inmo Archon. This, of course, is a thinly veiled excuse. The high tower is owned by the Lawrence family, and for years, the sacrifices for the Windbloom festival have been forced to endure a grim ritual there. Everyone understands what this so-called First Cup of Wine Act truly means. This outrageous law appalls not only commoners but even some nobles, who find it disgraceful. However, with you now holding absolute power in Mondstadt, no one can challenge your decision. Some think you've lost your mind in your battle with the dragon Ursa, while others believe you've simply given up, embracing a hedonistic life before the end. Still, there are those who scoff at the law and proceed with lavish weddings, only to realize it's no joke when soldiers break into their homes and forcibly take the newlywed brides away. To minimize unrest, you came up with a small compromise. Mondstadt's population is quite large, and many couples marry daily. Every night, the brides are sent to the high tower. You order their eyes to be blindfolded and select only one each night. This way, no one knows who the chosen one is, except the victim herself. One per night. This is far from your limit, but balance is key. Overdoing it could lead to unforeseen consequences. Although one bride is forced to undergo the ritual every night, as long as her family remains silent, there's no public shame. Additionally, the chosen bride receives a hefty compensation upon her departure. The lights of the high tower burn through the night. Those with sharp eyes might even glimpse a shadowy figure each day's sacrifice performing the first cup of wine ritual. As expected, your power grows at an astonishing rate. Age 39, after a year of accumulation, you've grown significantly stronger. You realize, however, that brides with the fire element are the rarest, and enhancing your fire elemental abilities would greatly boost your strength. Nevertheless, you've become increasingly reclusive, and only letters from your son occasionally bring a smile to your face. Age 40, the dragon Ursa attacks Mondstadt once again. This time, you stand atop the high tower and strike the overconfident dragon with searing flames, forcing it to retreat in fear. Below the tower, countless Mondstadt citizens bow their heads. You believe they are showing respect, but little do you know they are merely too terrified to look up. Although you didn't kill the dragon, this battle proves that your decision was the right one. As long as you continue to strengthen yourself, you will surely be able to eliminate this threat once and for all. In rare good spirits, you don a simple linen garment you haven't worn in years and, once again, disguise yourself as a commoner to wander the city. Returning to the familiar tavern, you find that the once joyful atmosphere is gone. The place is now filled with gloom. Only then do you recall that, to maintain your rule, you planted numerous spies among the commoners. Anyone caught speaking ill of you is immediately arrested. Amidst the gloom, you spot a flash of bright red. A red-haired woman sits at the bar, drinking beer in large gulps, with a square object strapped to her back. You suddenly remember the prophecy that a red-haired warrior would overthrow your rule. Feigning nonchalance, you strike up a conversation with her. To your surprise, she is quite free-spirited, and the two of you get along well. For some reason, you feel an inexplicable sense of closeness to this red-haired woman, someone you've never met before. It's the most fun you've had since sending your son away. She tells you that she isn't from Mondstadt. She grew up in Lyo with her mother, who gave birth to her out of wedlock and never spoke about her father. Recently, her mother passed away, and in her belongings, the woman found a portrait of a man. She suspects this man might be her father, so she returned to her mother's homeland in search of clues. Your heart skips a beat, and you can't help but recall the red-haired girl from the Windbloom Festival 20 years ago. Could it really be possible that this world holds such strange coincidences? You ask to see the portrait, and to your surprise, she agrees. The fine canvas and paint haven't faded with time. The young man in the portrait, his smile restrained, is none other than your 18-year-old self. Instinctively, you fear being recognized. But when you glance at your reflection in a distant mirror, you realize your face has long since changed from those youthful days. The red-haired woman doesn't seem to suspect that you're the man she's looking for. Casually, you ask, "What will you do if you find this man?" The red-haired woman laughs, clenching her fist and saying, "If I really find him, I'll definitely give him a good beating. But I probably won't hit his face, since he's pretty handsome. Although I hate the guy, I have to admit that I inherited some of his good looks, well, maybe a third at most." She isn't boasting. The woman has indeed inherited her mother's beauty, along with that striking red hair. Facing the woman who is most likely your daughter, you decide. 1. To reveal the truth. 2. To keep it hidden. After a brief hesitation, Lucas still chose the second option. Even if you were to acknowledge her, what would be the point? Would you really tell her that her birth was the result of a forced encounter 22 years ago? And that her biological father spends his days atop the high tower, engaged in disgraceful deeds? Now, he finally understood how Ingobert must have felt when he learned of Eberhard, his illegitimate son. Would revealing the truth bring her happiness? In the end, you couldn't muster the courage to acknowledge her. Instead, you wished her luck in finding the man she was looking for. Before leaving, you discreetly slipped a few gems into her pocket. Age 41, according to your spies, a strange troupe has recently appeared in Mondstadt. They seem to wander the world, and after arriving in Mondstadt, they've been singing songs with a rebellious tone. Chapter 57, Villain Simulator. However, you didn't pay them any mind. You have always been pursuing the power to eliminate the dragon Ursa. How could a mere band shake you? The only thing that bothers you is that your son, Cruz lied, hasn't written back for a long time. He's been away from home for a long time. By now, he must have grown into a fine young man, right? Age 42, the Windbloom Festival is held as usual this year, but the people seem numb. After all, in the past, only one sacrifice was chosen annually, but now, one is chosen every day. The festivities are no different from previous years. You sit in the VIP seat, utterly bored, watching this year's performance. You glance at the sacrifice on the high platform. She is a beautiful, ethereal girl. Despite having tasted countless fine wines since the first cup of red wine act was implemented, this one still makes your eyes light up. Of course, you're not the only one who noticed. The young men of the Lawrence family have already gathered beneath the platform, their eyes hungry like wolves, awaiting the feather-throwing ceremony after the performance. Who knows which lucky scoundrel will get this beauty tonight? The final performance is by a band with interesting instruments: a long sword as a flute, a short bow as a violin, and a great sword as a bell. The conductor, wearing a fancy hat, holds a music sheet and gives you a slight bow. They all wear intricate masks. Naturally, this is tradition. Performers for the nobility must wear masks if they are unattractive to avoid offending the noble's eyes. Although you're not versed in music, their sound and singing are quite captivating, even lulling you into enjoyment. But just as you're immersed in the music, the violinist suddenly pulls out an arrow, using their instrument as a bow, and fires it directly at you. It all happens too suddenly. Despite your formidable skills, you barely manage to dodge, but the arrow still grazes your cheek. The band has already turned their instruments into weapons and launched an assault on you. Chaos erupts on the scene. It seems they were well prepared. Even the guards assigned to watch over the event have vanished without a trace. The four of them are powerful, but they've underestimated your strength. Years of accumulation have made you terrifyingly strong. More than shock, what you feel is rage. Why betray me? Don't you know that everything I've done was to protect you? I point my spear blade at external enemies, but you aim your weapons at me. Your fury fuels the fire element within you, making it even more violent. They seem to realize your strength. The first to show a weakness is the conductor. Even with the mask on, you can see the death line in her eyes. Without hesitation, you pierce her mask with a single shot, the needle-like spear blade driving through the back of her skull. The conductor's gruesome death leaves the other three members frozen in place. You, however, wear a menacing smile, you should envy her because she didn't die in pain. The rest of you will pay for your betrayal. The flutist, wielding the flute sword, rushes at you. The blade whistles through the air, producing a beautiful flute sound. But you catch her blade with one hand, the searing flames from your palm instantly melting the exquisite weapon into molten iron. Your biggest mistake was making your weapons into toys, you sneer, delivering a punch to her abdomen, instantly knocking her out. Your swordsmanship has potential. You could serve as a gladiator for others' entertainment. Die, you tyrant who harms innocent girls. The violinist fires a rapid volley of arrows at you, but the moment they get close, they vaporize in the heat of your fiery aura. Your spear technique is known for its precision, capable of lifting the morning dew. Your spear strikes like a shadow, and when you finish, the delicate bow violin has fallen to the ground. The violinist screams in agony, all 10 of his fingers have been pierced by your needle-like spear tip. 10 fingers connected to the heart, he's in unbearable pain. Now you won't be able to pluck either bowstrings or violin strings, you say coldly, turning your gaze to the last remaining opponent, a teenage boy wielding a massive bell sword. Despite his youth, he shows no fear, gripping his great sword and charging at you. You don't hold back, slicing through his tendons with your spear blade as if it were a serpent. The great sword crashes to the ground with a deep, resounding bell sound, followed by the boy's mask. When you see his face, you freeze. Though it's been years since you last saw this face, you recognize it instantly. Cruz lied, my son. Why is it you? You can't believe that your most cherished son would join a rebellion against you. Because you've gone mad. Cruz lied says, his expression complicated. I know all the atrocities you've committed. I'm here to overthrow you and the corrupt nobles like you. The prophecy from over a decade ago replays in your mind. Your son, it seems, truly does want to kill you. But this prophecy has already been broken. You did not die by your son's hand like your father did. Fate has been shattered. You raise your spear, pointing it at Cruz lied, and coldly say, my son, if you swear never to associate with these rebels again and obediently become a noble, I can pretend today never happened. However, Cruz lied resolutely replies, do you remember when I was kidnapped as a child? They never hurt me. Instead, they told me about your crimes. From that moment, the seed of rebellion took root in my heart. Meeting the band gave me the determination to return to Mondstadt and overthrow your tyranny. The thing I hate most in this life, is that the filthy blood of the nobility runs through my veins. His words are so ironic. The noble identity you've pursued all your life has become a burden to him. But you haven't completely given up on your son. He's only 15, still too young. Perhaps, as he matures, he'll realize how naive his thinking is. However, Kreuzlied's treason can no longer be hidden. You must give the other nobles an explanation. You have no choice but to strip him of his noble title and exile him. In his stubborn gaze, you see a reflection of your brother. Perhaps this is karma for what you did years ago. As a noble, Cruz lied is spared from death, but the other 2 rebels you're determined to give them the harshest punishment, so the people of Mondstadt will understand the price of defying you. You order the conductor's body to be hung at the city gate, so all passers-by can see the gruesome sight of her pierced skull. As for the flutist, you throw her into the gladiatorial arena, where she will face countless battles daily until her inevitable death. Regarding the violinist, after reviewing his background, you devise a most brutal punishment. Forced entry into immersive mode commencing. Task prompt, in this immersive mode, act like a villain and drive the violinist to mental collapse. Your rewards will be based on the level of his breakdown. Immersive mode task? This seems to be the first time. But what exactly does this task mean? Simply put, it's psychological torment. Got it. Lucas immediately understood what the system meant. If the conductor's punishment was death, and the flutist's was physical torment, then the violinist's punishment would be mental destruction. Having spent so much time with the system, Lucas had already mastered the art of playing the villain. Lucas found himself in a very familiar place. The high tower where the sacrifices took place. In the simulator, he had drunk countless cups of fine wine here. In front of him is a young man bound by ropes. His face is handsome, perhaps even more so than Eberhard in his youth. But now, he looks disheveled, his once beautiful fingers broken and horrifyingly mangled. Hello, young man, Lucas said with a smile, sitting before the violinist. I didn't expect someone rebelling against me would be such a good-looking fellow. I bet many girls are infatuated with that face of yours, right? The violinist showed no expression. His parched lips moved slightly as he muttered, "Kill me." "No? That would be too easy," Lucas shook his head. "Do you know? The people of this country misunderstand me. They're like cruise-lied, rebellious children. But I will forgive them." "Stop deceiving yourself," the violinist's beautiful eyes flashed with hatred. "You're nothing but a hedonistic tyrant. And how much do you really know about this country?" Lucas fiddled with the documents in his hand. "I investigated you. You're from Fontaine. Why travel so far to rebel against a foreign noble? Wherever there is oppression, there will be resistance." The violinist said defiantly, "Every year during the Windbloom Festival, you force an innocent common girl to be sacrificed by the nobles. Isn't this atrocious act something that should be overthrown?" "Well said," Lucas sneered. "But the tradition of the Windbloom Festival has been passed down for thousands of years. Why are you just now playing the hero?" That's just a coincidence," the violinist murmured, momentarily at a loss for words. "Really, just a coincidence?" Lucas clapped his hands gently and said, "Bring her in." At his command, a beautiful girl was escorted into the room by 2 soldiers. She was none other than the sacrifice selected for this year's Windbloom Festival. Their eyes met for a brief moment before quickly looking away, as if trying to conceal the connection between them. "There's no need to hide anymore," Lucas patted the girl on the head, smiling. "You're in love with this girl and didn't want her to become the sacrifice. That's why you planned this rebellion, isn't it?" Seeing that his motives had been exposed, the violinist finally sighed. He glared at Lucas and said, "So what if that's true? What we did was still an act of justice." "Justice?" Lucas suddenly stood up, grabbing the violinist by the hair. The girl, seeing this, showed a pained expression. "You did all this just because you happened to love this girl. If today's sacrifice wasn't her, but some ugly old woman, would you still have acted?" Lucas's demeanor completely shifted from calm to hysterical. "Is this your so-called justice? You attempted to assassinate me because of a fleeting emotion? Do you realize how many people will suffer because of this? Do you even understand that without me, there would be no one left to protect this city from the dragon Ursa's invasion?" His rapid-fire questions left the violinist, who moments earlier had been resolute, momentarily at a loss for words, perhaps even a bit afraid. "I'm sorry, I may have lost my temper," Lucas said, his face softening as quickly as it had hardened. Releasing the violinist's hair, he patted it gently and said warmly, "I hope I didn't scare you, young man. You see, I'm really not such a bad person. Everything can be negotiated. Your 2 companions, one's body is now hanging from the city gates, while the other has been thrown into the gladiator arena to fight until her death. But I can give you a way out." "Stop talking," the violinist said resolutely. "They've all met a terrible fate. How could I live on in cowardice? Don't you think it's unfair? The conductor is dead, and the sword dancer won't last more than 3 months, Lucas shook his head and said, "But my son Cruzlide was merely exiled. In a few years, I might find an opportunity to pardon him. By then, he could return to his prestigious noble status. Meanwhile, the grass on your graves will likely be 3 feet tall." Sure enough, the violinist hesitated. The initial reason they had planned this assassination was to save the girl he loved. As for rebelling against tyranny, that was merely a convenient excuse. The wandering band had always acted as knights of justice, and with their impressive skills, they had never suffered a loss. Perhaps they even thought this time would be no different. But now, faced with the blood-soaked reality, the idealistic man from Fontaine finally realized the harshness of the real world. At that moment, a shadow suddenly descended from outside the window. The violinist, quick to react, looked toward the window, only to immediately gag at the sight before him. Hanging outside the window was the conductor's rotting corpse, maggots crawling in and out of her broken eye sockets. Her once elegant and beautiful face now resembled a decaying plant. "Speak." The violinist, his mental defenses completely shattered, frowned and said, "What is your deal?" "It's simple. I can give you 2 choices," Lucas, seemingly having predicted the violinist's decision, raised one finger. "First, I'll torture you with the 72 methods of the Lawrence family, 1 each day, and on the last day, I'll release you from your suffering." What kind of torture? Sweat dripped down the violinist's forehead. "If I were to explain all of them, we wouldn't have enough time tonight," Lucas said casually, taking out a small, transparent object and placing it before the violinist. Here's an example. The first one. It was a transparent piece about the size of a fingernail. Of course, this description might be redundant because it was a fingernail, complete and stained with blood. This belonged to your friend, the sword dancer, Lucas said nonchalantly. After each victory in the gladiatorial arena, she gets one of her nails pulled out. Why? The violinist's eyes widened in shock. Didn't she win? Yes, so only one nail was removed. If she had lost. Lucas extended both hands and said, they'd all be pulled out. Seeing the violinist's expression twist in horror, Lucas waved a hand, smiling. Just kidding. Gladiators who lose face only one outcome: death. The victor usually opens their chest and pulls out their heart. Have you ever seen a heart beating in someone's palm? Stop talking. The violinist swallowed hard and asked, what's the second option? The second is much simpler, Lucas pointed to the girl who had been brought in and smiled. Tonight, she'll complete the Windbloom Festival ritual according to tradition, and afterward, you can leave with her. If you need it, I can even give you some money for the road. How can you? The violinist mumbled, this is too much. You're a monster. A demon. I've already been quite lenient. After all, this was her fate, Lucas shrugged with a smile. But if you're willing to sacrifice yourself, I can guarantee that she won't become a sacrifice. She's so beautiful she'll surely find a good man and start a new family. The violinist was at a loss for words, but the girl suddenly spoke, I'm Will. Shut up. Lucas's roar startled the girl into immediate silence. I'm asking him. If you dare say another word, I'll cut out your tongue. Make your choice, little violinist. Lucas looked down at the violinist, his tone mocking. Will you sacrifice yourself, or her? The violinist glanced at the corpse of his fallen friend hanging outside the window, then at the Mondstadt girl he adored. Forcing a smile, he said, I won't abandon you. We'll run away together, far from here, to a place where no one knows us, okay? The girl didn't dare speak but was moved to tears, nodding repeatedly. How touching, Lucas clapped his hands, laughing. Love is truly beautiful. Guards, bring in the equipment. At his command, the two soldiers returned, carrying a metal helmet. Without a word, they placed it on the violinist's head and secured it tightly around his neck. Seeing this, the violinist began to struggle slightly, panic rising in his voice. What is this? Just a simple torture device, Lucas said casually. It can force someone's eyelids open, preventing them from sleeping. And when the neck is fixed in place, it forces the person to stare at one spot. Quite an interesting tool, don't you think? The violinist seemed to realize what Lucas was planning, and he muttered, Please, why are you doing this to me? Why? Lucas's smile faded, his tone growing cold. You only have yourselves to blame for your ignorance, your childishness, and for leading my carefully groomed son astray. Did you really think all nobles are fools? Now, you must pay for your recklessness. The device was quickly secured, forcing the violinist's eyes wide open, his gaze locked on the direction of the sacrificial ritual. His neck immobilized, he couldn't even turn away. To be honest, I'd feel weird having someone stare directly at me, Lucas said, placing a thin screen between the violinist and the ritual. There, that's better. The screen displayed only faint shadows, resembling a puppet show. However, for the violinist, the sounds were perfectly clear. Each word, each note, played clearly in his sensitive musician's ears. Whether it was from the prolonged lack of sleep or the overwhelming emotional trauma, tears began to stream continuously from the violinist's forcibly open eyes. He recalled the first time he met the girl by the lake. He remembered the joyful times playing music with his friends at the tavern. He remembered the confident preparation of their plan. In their plan, by now, they would have overthrown Mondstadt's nobles and played the song of victory, celebrated by the liberated citizens. But now, he realized just how foolish their actions had been. Chapter 58, Villain Simulator. His physical injuries had long lost their sensation. But his heart felt as if it were being cut and chopped with knives every second of every minute. The music behind the screen, which had started out loud and high, gradually became soft and subdued, eventually fading into silence, only to begin its cycle again after a brief pause. Over the course of one night, it repeated itself 9 times. The violinist could not close his eyes, nor could he block out the sounds. His greatest pride in life had been his keen hearing, which could catch the whispers of insects and the trickling of mountain springs. Now, he wished he were deaf. The ritual continued from midnight until dawn. Only when the morning sun shone upon the screen, burning the violinist's eyes, did the ceremony finally conclude. Though Lucas was over 40, his body had long surpassed the strength of ordinary men due to years of bathing in the first cup of red wine. When he stepped out from behind the screen, sunlight bathed his body. His figure, resembling a grand statue, caused the violinist to feel a sense of inferiority. Well, you've had a tough night, Lucas said as he took 2 steps forward and easily removed the torture device from the violinist's head with his fingers. Staying awake all night must have been quite painful, hey? Pain? Yes, it was excruciating. But more unbearable than the pain in his eyes was the torment in the violinist's heart. Perhaps due to being forced to stay awake all night, the violinist found himself unable to close his eyes. His once handsome and elegant face now appeared grotesque and horrifying, with his bloodshot eyes seemingly ready to burst from their sockets. The violinist remained silent, his gaze falling upon the girl who had haunted his dreams. But whether it was his imagination or not, it seemed as though her face did not show the despair or pain he had expected after the storm, but instead, a more complex expression. I keep my promises, Lucas patted the girl's shoulder and smiled. You can take her away now. Though, honestly, I'm a little reluctant to let her go. The violinist knew that this was a mockery directed at him. But he no longer cared. His spirit was on the brink of collapse, and the only thing that could heal him now was the warmth of the girl's embrace. The violinist just wanted to leave this hell with her by his side. However, just as he reached out his hand to take hers, the girl suddenly took half a step back. The violinist's outstretched hand hovered in midair, trembling slightly. What's wrong? The violinist asked in a daze. Come with me. I don't care about what happened last night. We can start a new life. I'm sorry, but... The girl gently tugged at Lucas's sleeve, lowering her gaze. I can no longer leave Lord Eberhard. Crack. It was as though Lucas could hear something breaking. Ha. The violinist's face twisted into a smile as he muttered, No, that's impossible, ha. He stumbled toward the door, like a man who had lost his soul. The guards at the door immediately moved to stop him. No need to stop him. Let him go, Lucas waved his hand. But... One of the guards hesitated. He's a criminal who tried to assassinate you. Let the people of Mondstadt see the consequences of defying me, Lucas said with a cold smile, watching the violinist's retreating figure. Sometimes, the living are more useful than the dead. And sometimes, the dead are more useful than the living. Immersive mode ended. Calculating score. Score, S rank. Rewards obtained, Troops Dawnlight, Bard's Arrow Feather, Concert's Final Hour, Wanderer's String Kettle, Conductor's Top Hat. Full set of Wanderer's Troop obtained, activating set effect. Effect, 1. Increases Elemental Mastery by 80%, Elemental Mastery is the ability to control elements, the higher the value, the greater the control. 2. Increases damage of all ranged attacks by 35%. The rewards this time were quite generous. In previous achievements, I only got 1 relic at a time, but this time, I was given an entire set. However, the relic set bonuses seemed a little different from those in the game. In the game, Elemental Mastery increases both elemental damage and elemental reaction damage. But in this world, where you can't frequently switch characters to trigger different elemental reactions, the Elemental Mastery effect has been changed to control over elements. You did well, I almost feel like hugging you, if I had hands. The system gave a fairly blunt evaluation. I was just in it for the rewards, Lucas replied, seeming to have grown more and more accustomed to these situations. Besides, it was all just a performance. Does playing a villain in a movie mean the actor is a bad person in real life? Being able to play a role that people hate is a talent in itself. Even Teacher Lee, who played a famous villain, was once pelted with rotten eggs. You make a good point. Here's to you continuing to grow stronger and reaching new heights. Switching to text mode. Under your iron rule, the Wanderer's troop band was completely dismantled. The conductor's body was taken down, but a mad beggar has now appeared in the town, his appearance terrifying, especially his wide-open eyes, which seemed to never close. People know he was once one of the rebels, and this is the fate of those who resist. Of course, this is not the end. One last member still fights on. Though the sword dancer was made a gladiator slave, she continues to resist, defeating all her opponents. Her bold and graceful form has even earned her the title Swordsman of the Dawn. This doesn't upset you. After all, she is your gladiator slave. The blood and sweat she sheds will ultimately become your profit. Forcing her to sell her swordsmanship to the very nobles she despises and to kill her own kind, could there be a more fitting punishment? The gladiator arena is a space reserved for the entertainment of nobles. Nothing better showcases the nobility's superiority than watching the lowly fight for their lives to provide amusement. At the same time, the arena is also a place for nobles to display their wealth. The wealthier the family, the more expensive and powerful the gladiator slaves they can afford, winning battle after battle. As the most prominent noble family in Mondstadt, the Lawrence family holds significant influence in the arena. Under your command are many skilled gladiators. Today, you've hidden your identity and entered the arena to watch the sword dancers battle. After all, watching as the head of the Lawrence family would surely draw unwanted attention. Upon entering, however, you spot a familiar figure, a white-haired old gladiator. He was the first gladiator to submit to you 30 years ago. Even then, he was already old, and now he is over 80. Though you long ago granted him his freedom, he chose to remain in the arena, doing odd jobs. Much like a prisoner who has spent too long in jail and cannot adapt to the outside world, the old gladiator has become a slave to the system. Whenever he sees you, he still respectfully calls you master as a sign of his loyalty. The gladiatorial match soon begins, and at last, you see the sword dancer's elegant form. Although she is no match for you, her graceful and agile swordsmanship, like a dance, has earned her victory after victory. You once promised her an almost impossible task: if she won 100 battles, you would grant her freedom. She does not fear death, but she craves freedom. Freedom would mean a chance to seek revenge against you. Her next match will be her 100th. You are not afraid that she will win and gain her freedom. You can give her freedom and still have 1,000 ways to make her a slave again. Her opponent steps into the ring. The moment you see her, your gaze is immediately drawn to her. She is a red-haired woman with tan skin, seemingly from the nomadic Natlan tribe. Due to the dragon Ursa's attacks, many Natlan people fled to Mondstadt, where they were enslaved. You've never seen her before, but you sense an extraordinary potential in her. A prophecy flashes in your mind: your rule will be overthrown by a red-haired warrior. The battle begins, with the sword dancer and the red-haired swordswoman clashing fiercely. Both are highly skilled, and as they exchange blows, you sense a mutual admiration between them. Both are young, both resentful of the nobility, both possessing exceptional swordsmanship. The sword dancer's technique is graceful and elegant, while the red-haired warrior's style is fierce and relentless. Even a layperson would be captivated by such a brilliant fight, let alone you, someone who has studied how to counter sword techniques from a young age. Both of them are rare swordsmanship talents, but unfortunately, in the gladiator arena, only one can survive. In the end, the red-haired swordswoman gains the upper hand, finding an opening in the sword dancer's technique and driving her sword into her chest. Blood splatters across the red-haired warrior's face, adding a solemn air to her exotic features. As the sword dancer's life fades, the red-haired warrior says something. You can't hear it, but with your hawk-like eyesight, you read her lips: "I will carry on your will to resist." That's right. It's her. With her great strength, her will to resist, and her warrior-like spirit, she is the one destined to overthrow your rule. But you are not afraid. Since you've already stopped one prophecy, you can certainly stop another. You decide to 1. Buy the red-haired swordswoman and kill her. 2. Order the noble who owns her to kill her. 3. Find a stronger gladiator to kill her. I choose the first. After a moment of thought, Lucas made his decision. Gladiator slaves are the private property of nobles. Even as the head of the Lawrence family, you cannot simply demand the destruction of someone else's property. Such an action would raise suspicions and unnecessary attention. As for the third option, Lucas suspected that the red-haired warrior was likely Vanessa, the Lion Fang knight from history, who overthrew the Mondstadt aristocracy and founded the Knights of Favonius. Finding a gladiator strong enough to defeat her would be nearly impossible. Quietly buying her and then killing her would be far easier. After all, the Lawrence family never lacked money. You decide to find the owner of the red-haired swordswoman and buy her. Just as you're about to leave the arena, someone taps you on the shoulder. You turn around and are surprised to see that the person is the red-haired woman you encountered at the tavern, the one who is likely your illegitimate daughter. You're surprised because only nobles are allowed inside the arena. The red-haired woman seems to notice your surprise and explains that she has inherited her grandfather's job and become a squire. She then asks you why you are here. Since you are hiding your identity, you casually tell her that you are just a worker at the arena. The red-haired woman seems to believe you completely and even asks if you could give the Swordsman of the Dawn a proper burial. Uncle, that final sword dance of the Swordsman of the Dawn really moved me. If I ever become a true knight, I want to name myself in her honor. I'll call myself. The red-haired girl excitedly declared, the Dawn Knight. No way. Lucas smacked his forehead. He had previously wondered whether the ancestor of the Ranvinder family 1,000 years later might be this red-haired woman's brother, but now it seemed she was indeed the one. What kind of expression would Master Diluc have if he found out that his ancestor was connected to the Lawrence family's tyrant? Thankfully, this is just a simulation. So, she's been inspired by the spirit of the rebels? If it were anyone else, you would have immediately ordered their capture. But in the end, you can't bring yourself to harm your daughter. After all, it's not unusual for young people to admire heroic figures. Once she matures, she'll come to realize how foolish she once was. The only thing you need to do now is eliminate that red-haired swordswoman. You found the owner of the red-haired swordswoman. He was also a noble of Mondstadt, not as powerful as the Lawrence family, but still quite influential, though he had always been overshadowed by the Lawrences. You inquired about the red-haired swordswoman and learned that her name was Vanessa, a refugee from the Munita tribe who had come to Mondstadt. Because of her impressive swordsmanship, she was made into a gladiator. You expressed your desire to buy Vanessa, but to your surprise, the noble refused. As it turns out, this noble family had long been passionate about the gladiatorial arena business, but they could never surpass the Lawrence family. Now that they had a powerful gladiator like Vanessa, they saw her as their chance to become the champions of the arena. There was no way they would sell her to another family. Although the Lawrence family held immense power in Mondstadt, the city's aristocracy was deeply interconnected. They had no issue with how you exploited the commoners, but when their interests were at stake, they wouldn't agree easily. Faced with the looming threat of being overthrown, you weren't about to give up so easily. An insidious plan came to mind that would allow you to get your hands on Vanessa. Killing her outright would be a waste. You felt a fiery power within her that, if absorbed, would greatly enhance your own fire elemental strength. You summoned your loyal gladiators and asked if any were willing to participate in a battle they were sure to die in. If they accepted, their families would receive a substantial reward. The gladiators hesitated. After all, most of them were loners fighting for their freedom, hoping to win enough matches to return to a life of liberty. Who would willingly give up their life? At that moment, a sturdy figure knelt before you, offering to take on the task. It was none other than the old gladiator who had served you for 30 years. He was now quite elderly, but his clouded eyes still shone with unwavering determination. Your feelings were complicated. Though just a slave, the gladiator had been your first teacher in spear techniques. He had devoted nearly half his life to serving you, while others around you had left, yet he had remained loyal. Don't feel troubled, my lord. I am old. Rather than waiting silently for death, I would prefer to die fighting in the arena. The gladiator carefully pulled a glass-encased flower from his pocket. The flower had long since withered and turned black. It was the one you casually gave him years ago. This old servant swore an oath to Lord Eberhard and is ready to shed my last drop of blood for him. While everyone now called you lord, the gladiator still addressed you as young master. To him, you were still the young boy who gave him a boutonniere and practiced spear techniques under the moonlit sky. With a sigh, you accepted the gladiator's request. 3 days later, the special duel began. On one side stood the arena's rising star, the foreign swordswoman Vanessa, known as the battle demon, while on the other was an old spearman, barely able to stand. The gladiator's final battle was not greeted with flowers and applause, but with mockery and scorn. Everyone thought the Lawrence family had gone mad for sending an old man to face the strongest gladiator in the arena. But the old gladiator still held his iron spear firmly, standing tall in front of Vanessa, and she, in return, offered him her utmost respect. What was expected to be an easy battle turned out to be anything but. The old gladiator's spear techniques were elusive and masterful, keeping Vanessa at bay for quite some time. Experience outweighs youth, and a stick in the hands of an elder is more dangerous than fists of the young. Years of battle experience had refined the gladiator's skills to their purest form. He had given most of his life to the arena, and this final performance would be nothing short of perfect. The audience, including you, were stunned by the spectacle. No one had expected the old man, who usually swept the grounds, to be so powerful. Gradually, the crowd began to cheer for him. However, the gladiator was simply too old. Though his spear techniques were unmatched, his stamina was quickly depleted. Vanessa knew that all she had to do was wait. Finally, the old gladiator reached his limit. The iron spear in his frail hands felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, and he could no longer lift it. "Kill me," the gladiator whispered his final request. "It is my last wish." Vanessa nodded. With a single thrust, her sword pierced the old man's heart. "You were an honorable opponent," she said softly. "No, I wasn't," the gladiator muttered. With his remaining strength, he grabbed the blade of Vanessa's sword and smeared the poison he had hidden in his palm onto the blade. "I'm sorry, but this was my duty." Vanessa's eyes widened in shock as she quickly withdrew her sword from the gladiator's chest, but it was too late. Black blood was already trickling from the old man's lips. "Poison! There's poison on the sword!" Someone in the crowd shouted, and soon a group of soldiers rushed in, seizing the stunned Vanessa. Chapter 59, Villain Simulator. The gladiator collapsed powerlessly, lying on the sand-covered arena floor. His helmet rolled off, revealing his sparse silver hair. Blood gradually darkened the sand. With his last bit of strength, he pulled the small flower from his chest. Through the glass bottle, he seemed to see the cheerful noble boy once again, reaching out to him with a smile and saying, "Do you wish to become my gladiator?" "Thank you." You knelt down and closed the gladiator's eyes, picking up his helmet. The sadness on your face flickered briefly before reverting to your usual cold expression. Achievement unlocked, the gladiator's triumph. Reward, the gladiator's finale item. Category, set piece. Effect, 2/4, increases attack power by 18%. Description, the helmet of a legendary ancient gladiator, stained with the blood of countless foes and proudly worn amidst the cheers of innumerable spectators. Yes, this was your plan. Before the battle, you had your gladiator conceal poison. At the moment of his death, he smeared it on the opponent's sword, framing Vanessa for using poison. According to Mondstadt's gladiatorial rules, if a gladiator used dishonorable means to kill their opponent, the victim's owner had the right to punish the offending gladiator in any way they wished, whether by execution or by claiming them as their own. Your plan wasn't particularly clever. Vanessa's owner adamantly denied ever instructing his gladiator to use poison. However, after the aristocratic council's arbitration, you successfully gained the right to deal with Vanessa. Now, faced with the red-haired warrior's furious gaze from within her cage, you decide. 1. Execute her immediately. 2. Absorb her power, then execute her. 3. Release her. Number 2. After a moment of hesitation, Lucas chose the second option. Letting her go was absolutely out of the question. For any reason, releasing her was simply not an option. Executing her right away would be the safest approach, but it would waste the opportunity to absorb her energy. According to previous experiences in the simulator, sacrifices with fire elemental power were incredibly rare. Although not all red-haired women had the fire element, by coincidence, every source of fire elemental power Lucas had absorbed so far came from red-haired women. You decide to absorb her power first, then execute her, so as not to waste such a precious sacrifice. After all, she was just a slave, lower than even a commoner, merely her master's property. As usual, you ordered her to be taken to the high tower. Forcing entry into immersive mode. Mission objective: make Vanessa willingly participate in the sacrificial ritual. Mission reward: B-grade equipment ×1. Reluctantly, Lucas was once again drawn into the simulator. It seemed the system had unlocked a new feature in immersive mode, requiring him to complete various tasks during these scenarios. However, this task was much harder than forcing Vanessa into the sacrificial ritual. It was obvious that Vanessa had already figured out the truth about the poison on her weapon and despised him. How could she possibly comply willingly? Once again, it was the familiar high tower. Interestingly, most of Lucas's immersive scenarios had taken place in this tower. The red-haired girl was tightly bound by ropes. Her tan skin and deep wine-red hair were rare sights in Mondstadt. Though not exceptionally beautiful by traditional standards, Vanessa possessed a unique wild charm. "Vanessa, that's your name, isn't it?" Lucas sat in front of her, smiling. "You must know why I brought you here." Humph! Vanessa glared at him with fierce hatred. Of course I know. Many innocent girls have already been sacrificed here. Many? No, the exact number is 1,023, Lucas said calmly. Their sacrifices were all for the future of Mondstadt. Lies! Vanessa shouted angrily. It's all to satisfy the twisted desires of you despicable nobles. What if I told you that everything I've done is to gain power to fight off the dragon Ursa and protect Mondstadt? Lucas said coldly. Would you believe me? That's absurd. Vanessa's eyes widened in disbelief. Even the greatest warriors of the Munita tribe couldn't defeat the dragon Ursa. How could you, just a mere noble, possibly stand a chance? A mere noble? Lucas scoffed. Do you know who ensures there's bread and milk on the commoners' tables? Who allows their children to receive an education? Who lets these weaklings survive in this world? It's the very nobles you despise. Lies. All lies. Vanessa's voice trembled with conviction. Without the nobles, the people would thrive. Without us, they would be like you, nomadic, homeless, reduced to refugees and slaves at the first hardship, Lucas retorted coldly. If you don't believe me, then I'll show you. With a snap of his fingers, the ropes binding Vanessa turned to ash, though her body remained unscathed. You think you're a skilled fighter? Lucas beckoned her forward provocatively. Defeat me, and I'll grant you your freedom. I'll kill you, you monster. Vanessa grabbed a decorative long sword from the wall and lunged at Lucas. To her shock, he didn't move. When the sharp blade struck his chest, it was like hitting steel. The impact numbed her hand, and the sword blade shattered. My defense is 134 times stronger than an average warrior, Lucas said calmly, raising his fist at blinding speed. And my speed is 75 times faster. His fist stopped just a centimeter from Vanessa's nose. Though he didn't make contact, the wind from his punch brushed painfully against her cheek. My strength is 203 times greater, Lucas added, lowering his fist. This is the result of the sacrifice of those 1,023 girls. Vanessa's legs buckled, and she fell to her knees, muttering, so strong. Now you understand that I wasn't lying. Let's make a deal, Lucas said, flexing his wrist. If you willingly go through with the ritual, I'll grant you 3 wishes. First, I'll free all your people. Second, I'll defeat the dragon Ursa. Third, if your people desire it, they can become citizens of Mondstadt. You're not lying. Vanessa's eyes gleamed with hope. No, swear it in the name of the Enmo god. Honesty is a virtue of the nobility, Lucas stood before her, towering like a god. As for Barbatos, why would I need to swear by him? I am the god of Mondstadt now. I understand, Vanessa nodded. If my sacrifice can bring happiness to my people, then I willingly accept the ritual. First cup of red wine ability activated. Attribute boost, fire elemental attack increased by 300%, elemental mastery increased by 200%. Lucas, or rather, Eberhardt's suspicions were correct. Vanessa's body contained immense power, greatly enhancing his fire elemental abilities. Mission complete, make Vanessa willingly participate in the sacrificial ritual. Reward obtained, Royal Longbow. Quality, B. Effect, every 4th attack is guaranteed to be a critical hit. Lucas could feel the powerful fire element coursing through his veins. His strength, already at the level of a noble's vassal, now seemed poised to break through its limits. But just then, his body suddenly ignited into flames. It wasn't that a part of his body had caught fire, his entire being had become part of the flame itself. The intense heat made it difficult for Lucas to breathe. Glaring at Vanessa, who had been obedient just moments ago, he struggled to speak. What have you done? I've done nothing. Vanessa replied calmly. However, ever since I was a child, the pyro god blessed and cursed me. The blessing gave me unparalleled skill in swordsmanship, but the curse is that anyone who comes into contact with me will be cursed by the pyro god, suffering the pain of being consumed by flames. So that's it, this was your plan. Lucas instantly realized the truth. Her earlier submission had all been an act. He coldly sneered, without me, the dragon Ursa will eventually destroy Mondstadt. Ursa may be terrifying, but... Vanessa shook her head, you are 100 times more evil than the dragon. I will overthrow you and lead Mondstadt to defeat Ursa. Humph, you'll regret this. With those final words, Lucas gradually lost consciousness. It was unclear how much time had passed when Lucas slowly regained his senses. To his surprise, he was still within the simulator. Normally, if Lucas lost consciousness in the simulator, the immersive mode would be forcibly terminated. But this time, even after waking up, he found himself still inside. He stood in confusion for about half a minute, gradually recalling what had transpired. Damn it! Lucas rarely cursed, but now he muttered, I actually got played by that woman. But such things couldn't have been entirely out of his consideration. It felt like one of those scripted events from before, like the scenario with Shenhe. Wait, if this were a scripted death, why was he still alive? Could it be that his skill, eternal bloodline, had been triggered, allowing him to be reborn? However, after checking his body, Lucas saw that he was still a full-grown adult. He likely hadn't died yet. The burning sensation had disappeared, but his skin bore dark, charred marks, as if left by fire, or perhaps like some strange tattoo. Looking around, he realized he was in a large cave, its size suggesting that whatever lived here wasn't small. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed nearby, as though some massive beast was moving. A black silhouette emerged from the depths of the cave. It was a dark purple dragon's head, its golden eyes glaring at Lucas. The dragon slowly opened its huge maw, revealing a pale purple tongue. So, that's how it is. Lucas let out a bitter laugh. Those damned rebels actually threw me here as a snack for Ursa. His presence here meant that Vanessa had likely overthrown his rule, and the prophecy had come true. Being thrown to Ursa was likely part of their plan, hoping he and the dragon would fight to the death, allowing them to benefit from the outcome. But Lucas wasn't ready to accept his fate so easily. Hey, Ursa! Lucas spread his arms, grinning. Do you want to eat me? Honestly, Lucas didn't expect the dragon to understand him, he only hoped it could read his body language. Unexpectedly, the dragon backed up 2 steps in fear at his gesture, before lowering its head slightly. It then let out a deep, resonant voice, Do you wish to speak with me? Lucas was shocked. You can speak human language. Human language is not a difficult concept, Ursa replied, nodding. I remember you, the new head of the Lawrence family. You broke the pact between me and your house. What? Lucas frowned. There was a pact between the Lawrence family and you. Did the former head of Lawrence not tell you? Ursa said indifferently. Long ago, I made a pact with your ancestors. I could prey upon Mondstadt, but in exchange, I would stage mock battles with the Lawrence family and then be driven away. Lucas quickly understood. It was a tactic the Lawrence family had used to maintain their rule over Mondstadt. By leveraging the threat of Ursa, they could consolidate their power. The cost? The lives of a few commoners, a practice typical of the Lawrence family. But why hadn't his father told him about this? At this thought, Lucas smirked bitterly. After all, he had killed his own father to take the throne. Given the circumstances, Ingobert, his father, likely hadn't had the chance to reveal this secret. But Ursa's tone grew angry. You broke the pact. When I came to claim my reward, you attacked me, even launching a full campaign against me. You humans are truly treacherous. There's probably some misunderstanding here, Lucas replied helplessly. My father, Ingobert, died unexpectedly and didn't tell me about any of this. Ingobert. Ursa paused mid-sentence, then shook its head. Never mind. By the way. Lucas glanced up at Ursa, an idea forming in his mind. Isn't eating just a few people not enough to satisfy you? No, it's not, Ursa answered bluntly. I'm still very hungry. At that moment, Ursa's golden eyes gleamed with hunger, and drool began to drip from the corners of its mouth. It was clear that Lucas's body had whetted its appetite. You want to eat me? That wouldn't be a wise fight, since I would resist. The energy you'd spend battling me would be far greater than the nourishment my body could provide, Lucas said with a grin. Wouldn't you prefer a feast instead? Tell me more, Ursa said, intrigued. Of course, Lucas patted his neck and smiled. But first, Mr. Ursa, could you lower your head a bit? Talking like this is killing my neck. Perhaps due to the change in tone, Lucas now addressed Ursa as Mr. Ursa. Humans are so troublesome. Though somewhat annoyed, Ursa complied. His body was enveloped in a black mist, which quickly condensed into a smaller, humanoid form. When the mist dissipated, standing before Lucas was a petite girl with long black and purple hair. She wore no clothes, but her body was covered in tightly fitting scales. 2 black horns extended from her hair. Behind her was a large, powerful dragon tail that looked quite out of proportion to her slender frame. Yes, Ursa the dragon had taken on a human form. Chapter 60, Villain Simulator. And not just any girl, an absolutely stunning one with a thick tail. Damn! If you'd come to Mondstadt looking like this earlier, even without a contract with the Lawrence family, you'd have a line of people begging to be eaten by you. What's wrong? Dragon Ursa tilted her head, her expression a bit confused. This form should make communication easier, right? I could make myself even smaller if necessary. It had to be said, Ursa didn't seem to have much in the way of principles. She'd do just about anything for food. This is fine, Lucas quickly nodded. Any smaller and it might become inconvenient, who knows if the multiversal FBI exists. Go on then, Ursa said, growing impatient. How can I get more food? It's simple, Lucas patted his chest and said, we'll attack Mondstadt together. We'll wipe out everyone who's against me. You can eat as much as you want. If you like, I can even roast them for you with my flames and season them with top-quality spices imported from Sumeru. Drip, splash. Ursa said nothing, but the drool pouring out of her mouth like quicksilver made her stance clear. But Ursa wasn't entirely ruled by her hunger just yet. She wiped the drool from her mouth and asked, aren't they your people? They were, Lucas replied calmly. But they've already overthrown me. But you're the first Lawrence in thousands of years strong enough to fight me, Ursa said, confused. Why would they overthrow you? It seems like a foolish choice. Lucas smiled. Because I can't give them what they want. And what do they want? Ursa asked, her confusion deepening. From what I understand, humans mostly desire power, wealth, and pleasure. A very accurate summary, Lucas chuckled. But what they want is freedom. They're going to be disappointed. I doubt they'll find much freedom inside my stomach, Ursa said with a naively sincere expression, rubbing her belly. But I'll try to find a spacious place to expel them, so they can return to freedom. Can you not romanticize taking a dump like that? Lucas burst out laughing and extended his hand toward Ursa. Well then, we have a new deal. Ursa stared blankly at his outstretched hand before curling her thick tail around Lucas's fingers. The cool, smooth scales sliding across his palm felt oddly pleasant. This is how my kind seals a pact, Ursa said, her face expressionless. When do we leave? Honestly, I'm starving. If this goes on much longer, I might lose control. Her gaze slid back to Lucas's body, sending a shiver down his spine. Drool once again dribbled from her mouth. Tomorrow we'll set off. I need a good night's rest to recover my strength, Lucas said, as a thought crossed his mind. Also, I need your help with something to ensure our plan succeeds. With our combined strength, is there really any chance of failure? Ursa asked, confident in both her power and Lucas's, having witnessed his strength firsthand. Together, they could easily overthrow not just one Mondstadt, but 3. There might be some tricky individuals among the rebels, Lucas explained. You wouldn't want any interruptions during your meal, would you? Fine, Ursa relented, her will easily bent when food was involved. What do you need me to do? Simple, Lucas grinned, still holding her tail. First, just lift your tail a bit. It's kind of heavy. The first glass of red wine talent activated, reward, 100% increase in all attributes. Achievement unlocked, Dragon Knight. Reward, talent, ride anything. Effect, you can treat any creature weaker than yourself as a mount. You also have an innate talent for riding, able to master any mount, including all forms of transportation. No doubt about it, Ursa's dragon status made the rewards incredible. A 100% boost to all attributes, something that would take a lot of sacrifices. Are you sure this method will strengthen you? Ursa asked as she tidied her long hair, frowning slightly. I've never heard of such a way to increase one's power. Don't you think? Lucas casually conjured a fireball, sending it crashing into the wall and leaving a gaping hole in the stone. That I've grown stronger. Indeed, your fire element is much more powerful than when you attacked me last time. But Ursa's expression turned displeased. Do you not know that destroying a dragon's lair is considered an act of war? Cough. I was just demonstrating my power, Lucas awkwardly waved his hand. Besides, are you really planning to keep living here? What else would I do? Ursa seemed puzzled. I was abandoned by my kin. I have no family, no friends. It seems we're in the same situation, Lucas said with a bitter smile. If you don't mind, once we finish this job, we could stick together. Go with you. Ursa sneered. Do you really think that after just one collaboration, you can become my master? That's too bad. Lucas feigned disappointment, shaking his head. I was hoping we could travel and enjoy the cuisine of the 7 nations together. I've invested in businesses in other countries, you know. Even if Mondstadt is destroyed, I'll still be fine. Now that you mention it, your offer isn't that bad, Ursa changed her tone instantly. But the food you're talking about, is it as delicious as humans? I'm curious, Lucas rubbed his chin. Why do you have to eat humans? Don't pigs, horses, cows, and sheep taste just as good? I like bitter things, Ursa said matter-of-factly. And commoners are usually the bitterest. Are Mondstadt's people bitter? Lucas asked. Not very, Ursa replied, shaking her head. But they are a little sour. Lucas chuckled at the unexpected answer, a hint of self-mockery in his smile. Get a good rest. Tomorrow, skip breakfast and leave room for the feast. 3 days after Mondstadt's rebellion had triumphed. In front of the Favonius Cathedral, Vanessa stood by the statue of the Inmo Archon Barbatos, giving her victory speech. Standing next to her were other heroes who had fought in the rebellion. Thanks to her curse, which had burned the Lawrence family head Eberhard alive, Vanessa was able to unite the remaining rebel forces and topple Mondstadt's noble regime. However, the victory hadn't come easily. Citizens of Mondstadt. Vanessa raised the sword high and declared, from today on, you will no longer be oppressed by the nobility. Your wives will no longer be sent to the tower, and there will be no more slaves forced to fight in the gladiatorial arenas. We are free. Her rousing words were met with a thunderous cheer from the crowd. Freedom! 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 But then, a hesitant voice emerged from the crowd. A young man frowned and said, but, what happens now? The Lawrence family may have been evil, and Eberhard's crimes are unspeakable, but without him, who will protect us from the dragon Ursa? The crowd fell silent. Many knew that the reason for their victory was that the fearsome Lawrence family head, Eberhard, had not participated in the fight. Suddenly, someone punched the young man, knocking him to the ground. How dare you speak for the Lawrence family? You're a traitor. Traitor. Noble scum. Send him to the gallows with the other nobles. The crowd's anger flared, and they turned on the innocent man, beating him relentlessly. Everyone, please calm down. A man with a great sword strapped to his back, who had been standing beside Vanessa, stepped forward. We want all Mondstadt peoples, noble or commoner, to be treated equally, not to kill or exile every noble. This man was none other than Kruslide, Eberhard's son, who had been stripped of his noble title and exiled. After joining the resistance, he played a key role in the revolution. But someone pointed at Kreutzlied's face and shouted, this guy, he looks just like Eberhard. I remember him. He's Kruslide. He's a Lawrence too. His blood is tainted with sin. Get out of our city. Stunned, Kruslide tried to explain, you misunderstand. I'm not like my father. Smack. A rock the size of an egg hit Kruslide square in the forehead, drawing blood. Why is this happening? Kruslide stood there, frozen, forgetting to wipe away the blood streaming down his face. As one of the key figures in overthrowing the nobility, shouldn't he be respected and celebrated like Vanessa? But now, simply because he bore the Lawrence name, the very people he had freed were cursing him and demanding he leave Mondstadt. Father, was my choice really a mistake? Boom. At that moment, the previously clear sky suddenly darkened with thick clouds. A massive shadow soared out of the distance, circling above Mondstadt. It was the nightmare of countless Mondstadt citizens, the dragon Ursa, whose name alone could silence even the most stubborn child. In an instant, the festive cheers in the plaza turned to terrified silence as everyone stared at Vanessa, the hero of Mondstadt. Everyone, don't panic. Vanessa gripped the Windhawk sword tightly and shouted, prepare the balistay. Begin evacuation of the citizens. But before she could finish, the dragon Ursa opened its massive maw and unleashed a blast of black and purple dragon fire. The once crowded plaza, filled with celebratory revelers, erupted into chaos as the flames carved a deadly path through the people. Hundreds of Mondstadters were engulfed in the purple-black fire, their agonizing screams filling the air. Unlike normal flames, Ursa's dragon fire was impossible to extinguish. Once it touched someone, it clung to them like a parasite, burning them alive until nothing remained but ashes. Though Vanessa was skilled in swordsmanship, she was still only human. In the real world's history, she had only been able to fight Ursa with the help of the Inmo Archon Barbatos. She had expected that, by sacrificing Eberhard to Ursa, the two would fight each other to the death. But now, it seemed Ursa was stronger than ever. Mondstadt, your tyrant has returned. Vanessa turned around in shock to see Lucas, alive and standing before her with a smile. How is this possible? Vanessa stammered. How could you, still be unharmed? Oh, I forgot to mention, Lucas said, pointing to his chest. My vitality is 572 times that of a normal warrior. Lucas's sudden appearance was like a crushing blow to Vanessa. Looking at this man, who had become a living nightmare, her hands gripping the sword began to tremble. I have to admit, your plan was pretty good. If not for a small unexpected turn, Ursa and I might have really fought to the death, Lucas said as he slowly approached Vanessa. Your biggest mistake was not finishing me off with a single strike. I can't lose because... Vanessa roared, charging at Lucas with the Windhawk sword. The blade was now surrounded by swirling wind blades. Freedom never loses. Lucas couldn't help but smile bitterly inside. At this point, he felt just like a villain in a novel. If this were a story, Vanessa, as the heroine, would probably be empowered by some protagonist aura and defeat him in a dramatic comeback. But this wasn't a novel, and Vanessa wasn't the main character. Out of respect for this fierce rebel, Lucas didn't fight her barehanded. Instead, he pulled out a spear from behind him. The spearhead gleamed like a needle, silver and sharp. In truth, just based on his overwhelming physical strength, Vanessa was already no match for the current Lucas. Even more so, Lucas's skill with the spear was no less than Vanessa's swordsmanship. His flowing, graceful spear technique dazzled Vanessa, making it hard for her to keep up. But what distracted her even more were the desperate screams and cries for help echoing all around. Under the demonic flames of the dragon Ursa, both well-armed rebel soldiers and unarmed civilians were being burned to ashes without escape. Vanessa still couldn't understand why Ursa and Lucas hadn't ended up killing each other. The head of the Lawrence family was certainly crafty, but could his tricks really fool a dragon? Suddenly, the dragon Ursa swooped down, biting down hard on a rebel soldier. Before the soldier could even cry out for help, there was a loud crunch as fragments of armor shattered. Ursa chewed twice before spitting out a helmeted head. The head rolled across the ground a few times before coming to a stop at Vanessa's feet. So, Lucas smiled at the dragon Ursa, how does it taste?
Thanks for listening.